Sorry? No. Why only give me the reprimand? Just because I'm the host, I get reprimanded when I'm on time. So, huh? No, no, you. Time is? No, that is where we go wrong. That is where we go wrong. I say time is money. No. And somebody said that this was said by Benjamin Franklin. I have studied Benjamin Franklin, and I think Benjamin Franklin was a pretty wise man. Not a wise guy, but a wise man. So I don't think he would say something as foolish that time is money. Time is not money. You were born, you will die. You have finite time. And yet people don't take time seriously. Yes or no? So time is not money, time is life. Money cannot bring you your life back again. Yes or no? Money cannot bring you your moments back again. Money cannot bring you your health back again. The pursuit of money, the materialistic that we are talking about, and our friend is not here, but he talked about the sub-materialistic thing which is about the spiritual thing, and I was a little surprised by that. And then I think the entire narrative, the indoctrination which has happened with us has been wrong. And it happens at home, happens in school, college, and then the society that we live in. And I think therein lies the problem. That time is money. Time is not money. Time is life. You were born, you will die. The day you were born, your race towards death began. Think about it. Right? We all like saying, hum ye hai, hum wo hai. In the ancient scriptures, and I've studied this in them, because it's in our Mojo Inspirator book. And my publisher told me, Jerry, nobody will buy your book in India. I said, why? He said, because you're starting with death. It's morbid. I said, no, it's not. Because I said, the world over, there are movements happening now. Right? A dear friend called Ariana Huffington has started a movement in the US called Death Over Dinner. Have you heard of it? People meet over dinner and discuss how they would like to die, where they would like to die, when they would like to die. Have you ever thought about it? Now, in the ancient scriptures from this part of the world, they used to say that teach your children from the age of 7, the age of 7 being because at the age of 7 is when you're reasoning. Because human beings are rational animals, right? That's the only difference between us and the rest of the animal world. We can rationalize. It could have been our blessing. It has become our curse. Right? Because we use all our rationalization for all the materialistic things. We don't use it for the real things. Right? So they said that from the age of 7, teach your children to pause 5 times a day and remember that you will die one day. Do we practice it in India? We talk about Vedas, Puranas. Arey, padho. Koi Bhagwan nahi hai usme. It's a way of life. You are the God. Yes or no? Right? And we don't follow we follow religions. We don't practice the teaching. That's our problem. Now only one country in the world practices this, where they teach their children from the age of 7. Pause 5 times a day. Pause. And just remember. Anchor. In NLP it is called anchoring. Those of you who have done NLP. Anchor a thought that one day I will die. And because they practice this, it has a direct bearing on their happiness quotient. Any idea which country practices this? Bhutan. Now, how is the morbid concept of death creating the joyful concept of happiness? Any insight before I share with you how the concept of death creates happiness? Any thought has a lot of insights, and then you have a core insight. What did you say? Yes, and that's a good insight, but that's not the core insight. How does the concept of death trigger happiness? Yes, and that's a great insight, but that's not the core insight. Live, very nice. You sound like a Foursquare ad. Live life king size. You know, all nonsense, right? Anyone else? Yes. Mhm. You'll have to be a little loud.
Hi, I'm Shashi. I'm from Chennai. So I had attended Jerry's program about 11 years back, and he had come to our institution, and a lot of frontline managers were attending it, and he dropped a question on this, and all of us were startled. So he suddenly said, pick up a piece of paper and write a eulogy. Eulogy is something that someone reads after your death. So what would you like them to read about you after you die? And we were all startled. We didn't know what to do, and we actually wrote it. And I still have that piece of paper with me.
Yes.
And my mom doesn't know that yet. So I'm working towards that, because that is like your goal, but what you want to reach. I might want to live until 80 or 90, but what is that I want to achieve is what he instilled inside me. And I'm very happy that I'm sharing this with you right now, because that's exactly what is pushing me also to see where I'm going to go.
Right.
So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Sashi. And that's a great insight again, because it's like, it's not about and I would like to clarify what Sashi just shared. It's not about what you want people to say about you. It's more about what you need to do to earn that. That's the core learning. But thank you, Sashi, for reminding me of that, right? Because everyone wants a great eulogy and a great, tombstone, right? And especially in Goa, we have tombstones because, we are so fond of real estate that even after we die, we want our real estate, right? 6 feet of land, right? And that's your reality, right? Okay, what's the core insight? Somebody said it over here. All you have is the moment. All you have is the moment, and you're not joyful in that moment. Because people are like, when I have that car, I will be happy. I'm like, seriously? When I get a promotion, I will be happy. When I get a KARMAVEER award, I'll be happy. Right? All you have is the moment, and you're not living the moment. Most people don't live their own lives. They live the neighbor's life. They live the richer cousin's life. I don't have what she has. How does it matter? Do you really know what you want, what you need? Have you ever figured that out? Have you done that introspection? Why are you living somebody else's life? How does what they have define you? And why aren't you enjoying what you have rather than always being in anxiety and anticipation of what you don't have? And therein lies the concept of death and happiness. All you have is the moment. And this is our learning from our scripts, which was called Sanatan Dharma, nothing to do with Hinduism or Hindutva. Right? Sanatan Dharma has no mention of Hindu if you've read the original script, not the script later on converted by Mr. Manu. Right? I say it loud. Sorry about that. Yeah? Because the original script was live your life well, because all you have is the moment, and live it well. And that's exactly what Namaste teaches us, that the God in me respects the God in you. The divine power in me salutes the divine power in you, and the unlimited potential in me recognizes the unlimited potential in you, because if you and I wish to, we can move a mountain, right? I forget the person who said this, but he said, we are not human beings on a divine journey. We are divine beings on a human journey. Very powerful thought. Think about it. Yes or no? It's the power of one. It's what we celebrate at KARMAVEER, right? The power of one to make a difference. The power of one to move a mountain. And it's not a fairy tale, because like I told you, the reason we do KARMAVEER awards is because I was inspired by a man called Dashrath Manji, who I met way back in 2003. Somebody was talking about acts of kindness yesterday. Is Rushabh in the room? Right? We started Joy of Giving way back in 2003. We didn't have any funds to, so everybody said, how would you promote the movement? Because you need big money for this. And we said, we'll start it any which way, because the intent is very clear. There was a concept called India Shining happening at that time. It was a bubble. You know, India Shining. Like right now you have a bubble called India Economic Superpower. Kutte. Where? People are starving, dying of hunger. India Economic Superpower. Right? So I was staying in Bombay at that time. I was shuttling between Bombay and Delhi. And I used to hear my friends, family saying, India Shining. I'm like, seriously? For you? In urban India? Have you ever been to the real India, man? If you've not been, zip it. Because you don't even know what is the face of real India. People are dying of hunger. Children are dying of hunger. The video is there, maybe I'll play it later. We started the video with one very powerful line. We teach our children how to live with hunger. Because you were there at Action Aid at that time, right, Rangashri? And we wanted to show the people of India Shining what is the real face of India. So we started researching communities that people had never heard of. And one such community was the Musahar community. Have you heard of Musahars? Musahar literally translated in English means rat eaters. They eat rats. Not because it's fine dining in some fancy hotel or some restaurant. They eat rats to survive. They're not even allowed to come into the village. They're called the untouchables within the untouchables. And in that place, I meet this man called Dashrath Manji. I'm 6 feet 4. Dashrath Manji must have been 5 feet 2 inches. And then I learn his story, that this man moved an entire mountain with one hammer, one chisel, right? We all feel proud that we are doing great things. We have stories of people who are doing bigger and greater things. That doesn't mean that anything we are doing is less significant, but the point is you can do more. Yes or no? Right? And that is the concept of their experience, that you think you're doing great things till you meet another person who's doing much more. Right? And you would see that people who have less are doing much more. So when people talk about philanthropy in this country, the 2% CSR, which is pure lip service, right? I say, yeah, seriously. Can you do what Dashrath Manji did? Can you do what Lakshman Singh is doing? Lakshman Singh has transformed 500 villages in India from wastelands into wetlands. In a country where wetlands are transformed into wastelands, and you build SEZs on them, or hotels, right? Or hospitals where the poor are not allowed, right? Or schools where the poor will never be educated. Yes or no? Truth, right? India economic superpower. 10 trillion economy. We have yet to see it, of course. I'm told not to do too much of regime bashing, but I can't help it. Right? Whoever may be in the regime, it doesn't matter, right? Apolitical, whether it's Congress or Mamta or Kejriwal or whoever, or Gandhis or Modis or whoever. The point is, you're not working in the interest of the people. Because we abolished monarchy and democracy has become worse than monarchy. Yes or no? Right? And like H.L. Mencken said, he says, have you heard of H.L. Mencken? He was a political scientist, and he said, democracy is also a form of worship. It's the worship of jackals by the jackasses. Right? So we put this film together, it's on YouTube, and this mother starts by saying, we teach our children how to live with hunger. There were 1 million plus people dying of hunger every year in 2003 when we started the Joy of Giving. And now you have Mr. Turakia also who has started another movement. What is it called? Your turn now. And unfortunately, my friend, we will talk about how we can align. And I'll show you a video before we start. In 2017, I sent out a video why the founder of the Joy of Giving finds no joy in the joy of giving anymore. I don't find any joy. Because giving has become lip service. And our organization, iCongo, was founded on one simple principle, that it is not arrogant, mindless charity that is wanting in the world. It is humble, mindful, social justice that is wanting in our world. What do we mean by social justice? Fairness, equity, equal opportunity for one and all. And you don't see that anywhere in the world. Where's the equal opportunity? We were talking about gender balance yesterday. Where's the equal opportunity? And how does that system, where there's no equal opportunity, become a system which is sacrosanct and sacred? Think about it, right? In most countries, the monarchy has been not really kind of completely concluded or finished, because it's still there. You have Charles, right? But monarchy was the way of controlling people, right? And people say God created humankind. I'm like, seriously? Because humankind was there much before any God came about. Think about it, right? And there's research to show this now, scientifically, that the original Homo sapien species, which we are, right, originated in Africa. So all of us have African DNA. It's proven, right? And so how did God create Earth and Adam and Eve? I told you about that. And 3 sons. And how did they procreate finally? It's like a little bizarre, right? We won't get into that. That's my stand-up comic act, right? Okay. So how do we kind of ensure that we don't get controlled by people? Because the kings wanted to control, because you had landlords, and the bigger the land, you either became a duke or a zamindar or a raja or a maharaja or a nawab or a king, right? And you all should watch the history of England about how these people manipulated, right? So in the history of England, there's a turning point when Henry VIII separates from the Vatican City. And he doesn't separate from the Vatican City because he has a problem with the Vatican City. He only has a problem because his marriage is not being annulled. Because he wants to get married to another woman. Right? Her name was Anne Boleyn. Yeah? Turning point. And Anne Boleyn manipulates him to separate from the church, the Vatican City, to form the Church of England, which he is the supreme power over. Right? And that will show you how kings and wily human beings who wanted to control other human beings created God to control human beings. Because this is the word of God, this is not the word of me. And now who will give the word of God? So you create the priest. Yes or no? And that's exactly how it works. And that's what Dennis Diderot says in another thought of his. Dennis Diderot says, humankind will only be free when the last king, and I paraphrase into brackets politician, is hung by the entrails of the last priest. That is only when humankind will be free. Very powerful thought. Dennis Diderot, if you've heard of him, is a French philosopher. Very powerful concepts he used to come up with. Right? Humankind will only be free when the last king, now politician, is hung by the entrails, the intestines of the last priest. Super. Right? So how do we create social justice? Why is nobody talking about that? Why is not equal opportunity happening? Because we do charity. So I will show you the movie, the film, it was a short video. And why I said, why I find no joy in the joy of giving anymore. Because you claim you're giving money to a Cry or a World Vision or an Oxfam, to a face of a child who you don't even know. And you give a little money because it's a feel-good factor for you. It addresses your guilt. But you don't even know the name of your house helps child. You never even bothered to get insurance for your driver. You fired your house help, your daily house help, on the second day of the lockdown. And you stay in a condo which costs 50 crores. Wow. This is fact. This happened the world over. I will share the piece with you all which I wrote for HBR. Very hard piece. I said, if you don't have the courage because you're one of them, don't read this. It will hurt you at a very, very primal level. People were fired. And car cleaners cost, who you pay 1,500 rupees. But Jerry, they're not coming to work. No. It's not that they're not coming to work. You lock the gates, man. And you not only lock the gates, you lock the housekeeping staff, the facility management staff, the security, because you need them. So they are staying in the parking lot. You built overnight dorms for them. But the daily help who comes, you stop them from coming and you're not even paying them. Right? So I said, in February or March, a little before the lockdown, everyone was like, anticipating that something is going to go wrong. I was one of them. I travel a lot. And I was also at some airport surrounded by millions of people trying to go back home because COVID was about to strike, right? So when we were gathered at that airport, we were not spreading COVID. But 1 month later, when the laborers came out to the stations, these uneducated, illiterate brutes, these stupid animals, they're animals. This is what people wrote on social media, and I was watching them. I was like, seriously? So your children are children, your people are people, their people are not children? They don't have a right to go back home? How are they supposed to stay in an expensive city when they don't have money, when they don't have jobs? Think about it. Right? And that's when a thought came to me. I said, everybody's talking about some guy losing $1 billion, some celebrity dying of COVID. Okay, good. You remove all the celebrities and billionaires from the equation, the world won't collapse. You remove the labor from the equation, the world will collapse overnight, and we don't respect them. Yes or no? Who makes your clothes? Rohit Bal? Versace? What is the other idiot's name? Tommy Hilfiger? Who said, my clothes are not meant for Indians. And we still love Tommy Hilfiger. Yeah? Who makes your clothes? Not Rohit Bal, not Versace. Your clothes are made by migrant labor. Yes or no? So that's your first basic need, which is made by the labor. Who makes your food? Not the rich farmer, not the landlord, not corporate CEOs, with all due respect. Who makes your food? The laborers. Punjab has labor from UP. I am from a place called Goa. Goa wouldn't have survived if not for the migrant labor. Yes or no? Because Goans have too much of pride to do some menial jobs. They'll go and do menial jobs in London, in UK, but they won't do it in Goa. Right? It's called false, it's misplaced arrogance. I know. I'm not talking about my, because, I should look inward, no? Yes or no? Who makes your food? It is the poor laborer. Who makes your homes? Not DLF, not some rich real estate tycoon, right? Your homes, including the bricks which are made in the most worst conditions in brick kilns, are made by the laborers. Yes or no? And we don't respect them. Forget respecting them, we don't even know how to treat them properly. That's what we mean by social justice. So I'll show you the film. It's a strong film, so bear with it. And then we shall start with our first talk.
It is not mindless, arrogant charity that is wanting in our world, but humble, mindful social justice. That was the premise of the movement called Joy of Giving when I began working on it in 2002. And the reason I started the Joy of Giving movement is to get people involved in the process of giving, but not just giving money, but giving their hands, their heart, and their head towards making a difference in society. Having created this movement and promoted it for the past It is not mindless, arrogant charity that is wanting in our world, but humble, mindful social justice. That was the premise of the movement called Joy of Giving when I began working on it in 2002. And the reason I started the Joy of Giving movement is to get people involved in the process of giving, but not just giving money, but giving their hands, their heart, and their head towards making a difference in society. Having created this movement and promoted it for the past 15 years, I don't find any joy in the Joy of Giving movement, which is now spread out across India as the Joy of Giving Week, or around the world as the Joy of Sharing or Giving Tuesdays, because most of these movements have been reduced to giving a little money and thinking that you have saved the world. I often meet a lot of people in cocktail circuits who speak about how they gave 3,000 or 4,000 rupees to charitable organizations and how they are doing their bit to save the world. And I find that a little bizarre, because when I ask the same people, do you know the names of the children of your household? They do not know the names of the children. So if you do not know the names of the children who belong to the house help who work in your homes, what charity are you really doing? You're not bothered to get a medical insurance for your drivers, the people who work in your homes. You're not bothered to figure out the names of the children of your house help. And yet you boast about giving money to a cry or a world vision and thinking that you've saved the world. Leave alone saving the world, you've not even saved a child, because you don't even bother to look into what's happening with that child who you sponsor because you feel that you have made a contribution to a child's life. But just making that donation is not enough, because you need to ask for accountability, and that accountability is not happening because neither are the NGOs accountable, nor are the CSR foundations accountable, nor are individuals like you and me accountable. Because we have treated giving like that old Hero Honda ad where we say, fill it, shut it, forget it. So we give a little money, take a tax receipt and feel good that we made a difference in the world by giving a little money. But I promise you, that's not really making a difference in the world. And the Joy of Giving week has somehow been reduced to giving a little money or asking people for used clothes and used newspapers. And that is the reason I say it is mindless, arrogant charity. Because the used clothes that you give are so undignified, and most of the charitable organizations who collect used clothes actually sell them in the second-hand market. Did you know that? And yet you feel that you made a difference in the world. You don't even know what happens with the used clothes that you donate to organizations. You give a little money and you say that you saved the world. How have you saved the world when you've not even figured out what's happening with that child? I know a whole lot of children who've been in child sponsorship programs who are not useful anymore to the NGOs or the charitable organizations because they've grown up into adults now and they've not got the right education, the right career, and hence are reduced to being beggars or sex workers. And that is the truth of what happens with the child sponsorship model. The reason I'm talking about this today is because on the 2nd of October, the Joy of Giving week will start again, and again there will be a mad rush for people to give a little money or give used clothes to charitable organizations that they would like to donate to. But I would request you to ask for accountability. I would request you to understand that when I started the Joy of Giving movement in 2002, we started the film with one very powerful line, which was, we teach our children how to live with hunger. That was a mother who was saying it in 2002, in the era of India shining. And in today's day and age, most Indians are talking about how India is a huge economic superpower. How are we a India shining or a superpower when even one child is dying of hunger in our country? And I promise you, there's not one child dying of hunger. There are millions dying every year. And yet we do not understand the plight and the tsunami of hunger. You will see in this country that when a tsunami or an earthquake happens, all the celebrities, the corporates and individuals rise to the occasion to raise funds for the tsunami affected victims. A tsunami killed 10,000 people. There are 10,000 people dying of hunger every day in our country. So there's a tsunami happening in our country every day. And yet we are oblivious and blind to that fact. So what is the Joy of Giving all about? The Joy of Giving is about social justice, which basically is about fairness, which is about empathy, which is about compassion. That what can we do to make a difference in our world? And it goes beyond giving a little money and giving a little clothes. Today, a lot of money donation which is happening is more of a guilt washing station. And I'm not saying this. This was said by Peter Buffett, the son of Warren Buffett, who actually wrote this piece in the New York Times. And I've actually been writing about how I'm not to. You
heard of Peter Buffett? Warren Buffett's son, right? He's refused to take his father's millions or billions. He's a musician, makes his own money, right? Warren Buffett is also very clear. He says, don't leave your children too much that they become good for nothings. Like a lot of people who have a lot of land, you would know how that works, right? Because you leave people too much, they won't do anything much. They feel entitled, right? And that's what Peter Buffett wrote way back around 12 years back. This talk, by the way, went viral in 2017, so it's not recent. I said, joy of giving, but what are you really giving? You don't even know what's happening with the child after you've given a little money. Because you get a report and you think that, that report is sacrosanct, and that report is actually being made by some BPO in Bangalore, right? Teki Vishi, right? So you have people, BPO started in India much before Infosys or TCS or, right? BPOs were started by international charities where people would sit in a cell and write reports in child's handwritings to send it to the donors around the world that this is the child's progress. And then I meet a child who was in a program of the organization Teki Vishi and I used to work for, and I'll name the organization, it's called Action Aid, right? I meet the child who's now a sex worker. And I'm like, why? And one of the child who was there in the program was working as a odd job man in Chennai. And when I sat with them, I said, what are we doing? So the child from the age of 14 stops being the organization's responsibility. Okay, so how does that work? Would you do that with your own child? Then why leaving the children in the child sponsorship program high and dry after the age of 14? What about taking them to a logical progression? Yes or no? Right? So if the child is now a sex worker, what good is your program? Vishy reminded me that I blew the whistle way back. I continue blowing the whistle, right? You will see this around the world. People working in the UN. They're so important. No one is speaking about the children being killed in Gaza. Right? Ajmal Kasab. You know Ajmal Kasab? He was hung, and just when his sentence was passed, right? I saw people on the internet. Excellent. This is justice. Ajmal Kasab should be dead. Ajmal Kasab was a child soldier, indoctrinated from a young age to think that everything which is imperialistic is our enemy. So on one side you have a celebrity called Sanjay Dutt, who was also in jail around that time. Oh, innocent Baba, including Justice Katju. Sanjay Dutt is innocent. How is he innocent? He was caught with arsenal in his home. Not one gun, arsenal. So how is he innocent? But Ajmal Kasab is guilty. Nobody wants to see that he was indoctrinated from a young age, so he's a child soldier. And most of you working in Oxfam and Action Aid actually get your funding because of child soldiers in Africa. And you're condemning the same child soldier? Now, lay people doing this I could understand, but when you're working in a UN organization, how do you condemn Ajmal Kasab? Think about it. Why have we not seen that child who was misled from a young age? So there are some hard questions we need to ask ourselves. Are we really doing good work, or is it lip service? Right? So I'll leave you with that thought, and we'll start with our first speaker. Dania, how are you? So we have Dania Lakshmi, who's going to be our first speaker for the day today.
So Dhanya was to be with us yesterday, but she made sure that she took a very early flight to be with us because she's the first speaker of the day. And Dhanya joined the KARMAVEER family in 2021 when we were doing few work online. We kept the fire going. We kept the fire ignited during the COVID times. And that's when Dhanya's work and what she does and what kind of inspiration she brings to all of us was celebrated. Over to you, Dhanya.
Thank you, Rex team. Very warm good morning, all of you. Thanks, Itu and Jerry, for always encouraging me to be who I am. And generally, when I come on the stage as a speaker, usually people always wanted me to speak from my journey, what I went through, and all of that. But then today, I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say anything that what I do or how my journey is, because anytime in person I can come and you can ask me anything. I'm there today and tomorrow. But keeping that aside, so today I want to just talk about, I'm inviting you to join me in exploring a topic of immense significance, which is often overlooked: the journey of individuals with disability as they transition from adolescence to adulthood. So this is a topic that I want to just brief about today, and giving you the thought to reflect and then take it up from there. The question at the heart of our discussion is whether individuals with disabilities are thriving or surviving. The complex transition involves physical, emotional, social, and practical changes. Obstacles arise from limited access to education, barriers to suitable living arrangements, gaps in healthcare system, challenging forming meaningful relationships, and adulthood in participating in the community. These challenges cause shadows of a journey that demands acknowledgement and action. A striking observation surfaces when we examine the experience of many individuals with disability, particularly that raised in traditional or orthodox family. Many lack the freedom to choose, bound by emotional attachments and dependency on family. As someone who has personally navigated the realm of disability, I've encountered a myriad of challenges, including barriers to education and inclusive learning environment, the struggle for appropriate living arrangements, gaps in healthcare sector, and the quest of genuine independence, the challenge of social integration, and the pursuit of meaningful employment opportunities. I'm sure you'll also echo with that, right? Yeah. As a community, we have a solemn responsibility to fully grasp and understand the complex and unique challenges faced by individuals with disability. We should strive to be campaigns of inclusivity and embrace the differences that make us unique and respecting the rights and abilities of those with disabilities. We must take every possible measure to ensure we have access to the resources and support we require to transition smoothly into adulthood, discover the fully potential, and contribute meaningful to the society. A comprehensive approach is paramount, which is something we are lacking currently. Advocate planning, especially considering the impact on families, leaving no choice but to shift towards person family interdependent planning. Here, the needs and aspiration of disabled individuals take center stage, paving the way for more positive and supportive community. Being a caregiver is a life-changing experience that comes with its own set of challenges. Caregivers must prioritize and work closely with professionals to ensure a successful transition. Raising awareness and providing education is very, very important to promote accurate information about disability and encourage self-advocacy. As a woman with disability at the age of 27, I realized what is self-advocacy. It was so hard for me to be there, and only in the age of 27, I was able to stand for myself. It's crucial that people with disabilities are represented accurately in the media, and we use person-first language to promote dignity. We aim to provide fair access and encourage society to value and support individuals with disabilities. Disability awareness training is very important for various groups to work together to bring about change. Just like Jerry said, we kind of contribute in many ways, but not knowing where and how it happens. It is important to recognize that individuals with disabilities are not just objects of inspiration or pity, but rather human beings deserving of respect. They are entitled to the same opportunity and have access to resources as anyone else and should not face any barriers that prevent them from participating fully in the community. To achieve this, we must work together. We must dismantle the physical, social, and cultural barriers, ensuring their progress. We must also ensure we are empowered to participate fully in all aspects of life, including education, employment, and social activities. By committing to empathy, inclusion, and equity, we can build a world where everyone can thrive regardless of their abilities. Only by working together towards this one goal, we can create a society that is truly equal and just for all. Now, you all must answer, are persons with disability thriving or surviving? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danya. So any questions or insights? And I'm happy that Danya also spoke about how we need to create equal opportunity for one and all. So we were just talking about that. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can sit, you can sit.
Yeah. Thank you. It is so inspiring to meet you and see you talk about the disability. I've been working as a librarian, university library, and not all university libraries are accessible, built, long back they have built, so they never thought of giving accessibility. So I've been fighting for them with the management for getting accessibility enabled for people, to come and use the libraries. And wherever possible, I have always tried to include, where encourage people to get access to resources. Even visually impaired people should get what is in the library. They must know. So Braille and all these kinds of initiatives, I have tried my best while I was there. And I wrote a paper way back in '97. Voice of India's Disabled Demanding Equality in Library Services, giving inputs to various aspects, how they can, include various things in the library. But till date, it's in the same state. There is not much progress happened, but I would love to seek more help here. Anybody would like to throw more light on this? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful. Good to hear that you're working towards inclusion. I think having an accessible library, it not just encourages persons with disability and seniors to come and read. Beyond that, it also encourages persons with disabilities and other persons with limitation and mobility to work in the library as well. So it creates a employment opportunity as well. And coming to your play, the kind of struggle that you have taken is something I think all of us must clap for, ma'am, because not everyone truly kind of want to make up space inclusive, because the idea is to reach people. And see, nowadays what we do personally is, so I always think from this perspective. One is, yes, we have a government policy. They have also like made a legal system that every building has to be universally accessible, which means not just wheelchair, even persons with braille or a person with hearing impairment or anyone should be able to access. But keeping this thought is always there. So now how to get it here? There are two solutions that it just comes as my perspective, and it's all, like I said, it's something that we all work together. So one is, we kind of seek out for a proper accessible audit and take it up in a legal way. And two is, as a community, when 2 or 3 or 4 people join together, we can make the place accessible. So the choice is these two things. And the kind of once you just accomplish that, I think the kind of joy that you bring will not just be within you, it will reach millions of people. So let's work together, and definitely she is one person who has brought a lot of accessible changes in websites, applications, and a lot of it. Yeah, he has been a true activist. So we all can work together on that. But otherwise, also the way is we, just probably 10 people join together and put some hundreds, we can make the building accessible. That's all is required, right? So the thought is always from here. Thank you.
So basically, I would like to ask you that. So basically, I would like to ask you that how you felt, like, there must be a time.
Can you talk a little louder?
Hello.
Yeah.
Now audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to ask, there must be a time when people, like in the school time, in colleges, they must have, images of you. There must be positive and negative people. So how you dealt with the people who actually say bad words to you or bullying you? How you reply to them, or how you, handle them in the past?
Okay. Thank you so much. So, as a child, when I go to the railway station or when I go to the public places, I see that people used to stare at me in a very bad way. They used to look at me, and I have my mother always or my parents with me. As a child, they used to come with me, and my mother used to feel very bad when people look at me in a very strange way. But at the age of 10 or 12, I kind of became very accepted with my disability. And this is me. And now I don't mind whether they have a lens in their eyes or whatever, I don't care. They can just look at me and I'm absolutely okay with it. And then I started telling my mother, you know what, people look at celebrities. So just be there. It's okay. But still the world is same. I think 2 days back I've been to Delhi and I got this opportunity to be into Qutub Minar, and I was just taking some pictures and all of that. I saw a group of people coming and sitting there and staring at me even now. I'm like, okay, I'll pose even more. Thank you.
Any other insight? And I would request you to be as brief as possible. Give your direct questions so that we move on. And we have to keep the time in mind. Today, we need to leave the premises by 6 o'clock. When I say leave, we have to leave the premises because we have to follow certain protocols. So let's abide by it. So keep your questions succinct and short.
Yeah, thank you, Itu, for the prolonged brief. Yeah, you don't have to be sorry. Thank you.
1 minute, sir. The mic is coming there. 1 minute. I'm not able to hear you. Yeah, perfect.
Hello? Yeah, I think as somebody who's lived with severe mental health challenges, what people don't understand is existential dilemma. Why do I exist? And that is actually a great equalizer because a lot of people in different phases of their lives face similar challenges, except it's not constant. And I think that one question that I have is, why are we not learning more from nature? I've been in an isolated situation. I just came back and I feel like an alien. But in the mountains, I found I love talking to dogs, cats, birds. And this is something that in our urban ghettos, I think we have created a new standard for normalcy, which is alien. It's not human, it's not warm-blooded. And I'm wondering how we can come back to thinking about equality more in terms of the Hindu concept of Brahm, that there is a soul that we know burns like a fire inside us. But a lot of people have appeared, it seems that this fire has been extinguished. Well, people who think, they are icons or celebrities or...
Okay, thank you so much. And we take more questions later. I would just like to leave you with one thought. You've been looking at our logos, you've been looking at reading all this. So two things that we talk about it, not just talks, ideas for actions. What is your action? As a word, Karamveer word means action. What is it that you're thinking? Everyone has ideas, we all have ideas. But what are the actions that you're taking towards bringing them to fruition? And two, our slugline is together as one, we can write everyone. So the collective power of one person, and when they come together, has a very huge impact. And we should look at getting together and bringing change and action towards what we are wanting to aspire to bring into this world. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dhanya, so much for coming here.
Thank you, Itu. Thanks a lot.
So we have Sarika Singh, who's our next speaker. Please take care that you abide by the rule and take your 9 minutes only. Otherwise, there'll be hard stop and a whistle blown on you. You can take the center stage. I would also request you all to use the break period to network and talk and share and use your ideas.
Hello everyone, I hope I'm audible. It was really, really nice hearing Jerry and everyone, and I'm personally feeling very heavy hearing the entire thing. I think we all need a lighter moment. So I'm going to change exactly whatever I wanted to say today into something which is very light, which will be engaging, and which will bring a smile to our faces. So, I'm going to start with a very small, simple question. How many of you know the person sitting next to you? Okay. It seems people have played safe and sit with the person next to you, but there are some people who don't know the person next to you. So I'll just request you to turn sidewards and look at the person. Give a brief look, give a handshake, do a fist bounce. Like in COVID times, we did the fist bounce. All right, thank you. Does that feel better? I'm glad. So was the handshake warm? Was the smile nice? Did you feel good about the person? All right. So remember this, we're going to come back to this in just a bit. You've just created your first impression on the person next to you. So hello everyone, I'm Sarika. I'm a communication skills coach. I've been training children, adults for 23 plus years. I know I don't look so old, but yes, 23 plus years. And I'm enjoying my journey. My latest love is podcasting, and for those of you who've not started it yet, please do. It's a lot of fun. You can talk to millions and millions of people and say whatever you want. My podcast is plugged here on the screen. All right, so you just give a smile to the person next to you. Now research says that 95% of the people think that first impressions matter. How many of you spent a few hours, minutes, deciding what you're going to wear to the event today? Did you decide, okay, tomorrow I'm going to so-and-so event, I will wear this dress, or I will wear these shoes, or this is how I'm going to walk inside, this is how I'm going to present myself. You go to a wedding, you go to your office, you go to a party, you go to meet a friend, you decide your look. You decide, you do an effort to create that first impression on anyone. So today what I'm going to talk is going to make a lot of relevance, is a lot of relevance today, because we are here to network, we're here to connect with people, to engage with them. So researchers said that 95% of people give a lot of importance to first impressions. And because they thought this is something very interesting, they did a lot of research on this. And they came up with a fancy term. That term is called 7-11. No, it's got nothing to do with the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It's 7-11. Let me tell you what this 7-11 is. Yes, somebody got it right. It's in 7 seconds that you form 11 impressions about somebody you meet or see. So the minute you turn to the person on your left or right, you created 11 impressions about that person. And same way, the person created 11 impressions about you. This doesn't end here. There's more maths coming. And I'm personally not a maths fan. It's only the numbers of the alphabet which talks to me. But yes, we'll go dig deeper into the 11 expressions. So I'm going to make you turn one more time, and this time, please say your name and what you do to the person next to you. Just exchange your names and what you do. Handshake can follow. Please, somebody is sitting alone. Yeah, just with somebody at your back. Just engage with the person, say your name and what you do. Lovely, lovely. Thank you. So, on an average, you've spent some 11 seconds talking to the person next to you. So you spent 7 seconds earlier. You spent 11 more seconds now. So 11 plus 7 is 18. In 18 seconds, you form the final impression about that person. You draw a conclusion. Okay, he's nice. I'm going to check him out later. I don't like her. No, not my cup of tea. Okay? So we form those final impressions. But sometimes, we don't like that impression that we gave, and we want to change that impression. So do we get a chance for that? All right, let's hear. How do we get a chance? You keep working at it. Impressions change, but not so easily. The 7-11 rule says that it takes 11 encounters to change that first impression about you. So I hear the whistle. Now remember, there's one quick tip before I sign out for today. You understood the 7-11? The person next to you has told you your name. So today, what you do is, if you want to create a good impression on that person, remember that name, sprinkle that name in your conversation. When you're saying, "Hi, it was really nice meeting you," don't say that. Say, "Shruti, that was nice meeting you. Ruhana, that was nice meeting you." So sprinkle that name in the conversation and build more, engage more. For more tips and tricks, my podcast right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarika. Please stay on the stage. Okay. Yeah. Any questions, any insights? We'll take 2 questions or insights. Anyone who wants to share anything with Sarika? Yes, ma'am.
Just by looking at his or her face, because kindness shows, according to me, cruelty shows also.
On the face.
Yeah.
On the face.
On the face.
Yes, I think, so what impression have you made of the person next to you?
I hope I made a kind impression.
Is he kind?
Very warm.
All right, you passed the test, the litmus test. But yes, we do, some of us are really lucky and blessed that we know we can see through the person. And some of us need to work towards it. So it's each to his own, but first impressions do matter, also because you don't get a second chance to make that first impression. So yes, first impressions matter. Anybody else? Today actually I was going to talk about something different, but I hope what you heard was fun. Yes, I hear there's one more question there.
It's not exactly a question, just an observation. Earlier we were led to believe that first impression is always the last impression. But then after listening to what you were saying today, I believe we can do something to change that, but for that we need to meet that person again and again.
Yes, 11 times, and I think there's plenty of opportunity today. Tomorrow, you can meet more than 11 times and change that impression and create a good impression on whomsoever you want to create.
Yes, let's have the mic behind, please.
He's created a great impression on me. You know, first impression, last impression, but how do you stop from being judgmental? What is your trick towards that? Because being judgmental is the problem that I try to, grapple with all the time.
So, being judgmental is a part of your personality. If you're judging somebody, it's just in the personality. So, when you meet somebody, you form a judgment about that person, right? So, what we can do is, we can do something from ourselves, we can't change our judgment about that person, but if we want to change our impression on that person, we have to work. Likewise, the other person has to work to change his impression about us. Being judgmental is a part of the personality which calls for working. I mean, it's a long debate. Probably cannot be answered in just a one line, but lovely thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to also address that because this is what we teach in leadership courses. Being judgmental is human nature, right? And that is where the pause comes in again. And what do humans do? Do we clarify expectations or assume expectations? Assume. And what Bruce Willis says in Die Hard is, assumptions are the mother of all mess-ups. I won't use the word he used. Yeah? Assumptions are the mother of all mess-ups. So we assume things about people. So what we need to do is clarify. And to do that you need to talk straight. This is what I feel about you. Help me to understand you better. Yes or no? And that's why we have to clarify always, right? Human beings assume expectations, and then you have all this mumbo jumbo that they teach you in ashrams and churches and temples. Unconditional love, no expectations. Complete bunkum. Even that church has an expectation from you. If you don't put chanda, they don't want you to come into the church or that ashram. Chanda do, nahi to ashram kaise chalega? Yes or no? And that's why I always clarify to people that even the most holy human relationship has a give and take. What is the most holy human relationship? Mother and child. In that relationship, is there a give and take? I'm making this very transactional, no? There is a give and take, right? The moment you say give and take, what comes to our mind is materialistic. The give and take is not materialistic. In psychological studies, it is called TA, transactional analysis. The child has an expectation from the mother. The mother has an expectation from child. It could include materialistic. Yes or no? If those expectations are not clarified, not understood, not fulfilled, not set, and not met, that relationship gets. So if the most holy human relationship is so fragile, what is any other relationship in the world?
No, take also.
But I hope I answered your question, Alfred sir.
What do you define as a
Always
transaction?
clarify about people rather than making that assumption and saying that this is, so it's best to clarify. That's what we learn in NLP for the first thing. Don't make judgments. Yes.
Yeah, so my perspective is that it's a give and give,
I
not
like that
only
give and
between a
give.
mother and
Please
child.
please give us more donations. Yeah. So. Give.
So,
Give.
yeah, so Jerry, on a lighter note, charity is the absence of community. Where you need charity,
give me
just
such
as
high
darkness
flyers, they
is
go
the.
over my head.
It's very plain
What did you say?
English.
Charity
No,
is
why
the-
are you? No, Jerry, please.
Charity is the absence of?
In a community, there is no transaction. Like in a family, like one person cooks, the other person eats. There's no transaction happening. The moment you make it transactional, you create stress. You create, boundaries. You create. I would just like to very honestly, since you talked about, plain talking, straight talking. Lots of people approached me after my interjections yesterday that they would like to understand better why Miss Itu Wij Chopra has been pinpointedly trying to shut me down and muzzle my voice. Now she may not know because we just got introduced yesterday. I know you from much longer. So there's a paradox. It's called the founder paradox. The founder often become the biggest obstacle to the progress and to the fulfillment of the objectives of the organization. And please take it with all the compassion, all the kindness, and all the love that I share from the depth of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So
Jerry, just a minute.
No,
No.
It's fine.
No. I would like to go back to what Jerry said yesterday. Feedback is the multivitamin of champions of change. So thank you so much.
And we accept your feedback very gracefully, but I hope it's mutual. Now, right. So when I see transaction is not bad. No transaction in the world is bad. Transaction is the way of life. But that transaction has to be ethical, and that transaction has to be fair, and the transaction has to be win-win. And that's why I say that even the most holy, let the thought grow on you. Because there is a transaction between the mother and the child, whether you like it or not. It's not just give and give. The mother has an expectation too, and the child has an expectation too. Right? This no expectations, no stress. By the way, no stress is very dangerous for human beings. No stress means the guy will be complacent, he won't do anything in his world. You have a lot of them in the world. Right? So no stress is dangerous. Too much stress. What I explained to you yesterday, bad stress, it's called duress or distress. It's bad. What you need to create is eustress, good stress. That I have good stress to keep this relationship healthy. Otherwise you take relationships for granted. Yes or no? And never forget this, human nature is that we take our most closest relationships for granted. Because we don't clarify expectations, right? So that is my thing to you. Anything, I mean, even a meeting with a person for the first time is the beginning of a relationship. Yes or no? So if you already formed a judgment, it hampers the relationship. So you need to clarify what that person is all about.
The behaviors and patterns that are, that a person shows, even at the first time you meet them, are a result of what's going on a lot niche.
That's the indoctrination, right?
Yeah.
So the iceberg model, the behaviors are at
the top.
At the top.
Yeah.
But the behaviors are rooted in the beliefs, the values.
Right.
So the values are not clarified, right? And that's exactly like yesterday, I don't know if you're there in the beginning, I was explaining about humility.
Yes.
Many people think they are humble. They are very humble with somebody who's more powerful than them or more holier than them. They're very humble with the Dalai Lama, with the Pope, right? And that's a piece I wrote actually. I was in, what is that place called? Dharamshala, right? And we left for the airport on time, but we got stuck in traffic. Not traffic, because the traffic was stopped for 1 hour. And I said, who's this VIP who's moving over here? And they said, Dalai Lama. I said, Dalai Lama ke liye we are waiting for 1 hour. And then the Dalai Lama happened to be at the airport too. he was, I think, flying SpiceJet. There were only 2 flights at that time. This was 2016. And I think we were flying Air India. I was there with a group doing a training program. And then when the Dalai Lama was in the VIP lounge, when he entered the airport to get into his flight, everybody rose and went towards him to get selfies and stuff like that, right? There were only 2 people who were sitting and not going towards it. One was me, the other guy was on a wheelchair, right? Okay. So, and then I saw that Mela and Jamboree happening of taking selfies with Dalai Lama and so on. And then one guy, who was the MD of this company, and he's a practicing or a follower of Christianity, he comes up to me, I won't name him, he comes up to me and said, Jerry, I had an out-of-body experience. I said, for what? How? Do you follow Buddhism? He said, no, but so I said, what out-of-body? I said, people have out-of-body experience when they meet Vijay Mallya also. People have out-of-body experience when they meet Sunny Leon also, right? So what is the out-of-body experience? What you're basically doing is, it's called euphoria.
Exactly.
So you're feeling euphoric. It's not an out-of-body experience, man. I said, did you notice the other monk? And I wrote a piece on this later for a business magazine. I said, did you notice the other monk? He just went and stood in the corner. I was watching him. That guy was very calm. I said, he's probably the next, and this guy had not noticed him. I said, right, exactly, because he's not the Dalai Lama. But when he becomes the Dalai Lama, then you will notice. And you'll have an out-of-body experience with him. And then I said, let me explain this to you as a Catholic. I said, do you know the current Pope? What is his name? Pope Francis, they call him. Right? I said, do you know, do you think you would have noticed him if you had met him when he was 16, 17 years old? Because you would have met him in a toilet. He said, what nonsense are you talking? I said, no, fact. Listen, man, it's in his autobiography. You would have met him in a toilet because he was a janitor. He would probably be cleaning the toilet and you wouldn't have even noticed him. Yes or no? I said, little later, when he was around 25, 26 years old, you might have met him when you were entering a nightclub or a pub in Poland, because he was a bouncer and he would have told you, Jerry, be careful. Behave yourself inside. Right? Because he was a bouncer at the age of 25. So I said, over there you would have felt fear of him, not an out-of-body experience. I said, if you had met him when he was a priest in some local church, you would have just treated him as another priest. But today if you meet him, you'll have an out-of-body experience because he's the Pope. Because human beings are not trained to respect human beings. We are trained to respect power, stature, titles, positions, designations. That is our problem. So you can actually have an out-of-body experience with anybody. That's what human libraries are all about. But you have to be in that moment. You have to be in that space to absolutely understand what the other person's story is. We do this very powerful activity. It's called appreciative inquiry.
Yeah.
Where you just speak to each other for 5 minutes and tell your story of a high point. And when people come out, they have an out-of-body experience. Why? Because all the happy juices in your brain are flowing. That's how it works. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like this topic that started, impressions create images. Images forms personalities. But human evolves every time. So the change happens every time. For example, the example that you quoted here, I have also sensed when I went hospital for the first time as a patient. So I felt that hospital is a very nasty place and it is full of, from a patient's perspective, it is negative and I'm feeling like what is happening. So second time or maybe third time when my cousin became doctor or something. So when I went with her, so I saw from the perspective of doctors that how noble this profession is, how much cure that can happen. So the way you glorified this bouncers and that example, I feel that किसी इंसान को जानने के लिए उसकी कहानी जान लो तो इंसान ही समझ आ जाएगा. और that is
human libraries
yeah,
are all about.
but we are so much short of time that we don't even understand or we don't even want to understand. We just assume as what we read or maybe what we are made to read, and that is how where problems start.
Thank you, Harun.
So no, the
and
question.
I don't think we are short of time basically,
Yeah, but
because we have, all of us have that much time in the world, right? But we waste our time on all the nonsense.
No, one thing complete is.
Sorry?
Yeah, it is about
Superficial.
Or the projection.
You know, I keep telling people in this country that if यार धोनी का इतना स्कोर हुआ है, उसके ये स्टैट्स हैं, क्या मुझे क्या लेना देना धोनी और कोहली से? If you had invested 10% of time on yourself, people don't even invest time on themselves. You would have been a better version of yourself today.
Yeah.
Yes or no? But we are always keeping, oh, Shah Rukh Khan's, you know, a friend of my younger son tells me, if Shah Rukh Khan's Dunki becomes a 1,000 crore hit, he'll have 3 hits. I said, what's he going to give to you? Why are you worried about Shah Rukh Khan's hits, man? Worry about how you can become a hit, no? So, good stress. But Harun, I get your point.
No, but question is, this was just a sum up. Question is that when we got the impression, and later in life, 2, 3, 4, 5 years,
right?
Can we recreate those impressions again with the same intensity that we have created? Like we can forget the impressions that happened. So the question is, can we recreate it?
And that's a good question. Yeah. Whenever I don't have an answer, I say that's a good question. No, we'll just curtail over here. But you know, we spoke about the 7 habits yesterday.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wal had spoken about.
I have jotted down that.
The 7 habits was written by Dr. Covey, Stephen Covey, who I'm a big fan of, and he wrote the book in '89 is when it got published. I tend to believe he must have put in at least 20 years of research into that book, right? And another person who teaches 7 habits is also in this room, yeah. And in that book he writes that what inspired me to write the 7 habits is because I saw a shift in literature. 150 years of literature that I had read focused on the character ethic. Character. Since you spoke about personality. The next 50 years, you would see all those books in the shelves nowadays. How to win friends and influence people. How to achieve success. He says the next 50 years, I saw a shift in the trend of literature which went from character ethic to personality ethic. Right? Now, simply explained, you can have 6-pack abs, but can you run a mile?
Absolutely well said.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Your 6-pack abs won't last you for a mile. What you need for the mile is stamina. And character like stamina is invisible. And there's research being done by think tanks around the world that it is not your personality, it is not your title, it is not your designation, it is not your graduation certificate, it is not your degree, it is not your percentage, it is not your fancy education in an expensive school or college which takes you places and beyond. What takes you places and beyond is your character. And that is what they don't teach you at home, school or college. Yes or no? Yeah. So you want to really know people? Focus on their character. You will know people. Focus on their character. And that's what we do. I mean, we do interviews. I mean, as an OD consultant, I sit on interview panels. That CV for me is useless. Right? I don't care. I ask 10 questions, which are completely character focused. Some of those questions are in the questionnaire. Yes or no? Yes, I know. Yes. And that's what people put up on social media. Right? Yeah. And you will see a trend nowadays, right? I met Vijay Mallya. Oh, seriously, and you're putting that up on Facebook, right? So I had done a election campaign for Manohar Parrikar earlier in Goa. So recently, around last elections, 2022, and he was to be here today, but he's not here. I would have told it even if he was here. He said, do my campaign manager. I said, I've been watching you on social media, right? So I really can't do your campaign. And I said, even if a good campaign is done, you're going to lose. And you will even lose your ticket. And for a politician, losing a ticket is an embarrassment, right? And rightly so, he lost his ticket. And the reason I told him, I said, I won't do your campaign is because I'm wondering in my mind, and I won't name him right now because he's not here. I said, I'm wondering in my mind, are you a CM candidate or are you an errand boy? Because every time you go to pick up some high command from your party, one of them was Chidambaram, I said, every time you go to pick these guys up, like Rahul Gandhi, Chidambaram, you take a selfie at the airport. I came to pick up Rahul Gandhi. I came to pick up Kanhaiya. So I said, you don't sound like a CM material to me. You sound like an errand boy. Are you getting what I'm saying? And he didn't get what I'm saying. He took a little offense at that time. But later on, he realized that, why put it up? Even if you want that selfie, why are you putting it up? Because you sound like an errand boy. You just shown us how subservient you are to the high command. Which means, how will you serve? And therein lies the problem, right? You don't need to serve the high command, you need to serve the people. You forgot that. Yes or no? But that's how political parties work, any party, right? So I think that if you really want to know people, you need to know their character. What are their beliefs? What are their values? And what are the principles that they adhere to? So, and that's what conversations, human libraries are all about. You go deep into your story, right? And that's how it works. You know, if you've been part of any self-help support group, how do people get out of addictions or trauma? It's simply by sharing stories and knowing each other better. And in that process, you get to know yourself better. So our next speaker is Anushri Das. Yes, right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarika.
Hello, everyone. If your path is more difficult, it's because your calling is higher. That's the principle I live by. And I believe most of you here somehow could relate to this thing, because all of us sitting over here, our path is little difficult or different from what Jerry was referring the normal human being or the average human being is aspiring to be. Once again, hello and good morning. Can I have little more energy from you? With that thought, namaskar. With that thought, I am a human with pride, with proud, with dignity, who you can call a change maker in making. Because I honestly believe that change is difficult, change is hard, and it's unwelcome, but change is inevitable. In life, you will always be, rather all of us will be presented with a choice to remain or evolve. Let's come to the first scenario. If you are choosing to remain unchanged, what will happen? You will be presented with the same situation, same scenarios, same storms, same challenges, until you learn from them, until you love yourself enough to say no more, ab or nahi, until you accept change in your life. Now coming to the second scenario, if you choose to evolve, what will happen? You will get to explore the strength within you. You will experience a world which is outside of your comfort zone. You will be awakened to love, to your higher self. Life, as we all face it, it's all about twists and turns, ups and downs, dead ends, and then coming back from those dead ends. The most beautiful moment in our life is when we come out of our mother's womb, sacred moment. Our struggle for existence starts from that particular moment itself. When we experience this world, which otherwise looks beautiful, colorful, and simple from outside, but the more you explore, the more you experience, you understand the cruel reality of this world, the two-faced people you experience. I think I have said a lot of negative things over here, but hold on. I am a compulsive optimist. I am here in this platform, or rather in a platform called life, to look at all the wonderful things. Because if you see, there are many, many, many negative things, horrible things happening around us, in our life, in the country we are living in the world, and everywhere around. So why to waste our life looking at all those awful things or negative things when we have only one life to look at the beautiful things, the wonderful things in our life? And once we start changing that perspective around this single question, I think our life will be much, much, much beautiful, better, and holy in some way or other. So, coming to one thing, if you want to change your personal reality, what do you need to change? If you wish to change your personal reality, you need to change your personality to some extent. Because what sinks in our brain, links in our brain. So that brings me to another aspect, manifestation. Isn't it a new buzzword, manifestation? In all the practices we follow, there is a new buzzword which is manifestation. And manifestation, if I come to that, it needs two things. One, you need to be clear as crystal what exactly you want. And you have to make that your conscious dominant thought. You can't just sit and relax and leave it to the universe. Whenever the universe wants it, things will happen to me. No, absolutely no. You have to treat the appointment with your goal, rather with your manifestation, as if it's an appointment with an important person. Suppose you're going to meet a celebrity, for that matter Shah Rukh Khan or Mr. Kohli. What you'll do? You will get dressed up, you will prepare yourself, you'll think about it, and most importantly, you will show up for that appointment. Similarly, you have to, when you are deciding of your goal, you have to be very confident, very preparatory in your life. My work takes me to places, and mostly to the tribal, remotest and rural places, to communities like Bonda community, Ho community, Santhal community. So I'll share a story over here. Once I happened to speak to a girl from a very small village, very remote village, inside a tiger reserve, and she said that there are things which are supposed to happen and will happen. You cannot do much about it. What she was referring to is a tragedy in my vocabulary. But she lived with that tragedy, that mental trauma, that physical pain for years together. Why? The biggest question is why? Because she considered change is not feasible. In the beginning I started, change is difficult and it's always unwelcomed. When I started advocating issues of child sexual abuse, many people, including my near and dear also, they came up to me and say, "Oh, who will speak of such taboo topics? She must have gone through this child sexual abuse." Is it? The question is, who will speak? I'll come to the statistic part of it. In our country, India, 3 girls are being raped every hour. 5 children are being sexually assaulted in our country, and only 3% of cases are being reported to police. Our entire criminal justice system fails over here. But the question remains, who will talk about such issues? So that makes me think that it's always you versus you. You lose when your mind conceives the thought, and you win when your heart believes in it. It's always your negative mindset, your self-doubt, your fear versus you. And you are here to win. There will be ups and downs, twists and turns. But with each one of those downs, whether you are just going through it or you grow through it, that's where the difference happens, and that's where the growth happens. I am very glad that I continued my journey where there were more downs than ups. But with each one of those down, I grew up. That has taken me a step higher towards my higher self, and that has given hope to many girls, if not many, to few girls and women to speak up for their rights, for the issues, get rid of the societal pressure, stigma, taboo, and be a voice of change. So I would just end with one thing. Are you guys ready to take the growth journey? Are you ready to be a face of change? I always said change maker is a very fancy term. So all of us are change maker in making. Our job is not to be perfect. Our job is to be a catalyst or a facilitator of transition or transformation. Thank you all. Hope all of us.
All right, thank you, Anushri.
Thank you. Thanks
Any
a lot.
insights or questions that you have for Anushri?
Yeah.
Mahima, you had something to share earlier.
I have a question here.
Okay, okay.
And this was a very good, and I have learned so much from here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Regarding manifestations, like you have talked, there are certain natural manifestations also, or it's like we have to create that magnetism to attract what we want? And if
I said that what you think you can manifest. There is no set policy or route, or you have to sit for so and so time in a dark room and meditate. There is nothing like that. If you are clear about your vision, if you have decided your path and constantly you are walking on that, I believe every moment you are manifesting for yourself.
And also that to some people, certain dreams come from the nature.
Okay, Harun, we'll give some others also a chance. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And I am Dr. Thiru, like I am from Tamil Nadu. So moreover, for the last 7 to 8 years, I have been advocating about child sexual abuse to the masses. That has been my entire objective is about. So one thing like which I actually put on my presentation is with a question mark, like, are you a child abuser? That's what like it will be in my presentation as a slide. I will ask everyone like, are you one among them? So to answer that, like I will ask them to wait till the presentation ends.
Could you please be a little clear? I think it's not clearly audible to me.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Little closer.
Okay. So the idea is, in my presentation, I used to have one slide which says, are you a child abuser? I leave it as a question, and for that, the answer will be given at the end. So when I'm going through the complete presentation, I used to stress them, when child abuse happens, when you actually come across that, you have to come up and you have to actually express that and you have to complain it, which you said like only 3% of people are actually doing. So it's like tip of an iceberg. That's what even I used to refer that. And at the end of the session, like if you don't report that specific incidents, there is a high possibility that the same person who was left without being, like giving a complaint, he has the capability to do nearly like 121 more child abuses in his lifetime. That's the kind of intensity like which we are talking about. So instead of just educating children about good touch, bad touch and a confused touch, we have to educate parents and the next gen students like college students and teachers on how important it is to understand the intensity of it and they have to report it. So I just wanted to add in this.
Sure, absolutely. I believe dialogue is the only solution. In a healthy atmosphere, healthy family atmosphere, the more and more conversation will happen about around this topic, taboo topics. I think we can tackle this issue or deal with this issue as a society.
Thank you. Anushri, you're doing wonderful work and it's really heartwarming to see what you're doing. I would just like to add on what Sir just said, that while you are helping girls and boys to understand what sexual assault is and what the child sexual offense is, I would also recommend that when you talk to any child, it is very important for them to know what their right is. I'm talking about the POCSO law. So if they don't know the POCSO law and what is the right way to report it, there are many around us even here who are working in the school with the kids, but they don't know what is the right way. The do's and don'ts are not even mentioned in the POCSO amendment. So it will be wonderful if you can tell them how to report, and it is an easy way to report at the police station or at the local court. If they don't know how to go about it, you know, the process is always going to stop after abuse. They are not reporting because they feel it's a very tedious thing. They'll get exposed or XYZ thing. There are a lot of fears in a country like India. So I think POCSO is something which you can add into your learnings and teachings, whatever you're passing on to the students.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Certainly, because it's not only about mental counseling, rather it's about making them aware about the rules and regulation and the laws as well, which definitely is a part of our curriculum Sparsh, which we are specifically catering to the child sexual abuse.
Yeah, this is Anil. I run a foundation where we basically promote safety.
You'll have to hold the mic a little close.
Yeah, I run a foundation called ENDA Foundation in Hyderabad, and where we specially focus more on safety, ethics and well-being. We are doing a Fulbright Scholars research with UNDP. I'm not sure if you heard about a lady called Surita Krishnan. We are working with her, and I'll tell you something which is very ugly that I've been seeing. We just started this work 3 weeks ago. So anti-human trafficking, the moment we learn about it, people think it is a prostitution or probably a forced slavery. So technology is adding fuel to the fire. So we're working on a concept called cyber-enabled human trafficking, where organ donning is something, forced surrogacy is something, and you'll be surprised to know that there's an officer called Mahesh Bhagwat in Hyderabad who went all the way to Burma to relieve 8,000 people. All of them are minors, and they were asked to do forced cybercrime. So I think technology is something which is enabling more. I think beyond POCSO, I think there's much more bigger mess. And we also did a decoy operations in Telegram app, where just 3 days back an FIR was also filed. Anybody who wants to do a live sex show, see it, it is just 10 rupees on Telegram. That's how bad and how ugly it is, and it is done by all minors. So there's a lot of great things happening, which in terms of ugliness, I think you should also focus on those areas where technology is enabling.
Okay, thank you, Anil. Just keep it short and succinct, please. Yes, you can answer that, and then we'll conclude this session. You want to answer? You want to give him any? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Anil. Okay. Thank you, Anushri.
Thank you all.
All right, and we shall open the mic now. So anyone who wants to speak, somebody who's not spoken, can come and speak for 3 minutes. Go ahead. Let's start with you.
Arshad. Come, Arshad. I'm sure you all have read our mails, and there's a slug line that we shared with you. I change to change. Change is what we talk about, and that's what we celebrate. The champions of change who bring about change through their work, through their actions. Over to you, Arshad. Come here.
So we have Arshil Saini, 3 minutes. You want me to play the video? All right.
ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਇਹ ਬੱਚਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ जिन्हों ने इन्ने रिकॉर्ड तोड़े ने।
वर्ल्ड बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में मेरा नाम दर्ज है, इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में, कलाम बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में और एशिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में भी मेरा नाम दर्ज है। तो मैंने पापा को बोला ऐसे करना है। पापा ने फिर मेरे को ट्रेनिंग दिलाई, पापा की टीम ने। फिर मैंने एग्जाम क्रैक करा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट और कॉम्शिया का। मैं कराटे भी करता हूँ, कराटे में ब्लैक बेल्ट होल्डर है, इसीलिए मेरा नाम एशिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में आया है।
ब्लैक बेल्ट होल्डर है, तो इसमें इंटरेस्ट कैसे पड़ा? आप तो कंप्यूटर में जा रहे थे, फिर इसमें कैसे चलेंगे?
कंप्यूटर एक पढ़ाई का हो जाएगा और कराटे एक तरह का स्पोर्ट्स का। तो मेरे हिसाब से हमें पढ़ाई भी अच्छे से करनी चाहिए और स्पोर्ट्स में भी ध्यान देना चाहिए।
दूसरे बच्चों को देख के ऐसा नहीं हुआ कभी भी मैं भी खेलूं, मैं भी इनकी तरह करूं?
नहीं, क्योंकि जो मैं कर रहा हूँ वो नहीं कर पा रहे ना।
All right, that's Arshil Saini. Go ahead, sir.
Video of the day to everyone. Myself Arshil Saini. I am 15 years old. I study in class 10th in Public School Ambala, Haryana. So from the starting in school studies, I was not interested very much. I was in co-curriculum and I pursued in that only. In co-curriculum, I do IT computers, modeling, karate, swimming and rifle shooting. In IT, I'm the youngest to clear IT international certifications, and in karate, I'm black belt holder. In modeling, I'm photogenic and got many awards, and I have a cute face also. And my name is also listed in very prestigious book records like World Book of Record, India Book of Record, Asia Book of Record, International Book of Record, and Kalam Book of Record. During this journey, by the people, I got bullied and got very negative comments. But at the back, I had my parents who supported me at every point of time. So, love you, Papa. And I always say that focus on your dream and don't care about anyone, as I do, and be yourself. And at the end, I would like to thank Rex KARMAVEER Chakra for inviting me and giving me honor. And thank you, Jerry sir. And
Thank
special
you,
thanks
thank
to
you.
Ritu ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being patient. Thank you all.
Thank you, Arshil. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Mr. Rao.
Hi, morning.
In today's world,
I just
bad
wanted to
news
ask one
dominates the
question.
headlines, and
How many
sometimes
of you
it
are facing
seems
traffic
that hope
problems
is a
as
rare
issues?
commodity.
Right?
Here is
many of them, right? Even we also, I'm from Bangalore. In fact, many of them keep crying like, why you are late because of the traffic. The one thing which I wanted to make it more clear is, it is not the traffic which is making, you late. It is you who is the traffic in the traffic, right? So what we say is, keep one car less on the road. At least my one car, if it is less on the road, at least I'm doing my bit, which I'm trying to say that each one need to think about it. So the traffic is go there, it's only because of many people driving one car, and though it is a 4-seater or a 5-seater or a 7-seater, but still the car is occupying the space. Instead use public transport, or in our case we try and tell people to use cycle. So go green is the concept what I got in through, and I just wanted to play a video just for just to educate about what we are doing. Jerry.
It's already playing.
Yeah. Okay.
Person who believes the world can and should be a more sustainable place.
That's my daughter.
And perhaps
That's my
most
son.
importantly, he is an individual who does not take no for an answer. He, along with his group, continue their Go Green campaign ride to this day, and its impact on health and well-being of our environment is, simply put, immeasurable. Their success comes from their tireless efforts, from the deep burning desire to improve their communities and the places they call home. They had 3,000 plus like-minded professionals from various backgrounds who had registered as members of Go Green, and the number is growing day by day. They have successfully organized around 300 Sunday Go Green campaign rides, riding a distance ranging from 25 to 100 plus kilometers. They cycle along the city roads to spread awareness of going green. At the same time, they also train newly joined members to build their confidence of cycling amidst traffic, eventually converting them and making them independent from fossil fuels. The group has received several recognitions from various organizations appreciating their efforts of promoting cycling and initiating Go Green in the city. The group was lucky enough to have the press.
Okay.
Yeah, there you can see that. Don't wait for the change, be the change. That is what I keep on telling people, as it was also saying the same thing. Like, I always say that, if you want to make something change yourself to bring in the change, which, through which you can change the other person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Our next open mic speaker is Mr. Alfred Aramban.
Hi, so that's right. Not just talks, ideas for action. It's been amazing second day today. I'm going to stick to that 3-minute thing to respect everybody's time. My name is Alfred Aramban. I'm a first generation.
You'll have to hold the mic a little closer.
I'm a first generation serial entrepreneur, and I'm blessed to have with me my entire family living together and my 6-year-old granddaughter. And today I want to share something that happens every morning here. Most speakers and everybody and we to each other keep saying good morning. All right? And I learned recently from my granddaughter something that is amazing. That every morning when she comes, or every other time that she sees you for the first time, she comes running and says, "Granddad, let's play." She doesn't understand good morning, she doesn't understand good afternoon, let's play. And that got me thinking, look at that attitude. And I keep saying this to everybody, that life is a game. And I'm writing a book about everybody has heard this, about life is a game. And I'm talking about how to recognize the game. Jerry spoke about stress, Jerry spoke about character, Rishabh yesterday spoke about paying it forward. So I want to share something that I've got inspired after listening to you. The whole idea in these days together is to spare ideas. So what I do most often is when I'm in the car and somebody just spoke about traffic. So in the traffic, how often, we are most of the time on our phones, or we're talking, and some even watching, streaming on their videos. Do you look to the neighbors, through your windscreen or through your glasses? But you look at people and it's very interesting to see the faces as much as you can see. But what I have been doing for quite some time is I look for this handcart pusher. I look for this guy who's driving a rickshaw or a cargo van, and I stretch out my hand if I can, or at least wave out to this person and smile at him. Most often they wonder, they look around. Is it me you're saying smiling to? What? What is it that you want from me? And trust me, the wide smile that comes in their face is fantastic. So when you're what did you say, share a kind thought? You don't even have to go there. Just a smile is great enough. I'm sticking through my 3 minutes. If I get a chance again, and if it's willing, I want to talk about my learning on stress. It's a great mantra. Everybody talks about stress, but we need to share our personal ideas. And second one is about character. Thanks, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. All right, anyone else who wants to, will have one final open mic. Yes, ma'am will open okay.
In the meantime, I just want to tell you that on our Facebook page, Rex Ideas for Action, the live streaming link is there. So check it out and share it. Happy morning to all. I'm Captain Dr. Katpapalli from Tamil Nadu. So I didn't plan, but this is the right forum to share two things. It's very important, I felt, after attending all the inspiring informations. Just one thing, skin donation. The acid victims, more nowadays it increased in India, more number of acid victims. That we can do this skin donation, everyone do. After death, only 2 parts of from our body we can donate. One is eye. Everybody knows that we can do donation, but our skin also we can do the donation, because when blood is coming, from that part to upper part only 6 layers are there. Sorry, 8 layers. From that 8 layers, they are going to remove the first layer. That only they are going to use for the acid victims and fire burn persons, affected persons and all. It will decrease their pain near about, if they are going for some other surgery, means it will take 9 months time to recover from that. If they are going for the donated skin, it will take only 3 months. For acid victims, I met many, near about 22 persons I met. In that, few are from Delhi also. I did case study on it. From phase 2 up to shoulder level, they underwent near about 35 surgeries. To cover this nose itself, 5 surgeries. So acid, it melt our skin like candle. So just you spread this information. The skin donation can do after our death, or any coma stage persons, or anybody passed away by accidental deaths. They can donate the skins. It will be there. They are able to preserve the skin for 6 years. No age limit is there. From 18 to minimum age is 18, maximum no limit. Because 92 years old lady, she donated her skin. And another one topic, many of us spoke about the folkso and the child abuse, everything. Camel jockey is there. They are trafficking child from particularly India and Thailand. They are selling the child. It is not it is not imaginable.
Yes, ma'am.
It's only minimum 500 rupees and 1000 rupees they are selling children there for camel jockey. So this awareness should give. We have to spread this awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mahima.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mahima Sharma.
You'll have to hold the microphone a little there.
I'm the founder and editor of the ThinkPot. Before we come to the journey of what is ThinkPot, what is the concept behind it, I would like to pick it up from ma'am. She asked yesterday, how do you transform the indoctrined stuff which you have in your brains, maybe since childhood or perspectives, like Harun said. I feel transformation is a journey, not attitude or something which we can inculcate in us from day one. And to transform, we have to start asking. Like, I'll take it off from Jerry. He said, don't assume. Yes, that is the beginning. Lot of misconceptions, perspectives, judgments arise from the word assume. So we need to ask. And I'll share a small anecdote from my life because it's easier to quote somebody else and easier to forget somebody else. I grew up in a family which was a so-called upper class Brahmin family. So it's Mahima Sharma, and I prefer to be called Mahima because of that. I grew up in a childhood which was very kind of secular because of my maternal grandpa, who was the then serving cabinet secretary of one of the Royal Science of India. And because the Royal Science higher was working with my maternal uncle in the army in the 1975 war, he was a war veteran. We used to frequent his house, and we saw certain things happening there, which were, of course, we all know, because of royal hierarchy, or we call it anarchy, or whatever monarchy. The sweeper class, the what you call the house help in our home, which was right opposite one of their palaces, was served in different kind of utensils. I'm using the word kind of utensils, not about you're not allowed to enter. So I would question my both the people, not just my maternal grandpa, that why are they being served like this if we serve in the same crockery pots, the ones we used. So the Royal Science higher answered me that we it is because of hygiene issues. I came back to my grandpa and I asked him, what is it about hygiene issues? When they leave the house, they clean those utensils and leave. What is the hygiene issue? And if it is a hygiene issue with them, why not with us? Later on, he took me to various places, orphanages. Our birthdays used to be celebrated with blind people. And that is how okay.
We'll have to 3 minutes, right?
Yeah. So that's how we began asking, he inculcated the habit of asking in us. 10 years or I'll say some 15 years down the line, I just realized during my journey as a journalist that we have stopped asking questions or getting the right answers. Or maybe we are sidelining people because we have that celeb culture which as Dhanya mentioned, repeating the same faces again and again to get the TRP which Lavita mentioned. So that's why how the birth of the ThinkPot took place this year. I have served I will definitely use verse, serve the media industry for 20 years since till now. I'm still freelancing with a couple of organizations which are apolitical in nature, And that's how the think pot got birth, because it originated from the word ink pot. Why not ink pot? Because we have stopped thinking. We are only inking, making our children ink, earn grades,
Okay.
and everything
Mahima.
like that. And lastly, I would love to thank Itu and Jerry to give us all this podium where we could have an open mic session, ask and exchange ideas, rather than a one-sided speaker podium where we are trying to transform others through our own journey, but not letting them ask. So let's start asking, reading, and not assuming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mahima. And our next speaker, thank you, is Commander Praveen Tulpule. Happy Santa, Praveen.
Yeah. Okay. You are the boss. Thank you.
Yeah, 9 minutes. 9 minutes.
Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday, everybody. Ah, that's better. I am happy fooling you. I'm not happy fooling you. I am happy. My first name is Happy. Fooling you is my family name. Now, so I'm happy fooling you. I have come to share something about medical clowning. Very, very nascent and new. Perhaps somebody doesn't know here. Some medical people also are not aware of medical clowning. So let me clarify right away. It is not about conducting a medical surgery or an operation wearing these clothes. No, it has got nothing to do with it. They will not allow a clown inside an OT unless there is a specific reason. A medical clown is expected to dissipate the stress at the hospital. There's going to be no funny thing right now here. Patients, kids, olders, everybody go through a very bad time. Somebody said here, hospitals are worst places and all. Yes, a patient loses his identity, his respect, and his privacy. People just barge in and out whenever they want, for a good reason, of course, but the patient has got no say in controlling that. He is just a number on the chart. Though the medical profession would love to give the person more time and attention, they don't have that because the patients outnumber the doctors, right? So there is that space where I step in. We go to the patient, we don't go to his bed and tap, hey, come on, get up, I'm going to show you some magic trick. No. I call him, hello sir, how are you doing today? Can I have a small chat with you? Would you like to see some magic? Depending only if he has given me eye contact when I'm wandering in that area. If he's avoided eye contact, I do not go close to him. Then I will put my hand across, let him put his hand on my hand so that I can support it instead of grabbing his hand and shaking him up totally. Put my hand quietly, he puts his gently there, and then I just give it a warm little squeeze to tell him I am here for you. Okay? Just imagine the happiness that the child goes through. Somebody has given him the privilege of saying no. Don't come to me right now, I want to take rest. Or I'm sleeping, I'm stressed. Right? The second part is when I try to do a magic trick or a gag with him, it fails. I'm a clown, I'm not a magician. Right? Only when the child will come up and say some magic word, could be his name, could be his school's name, could be his family name. Only then the trick will happen.
You got to hold the mic a little closer.
And there I am giving him the power to be in control of the situation. It is he who is doing the magic. He is a part of it now and he is not just a spectator. Gives him more happiness, right? That apart, imagine the stress of the parents, especially terminal children, ill children. The parent does not know today, tomorrow, 1 week, 6 months, 1 year, And if at all, I will take the child back home. But he has to put up a face, put up a good amount in the hospital, and keep fighting for the day.
Not now, later.
Imagine the stress of the nurses. I'm not even talking about the doctor. They come and go. They've got other jobs to do. The nurses are there standing on them 8 hours a day, lying through their teeth to the child. Don't worry, beta sab theek ho jayega. You're in good hands. We are taking good care of you. You're doing good progress, and you will get through this. Knowing very well there is hardly any hope for the child. Imagine what would she be going through when she goes home to her family and she has to spend the rest of the 12 hours or whatever before she comes back again. She's living two lives, one a lie, one the truth. So we entertain them also, we entertain the doctors, and we put an arm around the parents to give them a little hope and support. Medical clowning is not easy. Clowning itself is not easy. Getting a set of uniform like this, yeah, I call it uniform, not costume, is easy. Getting it is easy, wearing a nose is easy. Getting into the clown character is difficult, because that is where you have to shed your inhibitions. You have to expose your vulnerability, and you have to let people laugh at you. Because unless you let people laugh at you, you cannot become a clown. Medical clowning is difficult to get into. I mean, medical clown finds difficult to get into the hospital. First time everybody calls. Very good. Children's Day, Christmas, trustee's birthday, trustee's father's birthday, something like that, they'll call you. You go the next time, they'll tell you, oh no, some medical inspection is happening, stock taking, this, that. They'll try to avoid. After many years, I realized they have an inherent fear that today he is coming with a costume, tomorrow his costume will be branded by a pharma company or something, and he'll take a piggy ride. And because I don't charge money from anybody, they think he'll on the sly start making money. Enough of seriousness. Let's have some fun, right? Yes. Did I put them to sleep? Yeah. Oh my goodness! That's what my grandson says. Okay, so I'm going to teach you a small little magic trick. For that, my hands need to be free, right? Don't worry, I've got a 4G voice. It will carry. Thanks. So this is called the magic of Ting and Tong. This is Ting and this is Tong. You can try it a little later. This is Ting, this is Tong. When they come together, nothing happens. But should you say the magic words Toing? That's when the magic happens. Just watch carefully. 1, Ting, 2, Tong, Ting, Tong, Ting, Tong. But if I bang them together and say Toing, see? Aha! Most difficult thing to do in the world. Ting, 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 nothing happens. You say Toing, the fingers jump from this side to this side. Very difficult. Now I ask you to join me and do it. Let's see if you can do that. Ting, tong. And you join and say Toing, Toing, Toing. At times what happens is I forget to say the right word. And I say moing or boing or doing. And if I say that, nothing happens. No worries, I'm also a magician. I put my hand in my pocket, take out a spare finger and put it right there. See? It's so easy. Yeah, it's so easy. I'm going to share a beautiful secret with you, and I think I shall keep your time also 9 seconds. I'll do some mind reading. Is there anybody here? Yeah, I can see 2, 3 faces more who have had their birthday in 2022. Anybody who had their birthday in 2022? Anybody? Raise hands, please. Oh yes, it's working. Anybody who has had a birthday on an even date in 2022, can I request you to stand if you can, please? Please stand up. 2022, anybody had a birthday here now? You didn't have a birthday in 2022? 2022 you had a birthday? Please stand up. 2022, even day. Stand up, please. Yes, 2022, even day. 24680. Yeah. Right? Perfect. I want you to keep your hands in front of you like this and put them like that. Right? This is even date, right? 2022 odd dates. Can you please stand up also? No. Even dates, keep standing. Photographers, look that side now. Okay? Even dates, keep your hands like that. Odd dates, keep keep your hands like this. Okay? And instead of me taking a picture, take a picture that side, sir, please, everybody. Even days like this, odd days like that. And when the picture is published tomorrow, I'm going to say, I got a standing ovation for my
Thank you, thank you. Any questions or insights?
Sorry, I'll take it from here.
Any questions or insights for Happy Santa, Praveen?
Yeah, I do look like Santa, but...
Just two questions or insights, please. Yes, Namrata?
Thank you, ma'am. Happy birthday to you.
Only one question that came to my mind when I saw you on the stage. What inspired you?
What fired me?
What inspired you?
What inspired me to be a clown?
Yes.
Okay, so medical clown, I did not start clowning because I thought it was medical clowning. I started clowning because as a magician, I found it a little sad to myself that I am fooling people continuously one after the other and telling them, shh, you guys are, I'm the smart guy. You can't catch me. I said, nobody wants to go back like that. One smart like trying to show off. So I started clowning, doing mistakes in my act so that you could correct me. I started miscalling names, miscalling a boy, a girl, a boy. So you get the part to correct me. Now you are a part of the act. You're not just a spectator. Right? I met a child, 5-year-old cancer patient. I did not know he was 5 years. I did not know 3 days after I met him, he will pass away. But the person who had introduced me to the child at a party called me up to say, Praveen, something curious has happened. This child whom you met and the newspaper published a picture. He said, that child and you have something in common. I said, what? He said, you are a clown, and that child in his bucket list had an entry saying, I want to meet a joker from the circus. And that triggered me that perhaps on his way out, I was instrumental in giving him some happiness. And then I turned a clown, giving up my 17 years of service, my lifelong pension and medical benefit because this was my...
It's commendable and it's not easy. It's not easy at all. This is not easy at all. So, you know, standing ovation to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, this is the real one. Thank you so much. I couldn't hear you, ma'am. Thank you so
Hello?
much.
Yes. Here.
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Sorry.
I have a question for you. You're doing wonderful work and you go to hospitals, you do medical clowning, you bring a smile on faces of patients who probably don't have any hope. There's a lot of mental trauma there. What about your mental health? How do you deal with that?
Do I look in good mental health? You are? No, jokes apart, it is not a job that I am doing. If it was a job, it would have stressed me. I follow one maxim saying, pick up a job you love and you never work for the rest of your life.
True.
Right? So this is it. Yes, there is always a stress or a question in your mind that perhaps one particular family might think I am come to exploit their weakness there. Okay, or I am trying to take advantage of
Please
their,
hold the mic.
Misery. But once you talk to them and you put your hand on their shoulder and they know it's a warm hand from a warm heart, that dissipates.
But do you carry that pain?
No, as soon as I am out of the hospital, out of the costume, I am myself. Fortunately, unfortunately, playing a clown for the last 22 years, playing Santa since 1994, and playing a multinationals brand ambassador for the last 22 years again, has molded my character that even if I don't have the beard or the nose or this thing, I am myself as a clown.
Awesome.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you so much. We move on with our next speaker. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kavita Agarwal. Kavita? Yes, 9 minutes, yeah?
Yes, so it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And after a much laughter session, I come down to a topic in which we go deep dive and think. How to make our country a country that we have dreamt of. How to bring that change. The change that we all together here are trying to bring. Each one of us is here today. Why? Because we all have gone ahead and created that change. But why is it a hall full of people? Have we ever thought? Each of us have 50 family members, and from them, 2 of them are the ones who are contributing to the society. Am I right? Yes? And maybe people tell you that what are you doing? They have this mentality also. So why is it only you or me who is doing this? Why is it not everybody around us who has this thought? I, Kavita Agarwal, am into parenting. I work with children from last 15 years, and my observation says that the way you are brought up at your home makes the difference. Your environment, the thoughts that you are provoked, the seed that you are sowed right from the beginning creates that difference in your thought process. As a child, I had seen my father working relentlessly for the society. I had seen my mother doing very little help for everyone around her. What it taught me? That I have to be helpful? Yes, your environment teaches you. So I just follow a very simple method in which I just ask parents to teach their children 3 things in life. 3 things. The first thing is to love and respect everyone around you. It starts from home. Respect your grandmother, respect your grandfather, respect your grandparents. Give them time. You know what? These little moments create the bridge of love between the child and elderly people. Not only their grandparents, it starts with their grandparents, but you will observe that that child, when he is going out somewhere with you, he is able to respect everyone else as well. So it starts from your home. And how do we inculcate these things in them? With open-ended conversation. They say, spend quality time with your child. What does that mean?
Same is Fatima, her work is that.
It means sitting and conversing with them.
It's fine, let's follow the thing.
They say stories of grandparents create a lot of impact in the child's mind. Storytelling, yes? So why? Because grandparents talk about the times when there were no gadgets and the child, as a child, was able to grow up. So I say that you let your kids free. Let them enjoy the way you have enjoyed. Stop being overprotective. Giving love and respect to your help. When you do that, they learn how to love and respect others. Yes? Small acts like yesterday, I saw somebody asking the people behind the scene to go and eat immediately. These are certain small acts which talk about your character, which say that you not only think about yourself, you always have a thought for others. And believe me, when you start doing this, your kids automatically learn this. The second most important thing that I want to ask parents of today is to teach their kids art of giving. I know it is very difficult when all around all children are being showered with lot of gadgets, toys, ample things, branded clothing. So it is difficult for you to tell your child that you would not be able to give them. But whatever pocket money they get, whatever toys they have, whatever clothes they have, you can always ask them once a while to gift it to others. To take a percentage out from their pocket money, save it and help others. If they don't need a box of crayons to go ahead and contribute or give it to somebody, you would not believe these small changes I have practiced with multiple children and many parents, and they could see the change in the child's behavior, not only in a behavioral way, but also academically. The children have started performing very well. Because what happens when they get a sense of responsibility, it is not only fixed to a particular thing, it goes around in a very different way. Yes? The next thing is to teach your child to have courage. We bring them up in a cocoon of love, safety, protection, and after 12th, we send them out for studies. And then we hear children are in depression, children are not able to face the world. Why? Why are you protective about your 2-year-old as well? Let them be free. Don't we see parenting in slums or parenting in some other place that even if I have seen a child running from the stage and falling down, but the mother who was standing there did not come to pick up the child. They just come and say, don't cry, it's okay, you can play. Being overprotective about the child converts their own mentality to be that way. When a child falls from a bicycle, I'm sure you tell them that it's okay, get up and ride again, because you want them to ride the bicycle, right? So why not in the other aspects of life? Make them independent, teach them problem solving, let them have courage, teach them decision making with small things. What t-shirt should they wear? Who are we to choose what t-shirt should they wear? It does not matter if it's a yellow t-shirt or a blue t-shirt or a green t-shirt. And you would not believe, with these changes, the adult that you will be raising will be a change maker and will be standing here on this stage. As a child, I remember in Odisha 1999 when tsunami had hit. There was no electricity, there was no food, there was no electricity. I belonged to a small place, and our family had electricity after we used generator, and we somehow managed to get petrol from somewhere. I still remember grumbling at my father. आपने मेरा रूम सबको दे दिया, मुझे यहाँ पे सोना पड़ रहा है, आपने सबको बुला दिया घर में. You know what? Till today, I know he's watching me from there. It's that act of his that has taught me to be what I am today.
1 minute left.
So I would just conclude saying, we all love our children. We all love our children a lot, but our love for them should make them ready for the society. Yes? So it is not that children or anybody else will create the society. I say parents create society. So we all parents here have to create that society and make change makers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. We'll take two questions or insights. Yes, Rudy, keep it short and succinct, please.
Kavita, thank you so much. You really and very beautifully brought it up that what you do, your children do. So your children mirror you. You also said that teach things to children and they will do it. Thank you so much for bringing this out, and you beautifully, and you do wonderful work. I've been following you as well. As a child psychologist, I also believe, and probably that's an insight I had from 18 years of our practice and to right now also while you spoke,
is respect is something which can't be taught. Here also we need to allow children to mirror. So if you respect your child in front of others, your child will learn to respect others and also you in front of others. There's something which I have learned, and I absolutely go by what you said, and thank you for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Riddhi. All right, thank you, Kavita.
Thank you, Riddhi. So what you said is absolutely right. Our child mirrors us. So thank you so much.
Oh, one, I just wanted to share. My daughter, when I started the campaign, she was 2.5 years. And all along, it's almost 15 years that we were doing campaign together with all along other people. Now she cycles herself to the college. And she is quite independent in a way. Wherever she goes, people follow her. That's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
So we have a live example here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kavita.
Jerry, 1 minute. I just want to share an insight, and I'm sure you have known about it from the form that you filled, from the mails that we've been sending you, that we at the Rex KARMAVEER Global Fellowship, we recognize people from 7 to 75 plus, because there is so much to learn from children, because they teach us more, and they are not adulterated. So that adulteration hasn't happened. So there's so much to learn from children, and that's what we keep taking forward in all our fellowships and programs that we are trying to do. And mental health and children and learning is the anchor and the focus of everything that we do. And that's exactly what we are doing here, knowledge dissemination. Thank you so much, Kavita.
Thank you. We move on with our next speaker, Fatima Ali.
As Fatima is coming down the stairs, you must see her blue medal. She's one of our youth fellows, Rex KARMAVEER Global Youth Fellowship, and the KARMAVEER Chakra Awards that we launched in 2019, the first cohort, and she was part of it. She has graduated to move into the Prime Fellowship, and she's here with us to collect her second medal. And yesterday, when we gave the blue medal to Mrs. Wallen, she says, oh, I have to wear it. I must wear the blue medal. It's the UN blue. And we have one more youth fellow, two actually. One is Parvi, I introduced her to all of you. And there's Chinmay. Where are you, Chinmay? Yeah, that's also from our 2019 cohort of the Youth Fellowship.
Okay, over to you, Fatima. Which is the presentation? All right. You can take the clicker. So then the camera will see you properly. All right, Fatima, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Fatima Ali, and I'm a law student. I live in Mumbai. However, I was born and brought up in Bihar. And again, two things before I begin my presentation. One disclaimer, and the other one is a request. Disclaimer is that I'm very inexperienced as compared to you all. You all are immensely experienced and have contributed amazing things to society. I am still, trying to do my bit. So that's one thing. Second thing is that whatever I'm going to explain here right now is all my opinion. You can always agree to disagree. And I'm not imposing my ideas on anybody. Request is that since considering that I'm just a student, I'm a learner, I am prone to making mistakes. I might make a couple of mistakes right here. Please be kind to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'll begin now. So as you can see, Pehchan. Pehchan means identity, and the topic for today's presentation is Pehchan because this also happens to be the particular organization that I am the founder of. I founded it when I was in my second year of college, and as of now in my fifth year of BLLB. So I'll begin. Pehchan, or celebrating your identity, which works for inclusion. So could you also please blow the whistle on 7 minutes so that I'll be able to wrap it up in 2 minutes? Yeah.
That's because I think yours is a PDF, right?
Okay. The first question is, who are you? Have we ever asked this question from, maybe from ourselves or to others? Now there's this, it's kind of a game, okay? Game that I've made. The catch is that you are not supposed to take your name. When I ask you, who are you? Don't take your name, right? And describe yourself in one word. So mostly, if you ask this question from you, one of these things would be something that you might, answer. You might just use your national identity. You might say that, I'm an Indian, or I'm an American, or I'm a Canadian, etc. You might say that, I'm a Parsi, or I'm a Christian, or I'm a Hindu, or I'm a Muslim. You might say that, I'm a man, or I'm a woman, or a trans, etc. You might even say that, I'm a Tamil, or a Telugu, or let's say a Gujarati for that matter, which happens to be your linguistic identity. But when someone asks questions like this that demand you to maybe pick up one aspect of your identity and disregard the other, that is where the problem begins. Why? Because in such situations, what happens is that when you are giving a lot of respect, a lot of, let's say, respect to one identity, and you are resonating with one group, you happen to disregard the other groups that you're a part of, right? And all these other groups and communities that you are a part of deserve your respect. Now, we'll just break it down to a very simple, example maybe. So there's this concept of intersectionality in sociology. Now, intersectionality means that, a human being is made up of different systems, okay, different individual systems. Now, when these different individual systems combine together, right, it makes a complex human being. For example, you could also have a particular sexual orientation, you could have a political affiliation, you could be speaking a particular language, you might be having a particular occupation, you belong to a particular class, etc. Right? You cannot say that, I'm just a woman and nothing else. No, you are a woman who probably speaks a particular language, right? Has a particular sexual orientation, or, maybe belongs to a particular ethnicity, right? So when all these things combine together is what makes you you, all these aspects of your identity. And we need to respect all of this. Now when we say loyalty to one particular identity, since we have the concept of intersectionality, being loyal to only one group or one community that you're a part of becomes a little problematic. And intersectionality denounces being loyal to only one group that you're a part of, because all the groups that you're a part of deserve your respect. Now, I have a very, simple example that I've brought in. Again, a very amazing movie, Chak De India, right? There was this particular dialogue wherein Shah Rukh Khan had asked that, where do you belong to? And the players went like, okay, I am from Punjab, I'm from Haryana, and I'm from Bihar, I'm from Jharkhand. And then towards the end he says that, no, I hear only one word, and that is India. I mean, amazing context. We are not going into the context of this particular movie, but when someone asks the same question to you in general parlance, right? In general parlance, when you are told to pick up either this identity, let's say your national identity, or your, let's say regional identity for that matter, that is again problematic. Why can't you be, let's say, a Gujarati and an Indian? Why can't you be a Bihari and an Indian? Why can't you be a Jharkhandi and an Indian at the same time? Why can't you be, let's say, an Assamese and an Indian at the same time? We need to give respect to both these identities. We cannot disregard any of these. Again, I have taken this example, on myself. This little girl right here who's drinking coffee and is on laptop is Fatima, let's say, okay, right? Fatima is an Indian Muslim who speaks Urdu, belongs to Bihar, and is a woman. All at the same time, and none of the aspects of my identity overpowers the other, because I belong to all these groups and I'm loyal to all these groups, and all these groups deserve my respect, no less, no more. Now when we understand that we need to respect ourselves, 50% of our job is done. Now what we need to do is, the magic lies in respecting other people. Once you've started respecting yourself, You need to understand that other people who probably belong to a different community, or maybe have a different sexual orientation than you, or maybe have a different ideology than you, all of them deserve respect as well, because they are also a part of a particular group that you might not be a part of. However, they deserve the equal respect, because all of us are human beings in the end of the day, right? Now, we talk a lot about tolerance these days, that you know what, India is a very tolerant country. But you know what? What we need here is acceptance. Tolerance is probably the first step, and maybe we have kind of conquered it, but we need to go on to acceptance. When we talk about acceptance, so see, tolerance means that, you know what, I am tolerating you, you are here, I am okay with you existing. But when I say acceptance, it means that, you know what, I am happy that you exist, I am happy to be around you, and I respect you, and I'm not just tolerating you, I love being around you. There's this one particular quote that changed my entire personality, and that was, so in my school, I had one professor who said that, you know what, you need to treat others the way you want to be treated. And that is how, I mean, my entire personality got shaped by this particular word. Because when I'm speaking to somebody, I'm always thinking that, you know what, is it offensive to that particular person? What if that person would have said the same thing to me? Would I get offended, right? Now, I treat the other person the way I want to be treated. Last but not the least, why are you supposed to treat the other person with respect? Because life is an echo. Everything that you do in this world will definitely come back to you. So if you give best to the world, then the best will come to you. For sure it will come to you.
Okay, short, succinct, any insight or questions?
10 seconds. Last line.
After thank you, there's another slide.
10 seconds.
That's a new one for me.
So tonight, when you step out of this hall, please step out with a positive mindset, and remember that each human being is equally unique, right? We're all equally unique. We are all human beings. We're no less, we're no more than any other person, right? Thank you so much.
Very nice, Fatima, thank you. So you're a woman from Bihar who's also Indian, who's Muslim. Very nice, excellent. And I say unbelong.
Unbelong.
Which means you don't even need to belong to an India or a Bihar or a Muslim. Or,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. That's
okay, any thoughts or insights?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the ideology and what are you looking to achieve? Who are the target people that you're working with? You know, since you've set this up at such a young age, you must have some goal in mind. For all of us, it will be very insightful if you can share that goal, because maybe somebody can align with your goal.
Exactly, sure. So, I belong to a very small place from Bihar. It's Bodh Gaya. A lot of people know about it. However, again, it's not a metropolitan city at all. I moved to Mumbai as a law student, and it was very scandalous for me to discover that people are Islamophobic, people are casteist, people are homophobic, and people also disregard maybe the community that you come from, maybe the state or the city that you come from. If you are from a tier 2 city, they might just not see eye to eye, right? They might just consider you to be inferior to them. So that is where the entire idea of Pehchan originated. I was like, we need to have a platform in our college wherein anybody, irrespective of their identity, irrespective of the group that they belong to, they need to come up, they need to have a platform where they can come up, they can just take a mic and say that, you know what, I am this, right? And I am proud to be this. So what Pehchan towards the end, what we did was that we kind of introduced a couple of, let's say, open mics for that matter, when people would come up and they would recite the poems in their own languages. So there's a lot of diversity right there. People would, maybe present their own dance form, art form, etc. So that is how we got to know each other in a better way, and that is how we kind of started to respect each other, right? So that was the entire concept behind Pehchan.
All right, thank you, Fatima.
All the best in your endeavor, Fatima.
Yes.
Absolutely, so thank you for that question, in fact. So I remember when I had started Pehchan, there was a senior of mine he had posted a story on Instagram saying that, ha ha ha, when you start pehchan in school of law so that you can get some pehchan in college. Okay, so that was like really heartbreaking. I was like, what is this person doing? I didn't even know him. And people were like, you know what, this is a very cringe concept. They used to literally call us cringe, right? I mean, celebrating someone's identity and being true to yourselves and thinking that the other person is par at you was cringe for some people. And I was like, I am very okay being cringe-worthy. Sometimes it was heartbreaking to see your own friends calling you cringe, but I was like, okay, I'll just move on, because this is probably helping a lot of my juniors who are right there in college today. So I did that for them, and I'm very happy. And this medal, in fact, belongs not just to me, but to the entire team, in fact.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you. We'll conclude with that. Thank you so much. You can catch up with her over tea. We're going to take a tea break very shortly. So we are running short on time. So catch up with her on tea, over tea. Two housekeeping announcements before we break for tea. We're going to have a short break for 20 minutes because everyone wants to speak, right?
How many of you have at least 2 skills? Good. How many of you have 3 skills? Okay, great. Hands down, no goodies. Yeah. As a person, apart from our professional personal life, there are many ideas, thoughts and goals rolling in our mind. It's just like a normal Rubik's Cube. For time being, many of us accomplish one goal and ignore the other ideas and thoughts. It's like solving one side of the Rubik and ignore it. As a person, as an individual, we have many ideas and thoughts. Everyone are individual, independent, different thoughts and personas. How many of you try to solve multiple sides of the Rubik's Cube? Great, I'm with you. So as an individual, even I'm one among the many who is trying to solve multiple sides of the Rubik's Cube. If I take one side at a time, it's not an easy task. When I did little effort and smart work, so I'm halfway now to solve all the sides of the Rubik's Cube. Let me put down together. Here are the things about Rubik's Cube of my life in brief. The simple white. Why? I resemble this color to my hobby, passion towards the painting. I'm the person who was born and brought up in a town called Dharmavaram, Andhra Pradesh, which is famous for handloom silk saris. I was so fascinated about the silk saris stocked in my father's shop. From then, seeing those colors, I was passionate to develop affinity towards the paintings, and I learned out of it. Over time, another color teased me without much buzz, which is orange. There was a time we were down, our family was going through hardships. There was a person who came forward and said, I cannot help you financially, rather I can help you by sharing my skill or knowledge. That's my dance teacher. I'm a trained classical dancer. I still perform Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, Yakshagana, and many other folk dance forms. When life closes your door, another door will be open for sure. That's a classic example. Without him, without his initiative coming forward and help me, I would not have become a male classical dancer and perform various stages across the country. Another color is red, which I devote to sculpting. Back in my +1, +2, where I developed affinity towards sculpting, art and architectures. I was so interested, passionate towards it, and I started making sculptures out of chalks and sand. And the color red also indicates how fragile it could be, how patient you should be for getting the end result. The next two colors, blue and yellow. Those two colors go hand in hand in my life. After +2, I started developing towards I wanted to become an architect in my life. But general conception in India, you want to become something, you have to finish engineering. That's a basic formula. Still, I wanted to become an engineer, but which is architecture engineering. But due to my parents' advice and societal concerns, so I enrolled for computer science engineering. I was depressed, dejected, disappointed. I wanted to enroll, or I wanted to continue my passion towards architecture. That's when my hobby came into the picture. In my school days, I started collecting used pen refills from friends, classmates, with no purpose to it. After some years, I decided to continue my architecture passion and started making miniature of Eiffel Tower in 2007 from 400 pen refills. And I ran out of pen refills. That was a moment I realized one thing. When you have a purpose linked to your goal, your dream will become bigger. I started reaching out to various schools and colleges, setting up used pen refill collection boxes, creating awareness sessions on environment and plastic pollution. That is a source of raw material for me to make further miniatures. Like, since then, from 2007, I started making 12 miniatures. Eiffel Tower, Charminar, Big Ben Clock, Taj Mahal, Leaning Tower of Pisa, Sydney Harbour Bridge, Gateway of India, Saint Philomena Church, Amritsar Golden Temple, Jaipur Hawa Mahal. And the 12th one is going to be unveiled in Red Fort next month. Had I been just a software engineer, I would not have achieved all this. That is when I do both colors of my passion towards making miniature model making and the environment awareness sessions go hand in hand. As a property of color, yellow and blue forms green, correct? The last color in the Rubik's Cube. When you solve 5 sides of the Rubik's, naturally the 6th side will also get resolved. You want to go for a luck for the 6th side? No. When you put in hard work, you are exposed to opportunities, recognition and fame. You have to draw your recognition. You have to draw your path. Don't give it for the luck. Have a plan in your mind. Expose yourself to the world. Reach out to the world. Talk to in forums. Share your ideas so that your horizon will increase. That is what I'm doing. Even I'm the only one who makes miniatures out of pen refills in the world. There is no way you measure your success. And I have to lay the path for the generations to come. That is when I started reaching out to the world record forums. Right now, I back 13 world records for making miniatures of famous monuments from pen refills. And each monument takes 6 months to 3 years based on the complexity and design, because it's not an easy task to make something out of pen refill. So, choose your battles wisely, reach out to the forums, talk for yourself. Nobody will come to your home and get to know who you are, what you are doing. That's what I've been telling. So this is not just a Rubik's Cube, it's how I conceived or perceived the Rubik's Cube to my life. So now, it's your turn. There are many possibilities. There are many opportunities in your mind. How you solve all the sides of your Rubik's Cube. The inspiration rooted in your mind can be a sign that I'm headed in the right direction. Thank you.
People can catch up with you over tea, over lunch, yeah? Thank you, Srinivas. But I'm very happy to see that you're pursuing your passion. You know, in our Rex KARMAVEER Global Youth Fellowship, we say we mostly train our kids and youth to become career mules, while they have potential to become much more, but we want to put them in that box. So I'm happy that you broke the box.
Thank you. Also, I would like to give a last announcement that on December 8th, as part of India Art, Architecture and Design Biennial, where India is hosting for the first time after G20 Summit. So there are over 90 artists selected across the country to exhibit their artworks. I am one among them. If you wish to stay in Delhi, please visit Red Fort next month, December 8th, where you can see my miniatures of monuments from Pen Rifles. Thank you. December 8th to 15th. 8th is Prime Minister Modi inauguration. 9th to 15th is only VIP preview from India. VIPs coming from India and abroad. 16th to March 31st for public view.
All right. Thank you, Srinivas. Thank you so much. If you have any thoughts to share with him, please catch up with him over lunch, during lunch. Our next slot is for a performance by the young lady Anushka Tandon. Yes, Anushka. A big hand for Anushka Tandon, please. Yes, over to you, Anushka. Tell me when you want me to start playing it.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Anushka Tandon. I'm 14 years old. I've come from Mumbai. So I'm sure you would all agree with me that music is a universal language that unites us all, because it's the melodies and rhythms of music that have this unique ability of touching hearts and healing souls, right? So that's why today I'll be presenting to you an original composition which I've written that's titled A Sanctuary of Peace. So for me personally, music is the most profound form of expressing my thoughts and emotions. And that's why A Sanctuary of Peace for me is not just a song. It's much more. It's an earnest plea for humanity to stop the wars and the resultant suffering. Now, I know I might have not experienced the harsh realities of war, but my heart certainly goes out to the millions who've been displaced, who've been separated from their families, and who've been orphaned as a result of these wars, right? The endless conflicts in Palestine, in Ukraine, and Syria weigh heavily on my mind. And that's why I believe that music, with its unique ability of transcending boundaries, prejudices, and languages, has the potential to become a very, very powerful agent of change. So through this song, I hope to spread a message of peace, love, and justice. I aim to touch the hearts of each one of you sitting out here in the audience today and bring light to the lives of the less fortunate. Because I believe it's about time the world comes together, the world acknowledges the pain of these individuals and works towards a future where the Sanctuary of Peace isn't just a song, it's a reality for everyone. So, yeah, presenting to you.
You want to go more in the middle? Thank you. Thank you, Anushka. All right, shall we?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
why this strife? What is the need to fight? It doesn't help either side, it only worsens our plight. Compassion in place of divide. Love alone shall reside. A sanctuary of peace, for peace was ever cease. Don't make us beg and please, nobody wants to flee. Can you help? Can you now, please? 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 Thank you so much. Hope everyone enjoyed it. And I would just like to end with a huge thank you to Jerry sir, Itu ma'am, and the whole Rex team. It's been an absolutely amazing experience. And thank you so much, everyone. Hope you like the song.
Thank you, Anushka, and I'm very happy that you spoke about this in a world where most grown-ups are fearful of speaking against Israel and US for what they're doing, including many of my Catholic friends who think that the people of Palestine had it coming and they deserve it. I wonder how they say that they are following Christianity, because Jesus Christ's biggest teaching is forgiveness. And there's nothing to forgive, because the people of Palestine, some of the factions have done wrong, but that doesn't mean that you go about killing all children, attacking hospitals. And I was told not to post my posts on LinkedIn because I would lose clients. And I said, if you're always going to stay silent because you're going to lose clients because they're from the US or from Israel, then that culture of silence is what will condemn all of us one day, right? So I think it's time that people spoke up. And even Pope Francis has finally woken up. And he made a statement yesterday that what Israel is doing in Palestine, I think 2 days back he made the statement, is not a war. It's a pogrom, a state-sponsored genocide of innocent people, right? What Hamas did was wrong, no doubt, but Hamas is again sponsored by Israel. And most people are not aware of that. And you know, it's all about keeping that conflict alive so that they can systematically clean up people of Palestine from their own land and usurp that land. And I think it's time the world spoke out against it. And there's a huge movement happening, and I'm happy to say it's happening on LinkedIn, not on Facebook, but on LinkedIn, where people from the corporate world who have been silent and indifferent and apathetic for many years are finally waking up to the reality of the world. So I think it's time, and that's why, you know, children are at the heart of what we do, because the grown-ups need to learn from the children, right? So that's why. So thank you, Anushka, thank you for that. And I'm happy that you spoke out, because the first song that I put up on LinkedIn was something called the Gaza song, done by a young girl from Palestine, where she actually talks about how the media and everybody is in cahoots with Israel and their crooked, corrupt, criminal, capitalistic crony countries like US, UK and others. And now they also have been forced to speak out because of the movement that is happening on social media. Canada, Justin Trudeau has just woken up and spoken out after first, you know, saying that Israel is doing the right thing, but now he's taken a U-turn and said, okay, they are doing wrong. So it's the people on social media who are putting pressure on governments now to do what is right. So thank you for that, Anushka. All right, we move on with our next speaker, which is a performance again. We have artist Harsha with us.
There's a folder in the desktop.
Okay.
Dr. Artist Harsha.
Artist. Where is it?
This is my folder. Not now, sir, when I say.
Sure, sure. Okay, 9 minutes.
Before that, we are all good listeners. I am Harsha, artist from Hyderabad, but I'm an Indian, as we say. At the same time, can you all do small activity? We don't have time because of I'm a little bit hurry about Jerry sauce instructions. Ready? Let's do this once. Rub your hands. Please rub your hands. 3 members were not rubbing. Thank you. Now 1 member. Dear black shirt kid. Thank you. Please rub your hands. Touch your head. Touch your nose. This is nose. This is nose. Rub your hands. Touch your head. Yeah, 2 were little bit not listening. Last and final. Rub your hands. Touch your legs. Thank you so much. Here we are having 1 person only legs, remaining all fine. Now can you all count the numbers? I will be doing some sketch. Can you all count 1, 2? Ready? Yes, go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Little bit slow.
Huh? 9 minutes just became 7 minutes.
Sir, oh my God, okay. Done. Actually, I thought to do without seeing, but unexpectedly it became like this. I'm very happy, sir. The video, please.
Okay.
Why I am here today? The cause is here. So, from the kid I adopted, 3 kids, no hands and no legs. They were doing painting with mouth. That's the first photograph, please. Number 1. So here it is. The kid name is Madhukumar. He is very healthy right now. Yeah, he is very healthy. In unfortunate accident, he lost his hands and legs in electrical shock incident. Pic number 2. The reason is like this. This is the body burned like this. Electrical shock की वजह से पूरा पैर और हाथ निकल गया. After that operation got, then he started nothing. People are poking him. अरे कुछ कर नहीं पाता बच्चे को हाथ और पैर नहीं है. क्या करता है? Poking continuously. Then I started taking responsibility to teach, to paint with mouth. So now he became mouth artist Madhukumar, and we are having 3 kids like this. Thank you so much, sir. I am having 3 kids like this. and very happy. I don't want any support, but I want only standby. अरे बहुत बड़ा बढ़िया कर रहे हो. That's it. So only one thing I say, there is no disabled persons, disables. There is no disables. Only disable. Okay, disable, not disable. So I am committed to it. At the same time, there is small request. बहुत बड़ा फेमस आर्टिस्ट है वर्ल्ड वाइड, M.F. Hussain, Raja Ravi Verma, Picasso. We are very happy and great to know lot of great artists. At the same time, artist Harsha also is here. I am very small, but I am saying only one point. Why people our world is purchasing those great paintings in lakhs and crores. Raja Ravi Verma was painting purchasing 3 crores. Picasso's painting or selling is 4 crores, 5 crores. Very proud. Why not street artist can get 100 rupees to give his sketch? अरे आजू बाजू लोगों को देखो, आर्टिस्ट को देखो, उसको 100 रुपया दे के उसका स्केच ले लो ताकि उसका फैमिली खुश हो जाएगा. So I am the small person. I am trying to do that. I will do that. Thank you so much. I am expecting your support, being and standby.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you for the painting also.
From this, I want to tell one small concept about Jerry sir. Sir, you are like a villain. Yes, absolutely. Because of in India, not only in India, in world, if we say truth or facts, people will become villains. Yes. I received doctorate for observing the complexity of face expressions. अरे किसका नाक बड़ा होता है, eyes बड़ा होता है, और forehead is big. Based on that complexity, I can tell the characteristics. It's easy. It's trash, no problem. Let it be. But I trust. Simple. From yesterday, I have seen Jerry sir. Several times while he's talking, he showed his attitude of voice. At the same time, attitude of behaving like. Yes. Sir, that is sketched. Your attitude is sketched. किसी का नाक बड़ा होता है, they don't trust others. किसी का आंख small होता है, they always being sad. And here we are having 4 kids. In that 4 kids, I have seen several issues, even not listening parent words also. But I don't want to reveal the names. And this is the artist Harsha's word. Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you, Harsha. Thank you for the paintings also, and thank you for your birthday greetings also. Thank you so much. Okay. We move on with our next speaker. We have Nisha Jain. Thank you, Harsha, once again. Nisha Jain. Yes, ma'am. 9 minutes.
Yes. Precisely. Good afternoon. I know it's lunch time. थोड़ा भूख लगा है सबको. But फिर भी, good afternoon. Thank you. So, a lot of us are talking about inclusion, disability, disabled, mental health, wonderful things. I'm glad that people have started speaking about it on platforms like this, which were not spoken earlier. So to get some notice, we have about 5 lakh schools in our country. We are a country of mass. We have 10,000 colleges in our country. Yes or no? आपने देखा होगा सब बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं, कॉलेज जाते हैं सब, right? So imagine करिए एक situation in a very high profile school or government school, public school, wherever. There are 8 to 9 children, 10 children playing, पकड़ा पकड़ी खेल रहे, hopscotch खेल रहे, कुछ भी, and there is one child sitting on a table or on a chair and waiting for his chance to play. What I'm getting your notice to, that there are 3 ways that education happens across the world. The first part is segregation, where the child is helped to cope up in the classroom. I'm talking about mainstream, right? The second is integration, where the child is asked to be in the classroom for some time. What I am talking is about inclusion for all children with special needs. Why is a child segregated or integrated in a mainstream school and not included in the complete program? In spite of being all the resources around us, in spite of being a fee structure from 50,000 to 15 lakhs, I have seen children in preschool, children with autism spectrum, children with ADHD, children with learning disabilities are not included completely in the classrooms. They are forced to either sit with the didis and the bhaiyas inside the classroom separately because the admission has been taken and the board has made it compulsory that 3% or 5% inclusion hona compulsory hai. But is this inclusion? Are we giving equal responsibilities to all of them? Equal opportunities to all of them? Why those 10 children are playing and one child is sitting separately? Just because he is not able to play that game? Or just because he will be able to pick that game a little slowly or not play the way you want to play? Do you think that's right? Yes or no? Helping that child a little differently and not segregating, but including him or her in the classroom by helping others and sensitizing others to include him or her in the classroom is not that difficult. So I won't say that I have done, I've given the NATA exam and I've become an architect. No, but I'm an architect of change. I believe I'm an architect of unity. I'm an architect of inclusion. We have a bridge program which is called as the bridge program with 17 parameters which will help every child to get included in the classroom no matter what kind of disorder. I am not talking about disability, but I am talking about disorder. Any kind of disorder, whether it is Down syndrome, whether it is ADHD, learning disability, ASD, it can be completely included in the classroom with equal opportunities. The child can learn whatsoever is done in the same class. But the problem here is when a child with special needs enter into the classroom, every school and every principal feels that the best thing what we can do is just take the child in the classroom. No, we are not expecting that. We are just not expecting that. The true education will be when the child is taken in the school and taught in the similar way as the other 30 kids in the classroom are, is given equal opportunities to play on the grounds, is given equal opportunities to perform on the stage with everyone, is given equal opportunity to be during the circle time, to be during the assembly. I have been started working with children right from 1.5 years till 18 years now, working with children and adults from last 17 years, just inclusion. Out of the 5 lakh schools that I'm talking about in a country like India, there is not even, I claim on this platform, not even one school in our country which does complete inclusion. Not even one school. The best of the school with 15 lakhs per annum of the fee is also not following complete inclusion. Where are we as a country? Where are we?
215.
Are we doing the right thing in spite of knowing that every third child, this is the new statistics that I'm sharing with you, every third child born is coming with some or the other special need, minor or major, and still. So there will be a day when there are 15 kids sitting separately in one class and there are 15 kids sitting separately in one class in spite of being in the same grade, but just because they are not able to include with each other, there is a different curriculum that we are following. That's not true education. So the bridge plan that I'm talking about is a complete inclusion program helping every teacher, every parent to give the same platform as the mainstream platform. My only mission is an inclusive, literate India. And I hope we all together achieve this very, very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisha ma'am. Thank you. So we'll move on with our next speaker. You will have to catch up over lunch. In the interest of time, we are not taking questions today. Yes, thank you. Okay. We move on with our next speaker, Anil Rachamala.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Rex.
Good afternoon.
I am the last person. I think everybody is very hungry. I'll try and make it very short. I'll use just 4-5 minutes. So I am Anil Rachamala. I am the founder of EndNow Foundation. We basically work on digital well-being, trying to promote safety ethics. Of course, well-being too. I'll just take you through the journey that what we had, how technology was there in the past, and how the technology is right now. So I don't mean to insult or humiliate anybody, just trying to add some humor because already lunchtime, because what I prepared was completely very different. I studied in a school called Rishi Valley. I don't know how many of you know. So, yeah, so thank you. There we were used to do things which nobody does. So that's how I was brought up. And when we started this foundation, people laughed at us because we are talking about tomorrow's medicine. So attention was very, very less for us. Nevertheless, coming back to the story, at that point of time, I used to wait for 7 hours to talk to my mom and dad. That's called trunk call. I don't know, most of you were in that age. Then I was from a higher middle class family, so I had an opportunity to do a lightning call, which is 6 times the cost of it, which happens in 2 hours.
Anil, just hold the mic.
So 6 times the cost of it, it's called lightning call. Now I have a girlfriend on my phone called Siri. She makes calls in less than 7 microseconds. I have another girlfriend at home called Alexa.
She sent me also.
Technology has completely changed. I used to go to bank, wait for an hour for a 1,000 rupee transfer to do a money order in the post office. I can sit on the Western commode, do a billion rupee transaction right now. Technology is evolved. So the whole cosmos is there on the smartphone. I do agree it's a great thing. I booked my ticket, booked my cab, came here, going, everything, not moving a single rupee out of my pocket, only through scanning QR code system. Great thing, but how are we managing it? Do we know the right way to do it? People take 30 days of driving license and then drive. And most of the people whom you are sitting here do not know how to manage your social media and technology. I can bet. We have a psychometric test to do it as well. My wife has got 1.5 million followers. She understands nothing about what Facebook and YouTube is. She earns more than $4,000 a month. The irony is that we do not know how to use this technology. That's the worst part of it. So we should know how to use it, and that's where the digital well-being comes. So we as an EndNow Foundation, we fight for privacy, consent, digital rights, net neutrality and all. We file PILs in Supreme Court and all that. So I have personally written more than 480 weekly articles. I have written 40 books. More than 11 states actually refer my books for investigation and SOPs and stuff. I am 7 times UNDP award winner. So anyway, so Rex was the first to recognize me. I stood beside Tatas and Birlas and won the award. We don't have an office till now, but just 3 weeks ago, the controllers gave us a space to sit and operate during the weekends. So there's many things that we could do, and we are a completely non-funded and non-for-profit organization. So there's no money which comes to our organization. It is only people like great minds like all of you join us, help us write up will, help us do a survey. I was talking about cyber-enabled human trafficking as well. So all this is only done by great minds like Jerry, Edu. All of you can join me and see if wherever you can help. The other thing is when I talk about the reason why I say is technology, you do not know technology, consent management is one thing that we work on. I'll just give you one last example and close my topic. If I would ask some young girl to sit in front of, in a room where 500 boys are there, would anybody like to sit? Any girls here? Anybody like to sit? 500 boys are there, but only one girl is there. Okay, so ideally we are from a conservative country, so they don't kind of try to sit in the room, right? But you ask the same girl to join a WhatsApp group, she will easily join. She doesn't. Why is the consent very different between offline to online? Another example I would give is, if you are coming in the metro and suddenly say, I see a beautiful girl and say, you're looking gorgeous, I cannot say, because India is a very conservative country. Sometimes you might give me a slap as well. But online, I can say you're looking so gorgeous. 99% chance he'll send me a love emotica back. So why is the consent very different? What happens if the consent is not properly managed? So this is where, so we don't give solutions, we raise questions in most of the topics and articles and books we write, we don't give solutions because everybody has got a different belly, different taste, different thought, different mindset. So digital well-being is something that you need to understand. And as I told you in the past that, for driving you take 30 days license. It's the same way, the entire cosmos is there. So you should know how to manage it better, and that's where we do. And as I told Jerry, was speaking to Jerry quite a while ago, we also, apart from awareness and research and frameworks, legal frameworks, works that we do, we also look at in terms of any digital rights have been suppressed. One recent work that we are doing is, the social media influencers are getting arrested. I don't know if you're aware, more than 1,700 influencers have got arrested in the recent past because of wrong deeds. They get money, they promote some betting app or some scam, or they do that. So they're getting arrested. And in the last 3 weeks before, social media influencers have been banned not to do any trading apps, influence any trading. I'm sure the insurance is also coming. So what's happening is, the digital right, whatever the Article Freedom 19 we have, whatever we want to speak, we are not able to speak online. So social media people are getting arrested. If you see, trading apps have been banned. If you see, the insurance is also getting banned. So because this has 90% of the, not even 90, 96% of the ad revenue comes only from social media. So we need to save the rights for us. If we are not able to speak online, Jerry is tough enough, Jerry is knowledgeable, Jerry is well connected, he's speaking on the forum. But a person, somebody like me, I cannot speak in the forum against anything, but I should have a voice too. So we do fight for this. We are also doing a summit in Hyderabad in 17th and 18th December. You all can, if you know any social media influencers, you can ask them to visit our website, ennofoundation.org. So my objective is not to tell that you are not aware of technology, we are not managing privacy better. You cannot even understand the kind of cybercrimes that are happening right now. So digital well-being is something that is very, very important for all of you. And I wish you spend some time. Digital parenting is a wonderful topic. Digital detox is a wonderful topic. I can see all your screen times and digital well-being times are more than 7-8 hours. Because usi ke saath hi jeete. So I end up, digital well-being something is very, very important for all of you. Please visit our website and see if anybody can join with us in doing, propagating the good work that we do. End Now Foundation. My name is Anil Rachamalla. Anil Rachamalla. You can browse on Google, you will get it.
Anil Rachamalla.
Rachamalla.
All right, thank you, Anil. Just one thought, and I would like your insight on this. I think we spoke offline, but while there is a fear of voices being stifled on social media,
exactly,
thanks to all the social influencers who are doing wrong, but I think there's some kind of regulation required also.
Agreed. Yes,
not just on influencers, but also on celebrities.
Exactly.
Because we are a country of idol worshippers. All puns intended, all guns fully loaded. Right? You see a kangaroo dustbin in a temple, people start worshipping it. This has happened. Right? People have temples of Amitabh Bachchan, who's a complete rascal and scoundrel. Right? So many frauds to his name. You had an entire university called IIPM, which was endorsed by Sachin Tendulkar and Amitabh Bachchan. And everybody knows what a big fraud IIPM is today. They have several cases against them. Right? Same with the Sahara company. Right? Way back in 2003, a portal called Home Trade was exposed for cheating small investors of their hard-earned money. And after even being exposed, Tendulkar, Amitabh Bachchan, Hrithik Roshan continued endorsing it. It is like somebody saying, oh, I did not know Jeffrey Epstein was a sex offender after several cases being filed against him and all the newspapers reporting about his sexual offenses, right? You have social media influencers now, like people like Ankur Warikoo, who have built an audience with paid audience and trolls over the time, who have misled people about cryptocurrency, right?
Yes.
And no, people are not writing against them. So I wrote and I tagged him also. I said, what are you doing? You're misleading people. And all he could do was give sheepish, defensive, aggressive behavior, right? And this is happening the world over.
Correct.
Right? People are selling mutual funds, people are selling insurance schemes.
Correct.
You had Mahendra Singh Dhoni, some days back somebody was praising him galore on that he's got integrity and I said, what integrity and character? If he's got integrity and character, ask him to return the investors' money. These are small people who invested their money in homes in Amrapali, and he was not just their brand ambassador. He is on their board as a shareholder. These are big crimes.
Correct.
Small people who can't afford homes, take loans to buy those homes, get wiped out. So there is some regulation required.
Definitely.
So while I know that voices will also get stifled by using this, what are your thoughts? I mean, how do you think we should
definitely see
balance
if you're
this?
looking at what I've invited him as the chief guest for one of the day. What our thought process was that the idea of calling all the social media influencers to one place seat was to create a Hyderabad declaration. To create a declaration standing to all statutory, not only to India, at least 114 and 14 countries that we are talking to, we are trying to send. Because there is no regulation. कोई भी चालान डाल सकता है उसके अंदर. Consumer Forum can do, Ethics Committee can do, DOT can do, CERT can do, Ministry of IT can do, Police can do, everybody can file. अनाथ है वो. Because there is no statutory guideline, there is no framework. If I go on the left side, there is a rule. If I go on the right side, somebody banks me or puts me a challan. So as he rightly said, we are doing a declaration there. And as part of the why we thought of doing a declaration is that when we filed petitions in Supreme Court, appeals in Supreme Court asking to, the chor logon ko saath de rahe, chor logon ko saath. I said, don't look at from a chor log. There are good people also whose voices have been suppressed. That's how we went. And in the petition also, as we said, we also put that Amitabh Bachchan has given ad for one of the cool drink, which claims that 17 countries have claimed it as pesticides. हमने वही report भी भेजा था.
Oh, you had the man who was doing Satyamev Jayate on TV.
Yes.
And the ad is available ad is available on YouTube.
Yes.
Amir Khan, his name is,
yes.
Who actually had the audacity to say that Coca-Cola is absolutely safe for children.
Yes, yes.
And any 7-year-old will tell you that that's not true, right? But it's on YouTube, you can watch it, right? So whatever I'm saying here is absolutely based on evidence and facts, right? The only thing is, because we are idol worshippers, we let this people get away with murder. They need to be called out because small investors,
correct.
You know, I mean, they take loans to buy those homes. They put in their hard-earned money in mutual funds, and then you see that all your life savings have just disappeared because of some scam. And the billionaires are laughing their way to the bank, but it's the small people who get messed up, right? People committed suicide during Kingfisher Airlines. So, that's the whole thing.
So technology is something that people are standing behind the screens. You know, now shaming is an industry. I don't know if you're aware. Like is ज़्यादा cost है. Shame, dislike is very cheap. So fortunately, YouTube has removed it. So shaming is an industry. Please, if anybody is interested, please listen to the TEDx talk by Monica Lewinsky, The Price of Shame. She'll tell you how her life was devastated because of technology. So I'm not saying that while we try and safeguard the voices of the people, it's a lot of negative things that are happening at the back. So, shame, for example, one guy called me up and said he has 10,000 followers, he's applied. We said, no, you're a nano and a micro, you're not eligible, you need to be a mega to come and sit down in the declaration. You know what he did? In the night he purchased, Karid liya. He said, I have 4 lakh subscribers. You know, I am not that damn mad, so I have algorithms to at least track, you know, so you know how to, we look at a profile, we'll tell pura, jaisa aap log chehre ko dekh ke bolte hain, I can look at the link and tell his character. So anyway, so thank you sir for accepting us to be our chief guest there. Thank you.
And we'll open the mic. We'll start with you, Mr. Vikas Chandra. Please come and speak about Gaia, but keep it short. in the interest of time. Thank you, Anil.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. I'll just complete your sentence. It's called keep it short, stupid. Kiss.
Keep it short and succinct.
No, it's originally called keep it short, stupid. So, the point, as I'll start my conversation with all of you in an interactive way in whatever short time. So it is 9 minutes?
No, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. So there's lots of reneging on promises. Okay, anyway. So I see Jerry, I'll just focus my conversation in these 3 minutes on him, as a bull in a china shop. You know, bashing around celebrities, icons who do not deserve our respect, and he's doing a grand job and he deserves all our heartfelt applause. Because it's very important, you know, it's like, you know, we eat, but we also need to, you know, flush out the scum. The shit shouldn't hit the ceiling fan, and that's the world we are living in. Very unfortunate. You know, scum pots are floating at the top. So I praise and support Jerry's iconoclasm with all my heart, and yet somebody needs to catch the bull by the horn. And I tried to do that not just because Jerry is my thought partner and the only person before coming here who I knew and who nominated me for the KARMAVEER Chakra fellowship. I am convener, not the founder of Gaia Nation, which aims to be a better alternative to the United Nations. And very quickly, in just 2 minutes, faster than you can make Maggi noodles, I'll explain to you the justification for why we need a new world body to end the injustice, not just in Palestine, which is my focal point or the global focal point right now, but everywhere, right from the gas chamber in the national capital of Delhi that we live in. We don't need Nazis or Zionists to create our gas chambers. You know, we can do it ourselves. So please give us a round applause. You know, we don't need Nazis and Zionists. We don't need Muslim fanatics. We don't need Hagan or Irgun or Stern Gang, who killed their UN mediator, Folk Bernadotte, in 1946, who killed Lord Mohn, the minister who spoke for mandatory Palestine, and that's why Churchill turned against Zionism. They killed Yitzhak Rabin, the peacenik statesman, and the murderer, the inciter of Yitzhak Rabin's assassination on 4th of November 1994 was none other than the current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And we are in that goddamned unfortunate country which has become the global disinformation hub. You know, shame on us. The mainstream media has been feeding shit into our heads, telling us that history starts on 7th of October. You must listen to Francesca Albanese, who's the UN mediator on Palestine. She's very clear that it's an occupied territory, and international law tells us that the resistance has a right to retaliate. They were only taking hostages. Most of the people were killed by the Israeli Apache helicopters, which could not discriminate because they were not prepared. They were taken, they were stunned. It was a shock and awe. The tables were turned against not Israel, but its chief patron and chief abettor and partner in crime, which is the United States of America. I took upon a mission way back in 1998 to delegitimize America because it's the original occupier, apartheid, racist, settler colonialist, terrorist state. And this butchering happened from 1600 to 1675. It's been well documented by Bernard Belin in his book, The Barbarous Years. And you can go through, I am finishing a book which will be launched in December. I'll just end on that note. The book is called One World for Many Worlds. And in a binary that we all connect with, It is pitted against the one world that already exists, but that exists to destroy, to muzzle the voices, to damage the multiple worlds, the multiple pehchan that our young lady Fatima was talking about. They want to create the monoculture
Vikash,
by
that's it.
dissolving
That's
and
it.
destroying all the identities
thank
that
you.
we carry in our hearts, in our
Vikash,
soul.
thank you.
So much, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for the
Vikash.
pleasure, and thank you also for all the disrespect and all the dishonor and indignity that you have shown towards me. Thank you for all that. I take it as an emotional investment. Thank you so much.
Dishonor. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Vikash Chandra. So one clarification over there is you said Muslim terrorist, right? I don't think all terrorists are Muslims. That's the narrative that the world has sold to us, right? Right. Yeah, and the first organized terrorist outfit, I don't know how many of you know this, was not Muslim. The first known terrorist outfit was the Irish Republican Army, which was a Catholic community, right? Okay, good. All right, thank you. Okay, anyone else who wants to have the open mic? Okay. You spoken earlier? No? Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Three minutes.
Hello. Hi all. So my name is Sheetal Chauhan Jurani. I work with Radio Mirchi. I have been an RJ for 13 years, and also I have been traveling to different places. You know, I traveled solo and I've been to 13 countries, 16 Indian states and 4 union territories. And also I like adventures. I did scuba diving, I did skydiving, bungee jumping, river rafting, and the biggest one, I got married to. Yes. So I tell this to my husband, you know, I want to have enough interesting and adventurous stories to tell our grandchildren. So while I was traveling to these places like outworld, which is good, you know, you get great, amazing content for your reels. But while I was traveling to these places, I never felt I have reached somewhere in my life, you know. So I started inner exploration. I started, I am a pranic healer, certified healer, and then, you know, I did Vipassana 3 times. I was so happy to hear when Srinanjani ma'am mentioned ki she did it for 8 times. So while I was doing it, and you know, this inner exploration, which is very easy on budget, you don't have to search for discounted flights and compare it with MMT. You know, you don't have to book a super deluxe room in Radisson Blue. Your own private personal room is enough for it. So there's 0 EMI budget-friendly explorations, wherein, you know, I have been doing it since like 10 years now, and I reached somewhere जहाँ पे पहुँच के ऐसा लग रहा है कि मुझे यहाँ पे ज़्यादा रहना है. You know, लोग कहते हैं कि कहीं पे पहुँचने के लिए आपको कहीं से निकलना पड़ता है, पर यहाँ पे पहुँचने के लिए आपको जस्ट आपका रूम अंदर से लॉक करना पड़ता है. So you sit with yourself, meditate for a while, and you travel to real space without support of Elon Musk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sheetal. Yes, come, ma'am.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Edu, and thanks to all the wonderful people seated out here for sharing your wonderful experiences. It was amazing, awesome, but today I am here before you to talk about something slightly different from what you have been hearing just during all the sessions since yesterday. I come from the Northeast, from the state of Assam, which is known for its tea plantations, and today I want to draw your attention. I want to draw your attention to the hands responsible for the cup of tea without which you do not start your day. Now you see, I am an educator. I still am. I retired from government service, but I'm an educator, and that remains with me. And because I worked in a rural college, which was my first choice, and because I was on witness to the scenario all around me, my college is surrounded by tea gardens, and tea gardens are not just there in the area where I work, but all over Assam. So I have been witness to the economic, socio-economic condition of these indentured laborers who have been brought by the Britishers long time back with the idea that they will become a part of Assam. But that story has not turned into a reality till now. The government continues to treat this community as a vote bank, and they are remembered only during the election time. The management does not want them to be empowered, not even educationally, which is the most weakest area, because then they will run short of laborers. And that is one reason which actually drew me to that. Like a magnet, I was drawn to the community, because being an educator, I saw the plight of the youngsters. I saw what had happened to them, and the main reason was due to the lack of education. So as an educator, I considered it my duty to create awareness amongst that community. And I started my journey about 8 years back while I was still in service. Now I have retired officially, but I have re-attired. There's a hyphen in between. And so I started my journey towards their community and trying my level best. I started with volunteer work because I was keen on the idea of empowering the youth, just so that they learn to work for the community. Because only the wearers knows where the shoe pinches. Outsiders may come and go, but they do not actually get involved. And I wanted people who could really feel the pain, the trauma that these people were going through. I'm passionate about my work. It's become my mission now. And till my last breath, I'll try my utmost to give my best, just so that they can work forward in life with a head raised high and work for their own community and make them feel a part of Assam. And really, the tea industry is responsible for the economy, not just of Assam, but of India as a whole. So please keep them in mind and in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Vishy?
Good afternoon, everybody. I know you're all waiting for lunch, and here is a farmer who has moved from traditional chemical farming to agroecology farming. Its relevance, I'll take just 30 seconds to tell you. Last 70 years, for example, the food what we are eating has become poison, right? Food has become poison because of the monocultures. There is been talking about diversity. My name is actually Vishy. I started working with television and then worked with ActionAid and international organizations for a while. Currently, I'm working on supporting some of the agroecology projects because it has great relevance. The food has lost its nutritional density because they are not getting the kind of nutrients required from the soil, right? And here is the story of, his name is Narayanappa. I'll give mic to him. I met him during one of the community meetings, and he has raised multi-species crops in 20 cents of land, right? And his investment is only 5,000 rupees. So there is a great effort worldwide. There is a lot of debate and discussion on food systems change, not just because what I mentioned, the poison we are eating and nutritional density, but agroecology has potential to hydrate the planet. The discussion is not about methane, carbon emissions, but if you have green vegetation, 365 days, you would be able to fix, water in the soil, right? I'll give mic to him and then I'll come back to you.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు నారాయణప్ప. మాది వచ్చేసి అనంతపురం డిస్టిక్. మాదంతా ఆర్గానిక్ చేసినాము అనమాట. చేసిన తర్వాత కెమికల్ మందులు ఏమీ వాడలేదనమాట. భూమి అనేది మనము బాగా సారవంతంగా చేసినాం అనమాట. ఘనజీవామృతము, జీవామృతం అంతా వేసి దాన్ని భూమిని అనేది బాగా డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసినాం అన్నమాట. చేసిన తర్వాత కెమికల్ మందులు ఏమీ వాడుకునే ముందు మాది బాగా కెమికల్ మందులు వాడే ముందు ఎక్కువ పెట్టుబడి వచ్చిందన్నమాట. ఈ ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయం చేసిన తర్వాత మాకు భూమి అనేది బాగా సారవంతం పెరిగింది. వానపాములు అనేది బాగా ఉత్పత్తి అయినవి. బాగానే దిగుబడి కూడా బాగానే వచ్చిందన్నమాట. వచ్చిన తర్వాత మేము భూమిని బాగా మేలు చేసినాము. తర్వాత
So he's saying that I moved to practicing natural farming. He's part of a program where he's one of the small farmers. He has used bioinoculants in place of fertilizers so that he can regenerate land. And when we is using chemical fertilizers, there's a lot of investment going on, right?
తర్వాత మాకు దిగుబడి కూడా బాగానే ఆదాయం వచ్చింది దాంట్లో పంటలో. గ్రౌండ్నట్ వేసినాము, ఏటీఎం మోడల్ వేసినాము. ఏటీఎం అంటే ఎనీ మనీ, డబ్బు. ఒక రైతు పోయి ఇంకో రైతు దగ్గర మనం అడుక్కోకున్నట్ల నెలకి ఇంత 50,000 వచ్చేదన్నమాట. పెట్టుబడి చేసి ఒక 4,000 5,000 పెట్టుబడి పెడుతుంటాం. దాని తర్వాత ఇంకా నేను నా భార్య అదే పని మీదే చేసుకొని ఉంటున్నాం. నేను 2016 నుంచి ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయం చేస్తున్నా. చేసిన తర్వాత నాకు బాగానే ఆదాయం వచ్చింది. భూమిని బాగా సారవంతం చేసినాము. ఏమీ రోగాలు కూడా రాకోకుండా చేసుకున్నాం అన్నమాట.
So he says he moved to any time model. This is a word coined to attract small farmers because he will sow vegetables so that he'll have harvest short term, intermittent and long term, right? So that small farmers can actually move to agroecology and he would be able to sell vegetables. He sells vegetables to employees and all. So his contribution is that basically this is the first time that he was able to earn so much of money, and I'll ask him to just tell about multi-crop.
ఒకే పంట మీద అంటే 5-6 రకాల పంట వేసినాం. తర్వాత నా పొలంలో ఒకే పంట మీద ఆధారపడుకోకుండా ఒక పంట ఎత్తులో పంట మనకి క్రాప్ వైజ్గా వస్తుందన్నమాట. ఒకే పంట మీద వేస్తే మనం దిగుబడి రాదు, నష్టపోతాం అని అంటాం. మనం
భూమిలో ఏం మార్పులు వచ్చాయి?
భూమిలో అనేది మనకి బాగా భూమి అనేది బాగా సారవంతం పెరిగింది. మనకు కూడా భూమిని బాగా మేలు చేసినట్లయితామో, మన ఆరోగ్యాలు కూడా బాగా కాపాడుకున్నట్లయితామో, క్యాన్సర్ అయితేనేమి, ఇంకొక రోగాలు అయితేనేమి, షుగర్ అయితేనేమి అవి రాకోకుండా మనం ఆరోగ్యంగా అంతా బాగానే సిద్ధంగా చేసుకుని ఉన్నాం.
See, one of the things that have been advocated, the way we are diverse, landscapes require diverse crops, right? Plants get their nutrition from availability of soil biology. You have nematodes, fungi, bacteria, it's very important. As she said yesterday, she's giving a very metaphysical kind of an explanation that plants get their nutrients not from inputs what we are giving, right? But from a symbiotic relation between microbes and roots, right? And this is a basic science. But we are revisiting this. Before we conclude this, agroecology brings microbes back into the soil. It has potential to, store water. And Fukuoka is the first farmer from Japan who spoke about natural farming. And India has, we have set up National Mission for Natural Farming. I met him during one of the meetings. Then he was not prepared by NGO or the government. I said that he's doing great work. I shot this with this phone. This 5-minute video which I did was picked up by the French government. It has been published in Senegal for farmers who's shifting to agroecology. So he was very humble. He said that, sir, 30 saal pehle, 30 years before, he comes from one of the most drought affected districts. For 25 years, for 100 years, Anantapur is one of the drought affected. He said, हम लोग के पास there's no fertilizers and chemicals. We used to have multiple crops and our diverse foods were available. Not necessarily the rice, right? So this diversity is also connected to our gut microbe, right? And this is one of the study I quote before I close it. This is like Thomas D. 2003 study. He says this is relevant for all of us. What we eat. The average of 27 kinds of vegetables, copper declined by 76%, calcium declined by 46%, iron declined by 27%, magnesium declined by 24%, and potassium declined by 16%. So food, you might have very good color, you spend a lot of money, but still it will not have nutritional density because we are killing life inside the soils, right? India is one of the top pesticides using nation in top 10. And our soils have become compact. And I'll share his film. When I did this film, I never thought that it will, attract the attention of policymakers, right? And I also had challenge in publishing it, for various reasons. It's not the forum to explain. But anything you want to ask him, he's first farmer actually in his district who demonstrated in 20 cents, one can raise an agroecology farm. Right?
We're talking about some CM recognition or something.
Yeah, just a couple of hours back, we got a query because we shared his story with the press, So it is published by Indian Express, and there is a query from CM office. It's in Telugu. I will share with them. So he want to know whether he is the first NF farmer who got this award, and they want to know whether he has spent 5,000 rupees on inputs. With this money that he is earning, how is he earning, and household level, it has improved nutrition or not. So this program also advocates and works with women. All of us, some 30 years back, even my mother used to raise a lot of vegetables, in backyard. That's like given a go by. But increasingly there is this, focus and attention. In fact, I have written a write-up, a perspective document which is getting published shortly, an international publication. Basically, how agroecology just not, address food security needs, but also it has the potential to mitigate climate change. The anxiety which principal is talking about, this can be addressed provided we shift over a period of time. I'm not saying that we suddenly stop chemical farming. It's not possible. We need to have means and ways of it, and people like him, his case study has to be, known to more farmers in dryland areas, because this is one of the most poorest, he's 42, his home is like, he struggled hard. They used to go to Bangalore as a labor for work, right? But I felt that he was like, he inspired me actually to write. He inspired me to sit and edit despite challenges. And I also owe this to Jerry, who gave us opportunity to come here.
Thank you, Vishy. And you've been bringing some amazing people from rural India, and I think that's the mix we want over here. You've been nominating several people who are doing great work, and thank you for this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, he wanted to say he is inspired by Vijay Kumar, a retired IAF bureaucrat who runs this program.
మా సార్ నాకు సలహా ఇప్పించారంటే మా సార్ విజయ్ కుమార్ సార్ గారు, అలాగే మా డిపిఎం సార్ లక్ష్మణ్ నాయక్ సార్ గారు, అలాగే మా భానుమతి మేడం గారు మాకు కూడా సలహా ఇచ్చి, మాకు శివశంకర్ సార్ కూడా అందరూ ఆ సలహా ఇచ్చి మాకు ఫీల్డ్లో ఉండి ఎట్లా చేసుకున్నాలా, ఏ విధంగా చేసుకున్నాలా అని 2016 నుంచి మాకు బాగా వచ్చి ఎంతో ఉత్సాహం వచ్చి మాకు దాని గురించి తెలివి చేసి చెప్పారన్నమాట. ఎలా చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది, ఇలా చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది అని చెప్పేసి మాకు సలహాదారులు మేడం గారు, మా కిషోర్ సార్ గారు, అందరూ వచ్చి మాకు ఇలాగ చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుందని ఇలాగ చెప్పిన దానికే నేను ఇంతవరకు చెప్పిన దానికే సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నా.
He says,
Thank you.
He says he's thanking Vijay Kumar, a retired bureaucrat who's been struggling, to educate policymakers, Niti Aayog, because it's a big, huge industry, fertilizers and pesticides. Very difficult to, transition, agroecology. His name is Narayanappa. So he wanted to thank, and the person who designed this model is, Dr. Lakshman Naik. He's a district project manager. He himself is a tribal, and a farmer.
Okay, you can talk over lunch. Thank you, Lavita. All right.
Thank you very much.
Vishy reached out about 20 days back, about Narayanappa. He reached out to me about 20 days back. And I said, how is he going to fill the form? So Narayanappa has filled the form, taken care of every guideline and protocol that was sent, and did all of that. So that's also an inspiration for all of us, that there is a reason. And there was a whole lot of people who were helping him out to stick by the rules, and the rules are for you. So every little thing was translated. He's come with a translator so that everything goes to him. And that's the spirit we celebrate here.
Thank you, Narayanappa. Thank you, Vishy. Okay, it's time for lunch. It's 2:28. Again, people, some of you have given your names for the PR services. I think we have around 38, 40 names. How many of you want an after party? We need to let the night. Okay.
So we'll take this call at 5 o'clock.
Okay. That we think we are doing a lot, and then you realize that there are many more people out there who are not maybe as wealthy as us, or powerful as us, or influential as us, and yet they're doing so much more. Sometimes I wonder, what are all the NGOs doing? Because they've been working in aid for years, but they can't do the work that probably Lakshman Singh has done. Lakshman Singh has empowered villages in Rajasthan and converted them from wastelands into wetlands, right? And because of Lakshman Singh, over 1 million people and children have a life of dignity and livelihood from agriculture in a country that is trying to slowly but surely kill agriculture. All right? You want to see reverse migration? You should see it in Rajasthan. You know what reverse migration is? People who had fled Rajasthan and gone to big cities, become laborers, some had even become beggars, have come back to Rajasthan and through farming have become millionaires in their own right today. I used to hear a lot of corporate people saying, oh, all the rich farmers. What do you mean all the rich farmers? They're working for it, man. Right? During the farmers' protest. Now, Lakshman Singh, who's empowered all this for them, continues staying in his small hut. It's a small mud house in a place called Laporia. Ever heard of Laporia? It's around 70 kilometers from Jaipur. Right? Small hamlet. He's content, happy with what he is doing. Every morning, 4 o'clock, he wakes up. Let's go and change one more village. Over 1 million people and children have a life of dignity, livelihood, and a good life. Today, most of the children of those farmers are going to big schools, universities, not just in India, but abroad also. Now, Lakshman, who was featured in our first Karma Kari book in 2013, has become a case study in universities around the world, including Cornell University, which is the only Ivy League institute which has a course on agricultural science. All right? Lakshman also has created an ecosystem, an environmental ecosystem with pure environmental engineering in Rajasthan, where 182 species of exotic birds migrate every year. And because it's become a case study in universities that teach environmental engineering and agricultural science, a lot of students today pay what is called as a study excursion and come to study from Lakshman Singh outside his hut in a place called Lapodia. Right? And all these guys who are going to the Cornell universities, the IIMs, the IITs of the world are awestruck and sitting over there. I've seen a session and Lakshman on a small slate is explaining to them how they do watershed management and transform wastelands into wetlands, how they're doing environmental engineering. And all these guys are going to get their degrees in the next 1 or 2 years from these top universities of the world. Right? And hey, surprise, surprise, Lakshman Singh has never gone to school in his life. Wow. And these guys from the top universities are learning from this guy who has never gone to a school in his life but is self-educated and he has learned, not just studied. And what are these guys wondering? What will I do when I get my degree? You will join Monsanto, man. Right? Now here's a fun fact for you. 70% of students who come out of the IITs in India, do you know what they end up doing? Banking? Most of them end up selling soap. Unilever, Procter & Gamble. Your biggest hiring grounds for the IIT IIMers. Right? Some sell soap, some sell soap operas. Right? It's a fact. With all due respect to media. Right? So that's Lakshman Singh for you. You've seen Chuang Norfel, if you've been watching the video. Chuang stays in a place in Leh. Retired from the Public Works Department, PWD, right? He was a low-grade officer there. And decides to do something for the community, right? Artificial glaciers. Yeah? So he makes artificial, you know what glaciers are? They're rivers of ice. How many of you are engineering students over here? Students or, wow, good. You were. So around 2012, a professor from IIT Guwahati had invited me to do a talk in Assam. So the night I landed, he said, I like all the stories that you're talking about. My book was still not published there, and then it was just a manuscript. So I said, okay, but I don't agree with the story of Chuang Norfel because laws of engineering are very clear. You cannot build artificial glaciers. Glaciers are a natural phenomena. So I said, sir, I don't know laws of engineering. I'm a philosophy and a literature student. So I can't really argue with you on this. We'll tell you that. Don't let me complete the story, right? So now, to understand how leadership and inspiration works, right? And I said, I'll give you the manuscript, sir. You read it because they do it, because they figure it out. So they simply, like how we freeze ice, they take glacial melt, put it in zincs, make it into ice blocks, and then manually they place it and build glaciers of ice so that people in times of need have water, right? And that's the simplicity of it. Next morning, the professor came to me and he said, wow, man, amazing. How did Chuang do it? I said, sir, he doesn't know the laws of engineering, no? So he's unlimited. Your laws of engineering, your education is stifling you, it is stopping you. And so I would love to meet him. I said, go to Leh, he'll come and meet you. You don't have to bother. He'll come and meet you and take you around. Right? Very humble guy. Now, Chuang, by the time he started, he's now around 90 years old. Right? Not physically able to do anymore, but inspiration. Sonam Wangchuk's inspiration is Chuang Norfel. Right? The original Iceman of India. Right? And Sonam Wangchuk is the man based on whom was the movie called Three Idiots. Right? They never wanted to pay him a royalty, so they didn't take his name. So that's Bollywood for you. So that's how it works. So that's Sonam Wangchuk for you. You must have seen Subhashini Mistry. Right? Wakes up one morning, 4 children, 1 dead husband. In a slum in a place in Calcutta near Howrah. Right? Dead husband because he had gastroenteritis, no money to treat the small ailment, dies. Now because he's not gone to work for 6-7 days, she has no money to cremate him. So she goes around the slum, begging, borrowing. Her neighbors help her, support her and give her some money. She goes and cremates him. And as she's cremating him, because everybody says, you know, he need not have died, it could have been treated. Small thing, you know? I mean, but he didn't have money. So she's wondering, if he need not have died, why couldn't I save him? So can I do something so that nobody else dies like him? But forget doing something to save him, she has to now feed her children. So she goes back to her slum, consults with all the women, I need to get some work. And they tell her, we work as domestic house help in people's homes, cleaning their toilets, washing their clothes, washing their utensils. Would you do that? Because you never worked a single day in your life. She says, I have to do it, I've got to feed my children. She starts working in a home, one home, two homes. Over a period of time, starts working in around 12, 13 homes. Now, 3 to 4 years later, the dream becomes real. I need to do something so that nobody dies because of lack of health care. So she decides the day job is enough to take care of my home. In the evening, she becomes an entrepreneur. She goes into the retail business. Not like a shopper's stop, right? And with no investor. Mr. Shetty, I had not met you then, otherwise I could have introduced you to her, right? He's an investor, by the way. If any of you all want investment, go to Mr. Shetty. I just exposed you, right? Okay. So she has no investor. And what retail business does she go into? She starts selling vegetables on the streets of Calcutta, buys them from the wholesale mandi. And if you want to learn customer loyalty, you should learn it from her. If you want to learn how to build a customer base, you should learn it from her. Over a period of time, she builds a loyal customer base because now they all know that she is doing this because she wants to build a healthcare center. 20 years she works hard, makes her elder son into a doctor. One of her daughters becomes a nurse, right? And 20,000 rupees that she saves, she builds a small healthcare unit called the Humanity Health Center. Today that small healthcare unit is a state-of-the-art hospital spread over 5 acres of land, founded and built by this one woman called Subhashini Mistry. True story. It's not a fairy tale, right? And then today you have met Mr. Narayan. Where is he? So you can see that there's huge innovation happening in the hinterlands of India, but you will never see it in the media. And I think we need to, as a community, nominate more and more of the people from rural India. So we seek all your support in helping us find the people like Teki Vishi has done. We have today with us a few of our KARMAVEER Puraskar, KARMAVEER Chakra award recipients who are getting the highest honor today, which is the KARMAVEER Maharatna, which we instituted in 2019. Because the whole idea is to create a hierarchy of awards. It's not about just giving you one award, it's about giving you a series of awards. And not because we just like awarding people, it's about shouldering more responsibility to do more. And be more, and learn more and contribute more. So that's how we created the hierarchy of awards. We have now several medals, starting from a digital medal, which is the white and the red medal. And then we have the blue medal, which was created for the Youth Fellowship. Then we have the bronze, silver, gold. Many of you are recipients of that, and some of you will be receiving it for the first time. And then we have the KARMAVEER Puraskar, we have the KARMAVEER Jyoti, and the KARMAVEER Maharatna. We are awarded around 40 people, I think, in 2019, which included Anu Aga, Mahabanu, Kotwal. And why is it a journey? Because at the core of the award is the passion to learn and grow more and do more and become more. So we have some of those people with us today. I would request, and I'll go alphabetically, so I would request Amarjit Kudle to come and speak a few words. My dear friend, fellow trainer, and philosopher guide, if I may call him that. Yeah. A car ride with Amarjit can leave you full of wisdom, right? That's what happened in Pune. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, it's on.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I live in a small village in the Himalaya. I live at 7,800 feet in the mountains. So this is a small village, about 4 kilometers east of Mussoorie. There's a small military cantonment called Landor. And we live there, my wife and I. And background is in hospitality. Did my master's, worked with the Oberoi Hotels for 12.5 years. Then with the British government for 4 years. And in November 2009, my wife and I, we decided we don't want to live in the cities anymore because life in the cities was going from bad to worse. Originally from Pune, but spent 15 years in Delhi. And then we just quit everything and went into the mountains. And we were very fortunate to find a house which is about 118 years old. It was one stage before a ruin. We restored it, renovated it, and we run it as a homestay. We are fortunate. We are ranked as the second best homestay in India and the fourth best in Asia. Over the last 12 years, we've won more than 38 international and national awards and citations. But the whole ethos of running La Villa Bethany was to employ the most underprivileged youth from the mountains and to give them training, to give them a vocation and to employ them. That was the driving force, and in the last 12 years, we've expanded to 6 properties and a few more on the anvil. But the whole ethos is to generate employment for the local youth. In Uttarakhand, there is a local saying, if you speak to any mountain people, they'll say, and particularly in the context of Uttarakhand, कि पहाड़ का पानी और पहाड़ की जवानी कभी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आती. Okay, our 2 main rivers, they originate in Uttarakhand, the Ganga and Yamuna. All the youth, if you take a look at the hospitality industry, F&B industry around the world, you'll find a lot of people from Uttarakhand who work in the industry. I mean, the best tanduriyas, the people who are tandoor masters, are usually people who are from Uttarakhand. And this is one thing that when we were initially visiting Landor, a local person had said, ki beta, pahad ka pani aur pahad ki jawani kabhi pahad ke kaam nahi aati. And that was another additional force for my wife and I to say that, can we plug that? Can we stop that from happening? And we've been fortunate to do that. The pandemic was a tough time when everything shut down, but we made sure that we did not let any of our staff go. We held on to them. We said, Kai nahi, we all stay together as a family and we'll tide the problem. So for 9 months, we stayed together. Didn't let anyone go, but every dark cloud has a silver lining. What happened was when the first lockdown was eased in November of 2020, while all the other establishments didn't have staff, we had everybody who were lazy and who were wanting to, excel in that. So when we reopened, we had everybody, just waiting to go ahead. And that has really helped. But thank you, it's been a great, great journey, friends. A lot of inspiring talks, a lot of sharing of wisdom that has happened over here. And that's something that's inspirational. I just wanted to reach out to Fatima and say that, what you've taken on is a humongous task. I wish you all the best, because unfortunately in India, we are still battling with our own regional identities, okay? To rise above that is going to be a challenge. I'll just take one more minute, is that if you want to take a look at where we really are, the New York Independence Day parade that happens from Times Square in New York every year, okay? Just next time when you see it, observe how people stand. Any idea how people stand there? Any idea how people stand, friends? In USA, by the way, in the United States, there is no concept called Indian, okay? There are 2 chapters of Nata, 1 chapter of Nabha, 1 chapter of Naga, 2 chapters of Nama, 1 chapter of Napa, okay? There is no Indian. What are the 2 chapters of Nata? Anybody? Anyone over here, friends? What are the 2 chapters of Nata? North American Telugu Association, North American Tamil Association. 2 chapters of Nama, North American Marathi Association, North American Malayali Association. Okay, 1 chapter of Nabha, North American Bengali Association. Okay, Naga, North American Gujarati Association. Naka, North American Kannadiga Association. Try find out where is the Indian over here. That's the sad reality, friends, whether we like it or not. Whether we accept it or not, that's the sad reality. Even after 77 years of independence, we haven't carved out what is an Indian identity. Okay? We still haven't carved out what is an Indian identity, friends. And we have to tackle at the grassroots. We have to attack at the grassroots. Everything else is candy floss. Everything else is candy floss, friends. We have to sit down and ask some serious existential questions. Because until then, we are just running around in circles. We are running around in circles, friends. True change, okay? True change. Where does true change happen, friends? Where does true development happen? If I were to just humor you, and if you were to humor me, where does true change happen? Where does true development happen? Development happens here, friends. You know, today, Indians in urban sectors are more interested in living in gated communities, fancy condos, driving fancy cars, wearing branded clothes, flaunting them. That's another thing that we do very naturally. But true development is the development of the mind. And over there, unfortunately, if you take a look, in the last few years, we've regressed as a society. Okay? And it's not my word. Don't take my word for it, friends. Everything that I say can be ratified, can be found out. All of you know the central government agency called CMI, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy. February of 2023, they issued a white paper saying post-pandemic, what is the percentage of women working in India today? Friends, this is not my figures. This is the government of India figures, friends. What is the number of percentage of women working in white-collar jobs in India today, post-pandemic? Who said that? Wonderful, ma'am. Take a bow. Fantastic. Guys, it's only 9%. How much? Only 9%, friends. Now, just to give you a reference to context, Jerry, can you give me 1 minute? Thank you. In 2008, you know, Hindustan Times, they do in February a survey, State of the Nation survey. Are you aware of it? Yeah, they do the findings and they do it and they kind of release the findings on each subject, you know, on a 7-day period. In 2008, the number of women working in India was 26%. 2008. Now I'm talking about white collar jobs, friends. Please understand. In rural India, the only people who work are women. Guys, men get drunk and play tash. Okay? In rural India, predominantly men, okay, they work only on 2 occasions. What are the 2 occasions that men work in rural India? Anji? Boni ke time or katai ke time. Guys, in rural India, men work for only twice. Once when sowing and the others when harvesting. But the rest of the time, it's only the women that work, friends. In white-collar jobs, in 2008, the percentage of women working was 26%. In 2018, from 26%, it came down to 18%. Guys. And in 2023, as per the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, women in white-collar jobs has come down to 9% only. Why? We have regressed as a society. This is the sad reality, friends. And if we want to really clinch this moment that everybody is talking about, that we are at the cusp of becoming a superpower, you know, that superpower definition itself is extremely warped. Okay? But if you want to seize this opportunity, we need more and more women coming into the workforce. But unfortunately, that's not happening. And the reason for that is that mindsets are not changing. The way of thinking is not changing, friends. All right? I mean, this is a sad reality. And the reason for that is that what has happened in the last few years is in India, and it is pan-India, friends. It's not north or south. North is unnecessarily vilified because the media attention and the seat of power is here. That's why north is vilified. Okay? But you go everywhere, north, south, east, west, patriarchy has become even more entrenched, friends. And we need to shatter the roots of patriarchy. And we are not being able to do that, friends. That's the sad reality. We are not being able to do that. And another sad thing that I would like to share with you is, you know who are the custodians of patriarchy in India? Guys, who are the custodians of patriarchy in India? Pardon? The women themselves. Friends, the women themselves are the custodians, the staunchest custodians of patriarchy in India, friends. Now, please understand, another point of context I would like to make over here is, the people who are sitting in this room, majority of us sitting in this room who've had a good college education, we come from the privileged class. You know what percentage of population do we constitute? Anyone? And this is again a figure from the RBI. So I am not saying anything out of my own. I'm not conjuring up facts or figures. I'm purely stating facts. Okay? You know what is the percentage that you and I come under, friends? Pardon? 1%. Guys, you and I come under 1% of the population of this beautiful country, friends. Never ever humor yourself to think that we matter. Your opinion and my opinion does not matter. But what we can do with our privilege is that we can reach out to people who are not so fortunate and try and become agents of change. That is something which is incumbent on us, friends. That's our moral responsibility, that we become agents of change within our circle of influences. That is what Dr. Stephen Covey says. Okay, start becoming agents of change where it matters. And my humble request to all the women sitting over here, friends, start attacking patriarchy. Please start attacking patriarchy at the roots. Start having an opinion and stand up to the male in the family and say, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. This is very important, friends. This is very important. But unfortunately, the reason why it doesn't happen is for most mothers, her son is the Raja Beta who can do no wrong. ठीक है? इसको बदलना है, friends. इसको हमने बदलना है. Because till the time we don't start thinking differently, change is not going to happen, unfortunately. घाट घाट का पानी पी के आओ, friends. Been to all the 5 continents that man inhabits. Somebody else had made a mention yesterday, the gentleman who works for Wipro. Okay, been there, done that. दुनिया देख के आओ, friends. I've been to every country that ends with a stan except for Pakistan. Okay, that's my only regret कि मैं पाकिस्तान नहीं जा पाया, unfortunately. But been to Afghanistan. I've been to Afghanistan many times, and this was during the height of the Taliban insurgency. I've had a surface-to-air missile fired at my Chinook helicopter when I was going from Kandahar to Lashkargah. I've seen the missile miss me from 30 meters. So I've seen death. But I can say this with confidence, friends. Okay, that we are not going anywhere. Yes, we are not going anywhere, friends, if we don't change our mindsets. And if we don't overthrow patriarchy in this country, please. Yeah, thank you. It's been an honor. It's an honor, absolute, Jerry. Itu, thank you so much. It's an honor of a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarjeet.
Thank you for this time. Thank you, guys.
So you just heard Amarjeet, who is going to be awarded the KARMAVEER Maharatna this year. This year, what we've decided is also as a part of our sustainability, we are introducing naming rights for awards, right? And we are announcing a few awards today. But if you want to name a KARMAVEER Chakra in the name of any of your family members who are deceased, or in memory of them, as a tribute to them, feel free to reach out. Yeah, we would be having a sponsorship model for that, which will be a 1-year, 10-year, and lifetime. We will let you know what the fees are for that. Yeah, because that's a part of our sustainability to keep the movement going. Thank you, Amarjeet. Today we are announcing the first award. And again we are going alphabetically. We are naming an award after Master Aaron Torquato, which will be given to students to stay resilient. Aaron is my nephew. He jumped to his death last year because of pressure, and that's being faced by a lot of students today. So the first award we are naming is in memory of Master Aaron Torquato. He was just 15 years old when he jumped to his death from the 23rd floor of his building in a place called Andheri. The next award is in the name of my dear mom, Lucilia Betty Emily Torquato. We used to call her Betty, and she passed away last year again. So, memory of her. Sorry, what happened to that? The third award is in memory of my stepfather, whose name is Bevan Martins. The fourth is in memory of a very dear friend and KARMAVEER Puraskar, KARMAVEER Maharatna recipient, Frederick Mendonza, who passed away a couple of months ago. Very passionate about promoting entrepreneurship in the Christian community, because I think it's also a need of the times, because the Christian community, unfortunately, mostly has a employee career mule mindset. We are not trained to think entrepreneurship. And yet you have many Christian entrepreneurs in this room today, who I all met thanks to Freddie sir, as I used to call him, Mr. Freddie Mendonza. And this is going to be given to a Christian entrepreneur, a young Christian entrepreneur who's breaking the mold. All the Christian entrepreneurs in the room, please put your hands up. I think somewhere or the other, Freddie has touched your life. So this is in tribute of Freddie. So there's Aaron, Betty, Bevan, Freddie. The next is in memory of our dear treasurer, who's been my pillar of support to keep KARMAVEER going for the past 2 decades. His name is Anurag Nirbhaya, and he lost his father around a month or 2 months ago, yeah. And Anurag Nirbhaya, when I first met him around 23 years ago, he's a boy from UP, used to only speak Hindi, but very good with his profession as a chartered accountant. And slowly has built his clientele over years, and today speaks English, and was one of the first batch of insolvency experts to be graduating for insolvency. You know what insolvency is? When companies go bankrupt, someone needs to kind of ensure that that entire process is done ethically. That's what Anurag Nirbhaya does, and his inspiration was his father, Mr. Mahendra Singh Nirbhaya. My mother-in-law, who passed away 2 years ago, award in her name, Mrs. Malkit Kaur Grewal. This is in memory of our dear friend Dominic Vaz, his mother, who was a big pillar of support for him, Mrs. Maria Vaz Mendes. This is an award in memory of Ritu Vij Marwa, who is Itu's sister, and she succumbed to cancer earlier this year. This is my old dear friend. We lost him 10 years ago, 2013. Savio Disa, my closest and dearest friend for many years, right from my teenage days. Can I actually say he was a big brother to me? Yeah, because I'm the eldest in my family, but Savio was my big brother. And the 4 boys, there are 4 boys in their family, they consider me as the 5th brother. So in memory of Savio Disa. And you all, how many of you met Mark Parkinson? So Mark Parkinson's son also jumped to his death in 2018. So in memory of him, we are having the Thomas Parkinson KARMAVEER Chakra Award. And so those are the awards that we are instituting this year. We will get back to you about what are the categories and things like that, and what is the criteria. But if any of you want to institute an award in memory of your near and dear ones, please do get in touch with us. We have Sayantan Sinha in the room, Rotarian Sayantan Sinha, who's also being awarded the KARMAVEER Maharatna today. Sayantan has been a KARMAVEER Puraskar Award recipient and a Jyoti Award recipient last year. Sayantan? Yes, please do. He's also a Rotarian and does a lot of work through Rotary also. And please don't do an Amarjeet on me. So
so I did not have to do an Amarjit. Jai Hind and Johar, my friends here. I'll just try to be a little bit impromptu with a 90 seconds buzzer from Jerry. So that's 1.5 minutes. 3 things primarily to say. 1, negativity is contagious. Negativity is very contagious. But believe me, there is something much more contagious. You know what? Positivity. And we are all suffering from that contagious atmosphere. So, thanks to the positivity, we stand here. And on this special day today, which Jerry had instituted, being the Constituent Assembly Day, where we founded something really good, and we talk about positivity. So there are talks about rights and duties. So all my positive friends here, we stand here with something all that we have done or we have been planning to do. So that's maybe our recognition to whatever bits of our rights. But there is something which is called duties. So there are primarily 2 duties. 1, we are all here because of a particular reason that all we have done and we are planning to do. But since we are all now together, the first duty is to help the person on your left and your right. That's all we are here for. To actually support and help the person so that we actually are Rex Fellows. Not for our own selves, but all around us. So that is one thing I would really advise and request you all to take home. The second thing is, of course, before just record myself for 30 seconds. The second thing is, when you talk about positivity, I really wish that, we because we are very proud Rex Fellows, we are very happy to be proud Rex Fellows, and built into this, atmosphere of positivity, there are 3 people we must remember. 1, the person who gave you the opportunity to become a Rex Fellow, whomever it might be. I will really urge you all to remember that person who actually made you Rex Fellow. For me, it was late Wing Commander Shashank Roy Chaudhary, and of course, JD, whom I knew from about 2004. Second, since you are a Rex Fellow for whatever years, and you go home, please remember the person on your left, on your right, in the front and back. That is the fellowship that we are all talking about. And that is, I'm sure, that the fellowship that Jerry would have brought up Rex for. The positivity has to flow and to multiply, because as you know, positivity, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 16, 16, 256, and that is Malthus. I'm sure that is Malthus Rex. Having said that, I would, my friend here yesterday said that it's a, popular, vote that somebody plays flute. So from my side, I will really request you all on this special day to have that positivity and have an ovation for 3 people. 1, the person we brought you here. 2, the person on your left and right. And 3rd, if I might please add, the human being, the person, the gentleman who brought us all here, and I mean it, I'm really thankful and obliged to Jerry. May you all have a standing ovation for him. Thank you. And now the last 25 seconds for myself. A lot of friends here, I see a lot of new friends, a lot of new, new friends, new faces. All have been asking what I do. And believe me, with so much of positivity, so much of knowledge, somebody talking about wildlife, somebody talking about environment, somebody talking about mental health, somebody talking about peace, so much of knowledge, I feel bewildered. So I keep on thinking that what I am. So when I started defining myself, I defined myself as maybe a jack of all trade and master of none. So then I had a challenge in mind, what should I do to actually, to prove that yes, I've been so many years as a, Rex fellow. So then I thought that I will change my agenda, my paradigm shift. I have started mental health initiatives in Southeast Asia. I have started cancer hospitals, peace initiatives, human rights, so many, without knowing really much about it. But yes, Rotary International, Global Goodwill Fellowship, our Rex has given me so many of friends, so many of really good partners globally. So I decided that at this age now, I will connect the dots. I'll try to get friends meet each other. So, I will rather have the resources support each other. So that's my next plan, my agenda from all the things I do. And as I say that our standing ovation, my standing ovation will be just minimal for what Jerry has done for all of us. And thank you all of you. I love you all and God bless you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sayantan.
90 seconds.
Thank you for kind words. Wing Commander Shashank Roy Chaudhary is also a Karmaveer Puraskar Award recipient and has done some great work with Helpage and then later on with Hemophilia Federation. He passed away last year, but we should surely do something in his honor. Thank you. Thank you, Sayantan. From Sayantan, we move on to Sashi, who you listened into earlier. She's also being awarded the Maharatna Award this year. And she'll tell you a little more about her work.
A very good evening to all the fellow Rex team sitting here. Thank you, Jerry, thank you, Itu, and thank you to the team of Rex. I've been associated with them for the last decade. I was sitting just like you all. In 2013, I received my Karmaveer Chakra. I didn't take it just as a recognition. It was a responsibility that was bestowed on me. So everybody sitting here truly is an inspiration. Thank you for making me a part of this forum. Quickly, let me tell you, I wouldn't want to take much of your time. Since 2007, I've been spreading awareness on organ donation. At that time when I started, not many people actually came forward. They looked at me as someone who was just talking out of the way. I created workshops, created corporate programs. I met a lot of people. My job was, I just keep meeting people. I was also working, I was in an IT company. What happened in 2013 was we had about 4,900 odd transplants that happened, 2013. That's when I got my Karmaveer Chakra. We are a decade down. Any guesses how many, now that we all know about organ donations, tissue donations, any guesses from 4,900 in 2013, we're in 2023. How many transplants do you think are happening now in India today? Or annual, I'm talking about annual donations. Any guesses? Very, very less. It's come up to 16,000. Yes. I would just like to throw a few data points for you all to ponder, because you all sitting here would definitely make a change in this society, because it's really important that we understand that we can definitely live after we die. And for you all making such a difference when you are living, I'm sure when you spread this word, there's a lot that can happen after this. There are about 146 crores approximately, the population of India. So if you have the ratio, it's about 0.8 person a million who's come forward for a donation to help in transplant. And we need at least 2,000 transplants for kidney alone in India currently this annual, but last year it was just 10,000. I heard the Colonel ma'am speak about donations. I'm very happy. Every organ that can be donated when we are alive are two, which is your kidney and a part of your liver, because your liver regenerates. I'm sure you're all aware of all. The parts that can be donated after is your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your heart, your kidney, your pancreas, your intestine, your tissues like your cartilages, your blood vessels, everything. Your tissue donation, a person after getting deceased, a tissue donation by one deceased person can change up to 75 people's lives, one donation. And about one deceased person's transplant from their body can save 12 people. So just work on the ratio and see where we are right now. It was really sad to know that when I met Jerry, right, Jerry is an inspiration, truly an inspiration. He's always been in touch. Really, Jerry, I really bow to you for what you're doing. The responsibility that you bestowed on me, maybe I would have jerked in the middle. I became a mother. I have a lovely daughter here. But your KARMAVEER Chakra really pushed me doing something ahead. All I request you all is one thing. Definitely it is possible to live after we die. Spread the word, because right now I know the donors are really high, but the donations that are happening are very, very less. Do you know the reason? Anyone? Yes. Absolutely. Family. I am an organ donor and a cadaver donor. My mom was an inspiration to me. She's sitting right here. She had given her eye for donation in 1999, if I'm not wrong. My daughter sitting right here. My hair doesn't grow more than this. I've tried really. My daughter has her hair up to this. And she says the day she decides to cut her hair, she'd give it to a cancer patient. And I'm very proud of her for that. Yes, that's Zara. So yeah. So thank you. So all I want to know is, please spread the word, because it's really important for us to know that even after, if I want to go ahead and give my organ for donation, my parents, my spouse, my friends, or whoever I've written has to agree to it, because there are a lot of emotional attachments, myths that surround this. So yeah, definitely we are going ahead, but still there is a lot more that we can do. So spread the word. I'm sure this team here will make a lot of difference. If you need any support in spreading the word, you can reach out to me. I am not on any social media. Absolutely. I have a number that you can get in touch with me. I will connect with you after this program. And thank you very much, Jerry, for giving me this opportunity and for continuing to inspire. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been an inspiration, and happy to meet you all. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Sashi, and that's we always tell people that ours is not just an award. So don't come to us just because you think you need to get an award which can be put up on social media. Ours is a responsibility to shoulder more responsibility, that you will do more, you will learn more, you will learn from the gathering, and that's why we insist that people be here for the 3 days. We've got some good suggestions to make it into a 2-day and stretch it into the evening. So we'll probably plan that for the next year. But yes, the whole idea is to learn from each other, and I think she does very inspiring work in the field of organ donation, which is much needed. And there's a lot of religious context to it also, because some kind of mindset that we are taking this body to God. No, it gets buried or it gets cremated. So you might as well donate your organs. They will live more, and you will live more because you're living in somebody else's body. And I think that needs to go out. So thank you, Sashi. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. So she's a corporate executive, but yet doing this work as her passion without giving up a job. And that's what we mean by the power of one. That you don't need to be just a social worker or an activist. You need to be either doing something to champion change or doing something to change mindsets, right? That's how we curate and recognize our fellows and research our fellows. We have with us Sunita Kudle, the saner half of Amarjit Kudle. And life partners and partners in the business also. So Sunita and Amarjit are doing some great work with the empowerment of the community through their homestay venture. And I've heard great things about the homestay. They've been continuously winning the TripAdvisor awards and other hospitality awards. But I think more than that, what's important is the way they have used the business to invest in the community. Over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Good evening, everyone. So quite a few things have been spoken. You've heard part of our story from Amarjit. So I'm not going to go back into that. But honestly, our relationship again with Jerry has been a long one. And in 2014, we were recognized by Rex and awarded the KARMAVEER Puraskar. And honestly, like Sashi said, for me also at that moment, it was not an end of a journey, rather the beginning of a new one. Because I kept asking myself that here is an organization which is not asking me to give up on my regular life. I am a hotelier. It is my job to create memories for you when you come home. You know, I am not giving you a holiday. I am there to create a memory for you, to bring a smile on your face even when you go back. But while doing that, what is it that I can do to make life better for a person whom nobody is looking at? And when you are coming to Landor, or if you're coming to Mussoorie, I'm not saying that you're coming to La Villa Bethany. You're coming to Mussoorie or to Landor. You are coming home, to my home. And you want to come there because it's a beautiful place. It's a place filled with nature. And when you're coming from Bombay or Delhi or any other metro, you're coming to a town which is very, very clean. And that gave me the idea of wanting to keep my town, my home, clean. So we are founders of an organization called KEEN. KEEN is an acronym. It stands for Keeping the Environment Ecologically Natural. And when we started this organization, we had 14 people. I'm very proud to say it's a 190 strong organization today. And what is the job that we do? We do door-to-door garbage collection, segregation and disposal for the entire town of Mussoorie. I very proudly say I am the Pradhan Safai Karamchari of Mussoorie. So, when I say 190 people, out of the 190, around 155 are women. And these are women, please understand, but when I'm talking about garbage collection, unfortunately, we still have a social stigma attached with it. So the women who work with me are women from the absolute neglected class of society. All of them are uneducated, but most of them are the only breadwinners of the family. And so first thing we did was to bring about dignity to them. We gave them uniforms, and you'll be surprised. Mussoorie is a cold town. Half the time, we are at an elevation of 6,000 to 7,800 feet. So 12 months of the year, you have to have your jackets on. The uniform we got for them, we got it from Decathlon. You know, because that's the jacket most of the people, when they come to Mussoorie, they wear. We got our shoes from there, so that when you have somebody very smartly dressed coming to your home to collect garbage, the person is wearing something similar to what you are wearing. So there is no difference between him, her and you. Yeah. So, and we don't just service homes, we also service hotels, restaurants. There are lots of residential schools in Mussoorie. The academy from where all our bureaucrats are trained, some of you may know, that is Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy. That is the IAS academy of the country. That's where I would actually say the seat of governance in India is not the parliament, it is Labasna. So, you know, Labasna is in Mussoorie. And that's where we decided to become an agent of change. And I'll just take another minute and share one of the things which really, really makes me proud. Not just that this was the only organization during pandemic which was working, because nobody else was allowed to move out, but we did. because had we not, if my boys and girls had not gone out into the streets to clean the streets and to clean houses, we would have had another epidemic on our hands. So, okay, can I just take 2 minutes, Sherry?
Yes.
There are 2-3 things I wanted to share. So, you know, I always say this, it's not the big things that you do. It is the smallest things of how you can touch somebody and it makes a difference. So, there's a very beautiful story I'd like to share which happened during pandemic. And somebody shared with me saying that, you know, everybody is thinking about themselves. There is nobody thinking about the street animals. The dogs are going hungry because the dhabas, the restaurants, everything is shut. I was a little selfish. One of the thoughts that came into my mind is, when my girls and boys are out there collecting garbage, it is stinking of food. So the moment these guys go out, the dogs are going to attack them. So we sent out a little plea to all residents saying that if you have dry bread or dry roti, don't give any subsidy, just give dry roti or bread to my guys. When they come to collect the garbage, give it to them separately. They will collect and give it to the cops. And when the cops go on their beat duty, they will go and feed the animals, so that even the animals are not going hungry. So it wasn't a big thing. It was normal residents of the town just giving their spare roti, but that also fed a living being. So that was one story that I wanted to share. But I also, another thing is that we've had a dump in Mussoorie, which is what we call the legacy waste. I mean, this is the dump yard where garbage has been dumped for the last, in recorded history it's for 90 years, but it could most probably be 120 years, nobody knows. And that place was a dump yard. And the unfortunate fact, which not many people realize, is that one of the main water sources for Mussoorie was right below that. So the entire leachate was percolating into the drinking water. And when I realized that and I took it up with the health authorities, first reaction is, be quiet, don't talk about it. And I said, well, it's a ticking bomb, you know. This is not an onus I'm going to take on myself. Forget everybody else. This is the town where I live. My child is growing up here. There are so many kids here. This has to stop. Fortunately, we convinced the mayor and the authorities to come and stand by us. And we cleared out the first thing we did was stop that dump yard, shifted everything to a waste to energy plant in Dehradun. And that entire place was cleared out. We then started with the help of the forest department. We managed to green out that area. Now nature has taken its own course. It's a green belt. And you know, after almost 90 years, the garbage dump has been stopped. And today we've got a grant from the Ministry of Environment to start a waste to energy plant in Mussoorie, a biomethanation plant. So it is not that you've got to be some great warrior doing, each one of us can make a difference in our own small way, you know. Another fantastic thing that came out of this was last year during the Swachhata Sarvekshan, Mussoorie was ranked as #1 town in Uttarakhand for its size. So, you know, I just wanted to share this with you, not to say that, oh guys, this is what I am doing or this is what we are doing. It's just to share that each of us can make a huge difference while leading your normal course of life. I have not given up hoteliering. That's my core occupation. That's what brings my bread and butter. But this is something that I do for my soul. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Thank you. Great work being done in Mussoorie. We have with us Vijay Pratap Singh Aditya. Vijay is doing brilliant work through his organization. You were awarded in 2008, the KARMAVEER Puraskar? 11. So after a decade, today, more than a decade actually, Vijay is being awarded the KARMAVEER Maharatna. Vijay Pratap Singh Aditya from Ek Gaon Tech.
Thank you, Jaydeep. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is a very momentous day also, not just because I'm getting an award here, but it is the day when we as a nation gave ourselves a constitution. We adopted the preamble for ourselves. It is the day on which the greatest revolution for livelihood in this country, called the White Revolution, which was started by Dr. Varghese Kurian. And today is the National Milk Day, on his birthday as well, which is also today, that is another very, very important day. And today, again after 3 years, the farmers from Punjab have started the march over to Delhi. Again after 3 years, because all the promises that were made to them about 3 years back were not met. So they have marched, they have reached Chandigarh, and soon they will be on the borders of Delhi. So this is something which I wanted to highlight the importance of the day, not because it is a very, very momentous day. It is about from a range of topics that we are, and one of the topics that I am working on is agriculture, with my company, which is Ek Gaon. It's a social enterprise. We have been there for now 22 years with primary focus on rural India, working in rural parts of India. We only work in rural India. And our focus has to be on agriculture. And in fact, a very interesting thing which I recall is that when I was awarded the KARMAVEER Social Entrepreneur of the Year award, I think it was 2012, not 11. I had started the work in agriculture on the supply chain or value chain side of it. Before that, I was working more from a technology perspective. We discussed in the morning about technology as such. And one thing which was a very long learning phase for us that we worked on was to understand how to bring together the value chain that allows farmers to benefit. And this is a very, very difficult task. Let me give an example for you to understand. I'm sure all of us are consumers of food in many forms. But if you realize, if I ask a broad question, what percentage of the amount you pay for, say, vegetables goes actually to the farmer in terms of percentage? Anybody would like to take a guess? Sorry? 5%, 15%? That's the range. In terms of wheat and rice, how much it goes? That is the main cereals that we eat. How much that goes? Pulses. Sorry? Not, it's much more. So, aggregate of all value chain that are there in agro-commodities, the farmer's return is between 10 to 15% on the lower side, and on a higher side it goes to around 30-35% maximum. The rest is consumed by the value chain, which you popularly call as intermediaries or middlemen and whatnot, various terms that are assigned to that. And the point I want to emphasize here is that why I use the name of Varghese Kurian was that his organization, which he started, Amul, has reached, in terms of value chain building, the return to the farmers, highest in the world, not India, highest in the world. The return over the value chain, which is the milk value chain, is now 86%. So every 100 rupees all of you pay for any Amul product that you buy, 86 rupees of it is going back to the farmer. This is the most efficient value chain ever created in the world. And it was done right here in India by an Indian with the small farmers, marginal farmers that Jerry was talking about, right at the grassroots.
He's right behind you on the screen.
Fantastic.
First Lifetime Achievement Award. Some of you I had shared it with earlier.
Glad to hear that.
2006 when we instituted it. And the only award to be announced when he died in his press release to announce his death. So he held it very dear to him. And today is also his birthday.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to. So the most efficient value chain. At Ekgaon, from our effort of 10 years, we have reached in our value chains that we work on around 240 commodities right now that you can buy at ekgaon.com. We have reached around 55 to 60% of value chain efficiency, whereas the industry standard is about 40 to 45% best efficiency. So we have reached around 50-55%. That's where we are stuck right now. And we hope that our mark is to reach around 85%, to be more efficient in terms of value chain so that return to the farmers is more, so that they don't have to march to Delhi to demand right for better livelihood. The reason why I wanted to kind of give this message to all of you, that's what my work has been largely, and that is something which I have passionately done over 2 decades. And I'm hoping that's an unfinished agenda of Dr. Kurian, was that this kind of revolution not just get limited to this milk sector, but it should go to all different segments of agriculture production, because most of our population derives their livelihood from agriculture. Like we said, like I think Amarjit was saying, only 1% of us are part of this segment of people. Most of the people who are actually looking at jobs are in the sector of agriculture and allied services. So let's think about that. And thank you, Jerry, for
Thank you,
having me
Vijay.
here.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vijay. So yes, we hold Dr. Varghese Kurian very dear to our heart. He in fact has raised the bar for us also to stay, very grounded. And I think the white revolution, how many of you seen the movie Manthan? Okay. And do you know how Manthan was produced? First crowd-funded movie in the world. All the farmers gave 10 rupees each, right? And that's how the movie was funded. All right, so we move on to, before we start the award ceremony, we have a couple of performances for you. And the first performance is from Anubha Pundir. Anubha, may we have you up on stage? Gumar, right? Let me know when to start.
पधारो साधु मरड़ी खिलवान अलम तारो कुररा 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 आस मारो जीवड़ो घड़ो हिचकावे ओ घबरावे मन में भावे मारो पागलो भवर मन भावे चमक चम बाजे पायल बाजे बाई सकेरे चमक चमक घुघरा बाजे आओ साधु मरड़ी खिलवान आओ साधु मरड़ी खिलवाने भाई जेठानी खेले सासू जी घुमड़ी खेले ननद भौजाई खेले भाई साहब घुमड़ी खेले घूमे रे घूमे रे घूमे 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 रे घूमे रे घूमे 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 घूमे
Okay, thank you, Anuba. Thank you. And from Anuba, we now move on to our next entertainer and performance act, Carlos from Goa, who's also going to tell you a little about percussions, the Goan gumot, and the history and tradition behind it. Over to you, Carlos.
Thank you very much for your warm hospitality. Thank you very much. I come from Goa. I have a small project. This is the instrument. It's called a gumot. It's a Goan traditional instrument. It's made up of, mud, earthen pot. And before they used to use monitor lizard skins, now the species, they're dying, so they're banned. Now we are using a goat skin. It's a new project of mine of taking this instrument to the world, to know about this instrument. And it's a instrument of Goa. It's already recognized by our Goa government. And I need your support because wherever I go, I used to travel with the Indian cricket team. And when there were off days, 3 days, the matches, I used to go in the slums and do, workshops, drumming. And I'm very honored to tell you that the talent what I found in the slums, these young children used to come and play drums. I think these people have natural talent, so it's a great honor for me. I'm working with a lot of groups, and my dream is to, through music, a universal language, take it forward. I'll give a small solo on this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah. Thank you, Carlos.
I forgot, I like to thank
Thanks.
Jerry and Eto for having me.
Thanks, Carlos. Good work that you're doing with the Gumot. And we move to our first set of awards. So we move on to our first set of awards. May I please invite Jugnu Grewal Almeida and Mr. Narayan to please come on stage, please, to give away the Maharatna Awards. Jugnu is the daughter of a farmer and Narayan is the natural farmer. So the very first award in the Maharatna series, you heard him a while ago. We'll go alphabetically again. Are we ready? In the interest of time and to avoid confusion, like it happened in 2019, all the citations will be mailed to you and the trophies will be given to you today. May we request the one and only person who can do an Amarjit on me to come up on stage and receive his award, please. Mr. Amarjit Kudle. KARMAVEER Maharatna 2022-23. Thank you, Amarjeet. I just announced that, I think you missed it while you were walking down, that we would be sending the citations to everyone by mail. Is Rekha Surya arrived? Bobby Cash, I believe, is on his way. So we'll move ahead with the second award in the Maharatna category, which is Sashi Priyadarshini. Sashi Priyadarshini, for all the good work that she is doing for promoting organ donation in the country, which is the need of the hour. The citation.
The citations will be in your inbox by the evening.
Next we have Mr. Sayantan, Rotarian Sayantan Sinha. One minute. Rotarian Sayantan Sinha, who's doing great work as a Rotarian and all the other projects that he's involved with. Has been the recipient of the KARMAVEER Jyoti and the KARMAVEER Chakra, silver, gold, bronze earlier. Next we have Sunita Kudle. Sunita Kudle, you all heard her speak also. And finally, we have the techie who's providing technology for the farmers, receiving award from the farmers. Vijay Pratap Singh Aditya from Ekgaon Technologies. Thank you Vijay, thank you Jugnu, thank you Narayan, thank you ma'am, thank you. So that is the Maharatna set of awards. Bobby Cash, we will award him when he arrives. We'll start with the KARMAVEER Jyoti Awards. May I request Amarjeet and Sunita to please come up on stage, please. To give away a few awards in the next set of awards, which is the KARMAVEER Jyoti. Start with Anil Rachamala, Anil Kumar Venkata Rachamala. you. You heard him speak before, so you know about the work that he's doing in the digital domain to create more awareness about social media and the perils of social media. Next we have Anita Babu. Anita Babu has been a Rex KARMAVEER Global Fellow for some years now, has received the Bronze, Silver and Gold Award for her promotion of culture that she does through her dance programs. BN. So that is Anita Babu. Next we have Brahmanand Singh. Brahmanand. He was in the room. Okay. Carlos Gonzalez. You just heard him play. Carlos has been a fellow for some years now. He's received the gold, bronze, silver chakras earlier, KARMAVEER chakra, and now, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. So you heard about the amazing work that he's doing with slum children, and I do agree with him that, we often forget to remember that there's big talent out there which has no opportunity, and I think with the work that Carlos is doing, he's creating opportunity for them. Do we have Colonel Gopal Karunakaran in the room? Okay, we move to Danish Mahajan. Dolly Singh. Dolly Singh has been doing some amazing work to promote the culture of poetry in Delhi and in the country. Where is Dolly Singh? Okay. What is this, the Sutta gang? Outstanding people. Okay. No, please go ahead. Brahmanand, your award is not being given to you now. So that's Dolly Singh, who's been creating awareness about the importance of poetry, of poems, and is the founder of the Delhi Poetry Festival. Brahmanand, please come up on stage, please, to receive your KARMAVEER Jyoti. Brahmanand is a filmmaker who's making amazing films to create awareness about social, environmental, and other issues. Thank you, Brahmanand. Next, we have Dr. Geeta Challa. Dr. Geeta Challa. You heard about the amazing work that she's been doing when she spoke on the stage yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Challa. Thank you, Amarjeet. Thank you, Sunita. May we request Vijay and Commander Happy Santa to please come up on stage to give away the next set of awards. We have Jurismita Pujari. Being awarded the Karmaveer Jyoti this year. Jyoti Dawale. Thank you, Jurismita. Pradeep Mahapatra. Professor Dr. Usha Ishwaran. Rahul Prasad. Next we have Ramveer Tanwar. Ramveer Tanwar. Saurabh Kaushal. Saurabh Kaushal to receive his Karmaveer Jyoti. Saurabh also has been our fellow for years now, doing some interesting work in the innovation and scientific space. Jyoti. It was all Jyoti. Is Yogesh Kochar in the house? Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you, Commander Praveen Tulpule. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you so much. Okay. We move on to our next round of awards, which is the Gold Awards. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Sorry. One minute. Let me open the. So we now have the Gold Awards being given to the Karmaveer Chakra Gold Fellowship, Rex Karmaveer Global Fellowship, Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Aditya Basu, is he in the room? May I please invite Sayantan? Sayantan, please come up on stage. And Teki Vishi. Wasn't Teki Vishi is what? Okay. Ami Hegde. Sorry? No, giving. That's fine. Anshu Tharawat. If you clap for them, they will clap for you. Quid pro quo. So that's Anshu Tarawat, who's going to receive her Karmaveer Gold Chakra this year. She's earlier received the silver and the bronze for all the work that she does to promote sports. Thank you. Amit Tuteja.
So Jerry, In 2022, when we completed 20 years, we had an online session where we called our 20 stalwarts from 20 years who've been with us and 20 new fellows to keep doing the work that we were doing online, because during COVID times, we couldn't meet you all. And Anshu was part of that 20 people that we had invited then. So they all get the blue medal as well.
Amit Tuteja, please come and receive your Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Anupama Dalmia. Next we have Banu Yachareni. Thank you, Amit. Anupama Dalmia. Banu Yachareni. Captain Shalini Singh, Daryl D'Souza, Dipti Rohit Jagtap, Kuljit Uppal. Many people have fallen ill at the last minute. Satyam Bhaskar. Yes, Dr. Satyam Bhaskar, please come up on stage. Dr. Satyam Bhaskar, please come up on stage to receive your Karmaveer Chakra Gold. He's been a fellow for some few years now. Dr. Sejal Mehta. Dr. Sejal Mehta, please come up and receive your Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. Dr. Sejal Mehta, receiving a Karmaveer Chakra Gold. She's also been our fellow for a few years now, has received the silver and the bronze earlier. Thank you, Sayantan. Thank you, Tekivishi. Thank you so much. May I request Sashi and her daughter and her mother to please come up on stage, please. That's 3 generations for you. And we'll give them. Please come up stage. And Bobby Cash has just joined us, has driven down all the way from Dehradun. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby, your award was announced earlier, and then since you were not here, we decided not to give it to you. So, okay. Bobby, please come up on stage to receive your Karmaveer Maharatna Award. Bobby's been a friend for a long time, has done several charity fundraisers for us, has performed at the Sound of the Sea. Discovery did a documentary on Bobby, which was titled 1 in a Billion. because he's India's only country music superstar, performs with the who's who of the country music legends in country festivals around the world. Bobby, if you want to say a few words, please feel free, because all the Maharatna Award recipients... No, please, Sashi, please stay on stage. Yeah. Because we have to give away a few more awards.
Thank you. As they say, better late than never.
Yeah.
But such a pleasure, joy to be here, especially at a time like this and to receive this wonderful honor. I think it was 15 years back, 2008, that I got my
KARMAVEER Puraskar.
KARMAVEER Puraskar.
2007.
2007. I think it was at Rajghat. And, you know, I can only say thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jerry has been a very, very old friend, and we've got to spend some good times together and do some good things together. I think I'm a very simple man. You know, I'm a cowboy at heart, as they say. But I sing, I make people happy. But there's always something behind it. There's a purpose. The very least is to put a smile on faces of people, and to be a force or a good positive influence wherever I live, or in my country, or in my town, and always to stand up for a good cause. And as our motto says, I actually wrote a song, you know, for KARMAVEER, for iCongo once. It was called Right Every Wrong, and I kind of believe in that. I stand by that. And it starts with me first, righting wrongs, you know, getting my own self fixed. I don't even...
That was performed at the first gathering.
That was at the first you know.
Right. But you can, if you remember the lines, the song was written by Bobby and a poet laureate called Amit Daya Badshaw.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We heard the K Sara Sara yesterday.
K Sara Sara was also.
All right, you know, there was another one I did. It was like K Sara Sara.
The new one.
And the old one went whatever will be, and the new one was
whatever we choose will be.
Whatever we choose will be. The future's our responsibility. Que sera, sera. What we choose will be. And I can't remember the other one. Has been, but thank you so much.
By public demand, I think you can give them an extempore Hindi song.
All right. I wish I had known I would have got my guitar, but जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम देना साथ मेरा, ओ हमनवा. न कोई है न कोई था जिंदगी में तुम्हारे सिवा, तुम देना साथ मेरा, ओ हमनवा. तुम देना साथ मेरा, ओ हमनवा. Let's go around doing our bit and making people happy, putting smiles. Nice to see everybody smiling, and congratulations to all the winners, and especially to Jerry, A2, and all of you. I'm meeting you after years, but thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Bobby. He's here with his family, his wife and his daughter.
Yes, and my wife, Angelina, is right there, my daughter, Sarah, right there, and they wanted to come with me, and I'm very happy they're here with me. My son couldn't come. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for coming, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well deserved, Bobby, all the good work that you keep
Thank you
doing.
so much. You know, I always feel like, why do I deserve this? But I receive it with joy and with thanksgiving and with honor. And I hope that I'll really live up to, you know, what this stands for. And may I have the strength. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you so much. Love you all. Bye.
Thank you, Bobby. Yes. Sorry to keep you all waiting in the sidelines, but please come back, Sashi. And may I know your mother's name? Indra and Zara, right? Right. Okay, so we have Sashi, her mother Indra, and her daughter Zara on stage. May I please call upon Dr. Amarnath Paswan to come up on stage, please, to receive his Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Amarjeet Paswan. A lot of doctors in the house. And Dr. Harish Rawat is next. Dr. Harish Rawat. He was here. Okay, Dr. Rangashri Kishore. Dr. Rangashri Kishore has been an old colleague with me at ActionAid and then has been doing some fantastic work with her research and all the things. Sorry? I'll go through. Okay, we next have Dr. Vandana Takran. Fauzia Dastango. Gulfam Ahmed. Hitesh Kumawat. Next is Hani Kapoor. Is Hani Kapoor in the house? Ike Sinha. Mr. Ike Sinha, please come up on stage to receive your Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Ike Sinha has been doing some wonderful work to promote arts, culture, and education for unserved and underserved children. Mr. Ike Sinha. If you clap for them, they will clap for you. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Imon Ghosh. Imon Ghosh. Irtiza Qureshi. Jatin Malhotra. Carlos, you should actually speak to Jatin. Jatin does a lot of work with cricket and cricketers. Next we have Jaya Tiwari. Thank you, Jatin. Jaya Tiwari. She in the room. Kalpana Manivanan. Kalpana is receiving a Karmaveer Chakra Gold today. She has been the recipient of the silver and the bronze earlier. Kalpana Manivanan. Thank you, Kalpana. Thank you, Sashi. Thank you, Indra ma'am. Thank you, Zara. Thank you so much. May we request Mr. Bobby Cash and Angeline to please come up. Angeline, right? I got the name right? Okay. Please come up on stage to give away the next set of awards. Karthik Raichura. Karthik is receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold today. Karthik Raichura. Thank you, Bobby and Anjali. It's Karthik Raichura receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Thank you, Karthik. Next we have Lovita Morang. You heard her speak yesterday. Lovita Morang. Slow, 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 slow. Lovita Morang is going to receive her Karmaveer Chakra Gold. She has been a fellow for a few years now, has received the bronze and the silver earlier, and you heard about all the good work that she's doing yesterday. Thank you, Lovita. Thank you, Bobby, Angeline. Next we have Luke Sampson. He was here earlier, right? Madhavi Lata. MVN Kashyap. MVN Kashyap, fellow coach, trainer, based in Hyderabad now. Has been doing some good work in the learning field, learning and development field. He's been a fellow for a few years now. MVN Kashyap, thank you, MVN Kashyap, thank you. Manish Kumar Jaiswal. Manish Kumar Jaiswal is receiving the Jyoti Award for the good work that he's doing. Manish Kumar Jaiswal, we have your citation. You'll have to get the Jyoti Award. I never tire of telling this story. Manish, a few years ago when he applied for the award, I think he had written to Colonel Sanjeev Datta. Manish, correct me if I'm wrong, you had written first to Colonel Datta for the award, and the people who are working on the selection process said to me, we're not really sure if he's doing this work. So I said, okay, why aren't you sure? He said, because it doesn't sound like it's being done. And then I said, anyway, he's very eager to receive the award. Let's give him a chance. Let's see what he's up to. And from there on to now, the journey where he's receiving his Jyoti today, Manish has started several programs, has refused and declined a Harvard scholarship because he wants to stay back in his village and do work for the unserved and underserved kids. Thank you, Manish Kumar. Well done. Well deserved. Thank you, Manish Kumar Jaiswal. Next we have Meghna Srivastava. Meghna, are you in the room? Mishi Kurana. Mishi Kurana. Mishi has been our fellow for a few years now. Mishi Kurana receiving her Karmaveer Chakra Gold from Bobby and Angeline.
Yes, gold.
Thank you, Michi. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Angeline. Thank you for giving away those set of awards. May I invite Vijay Pratap Aditya to please come up on stage along with Sonam Kalra. Sonam Kalra is in the house. Yes. Please come up on stage to give out the next set of awards. All right, after Mishi Kurana, we have Mohammad Asadullah Umri. Mr. Umri. Monica Sagar. Murtaza Aidenwala. Murtaza has been a fellow for a few years now, receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold today. Murtaza Aidenwala. Naveen Sharma. May we call Naveen Sharma? May we invite Naveen Sharma to please come up on stage? Naveen has been doing some phenomenal work to empower teachers in India, teachers and educators in India. Naveen Sharma, please come up on stage. Naveen has received the bronze and the silver earlier, doing some great work along with his partner Shakil to empower teachers and educators in India. May we invite Neelam Tiwari to please come up on stage. Neelam has been working behind the scenes along with Itu, Raji, Parvi and others. So she deserves an extra round of applause. She's been following up with all of you voluntarily. Neelam works with Oracle and has been volunteering behind the scenes just to help us to put this together. Thank you, Neelam. Thank you for all your efforts and support. Omi Gurung. Next we have Pramod Minocha. Pramod Minocha, please come up on stage to receive your Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Pramod Minocha. Thank you, Pramod ji. We have Priya Florence Shah. Priya Florence Shah. Next we have Professor, Doctor, Architect Nabit Kapoor. I said so many titles, I got confused. Professor Dr. Nabit Kapoor, doing some great work in the mental health space. Professor Dr. Nabit Kapoor. Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. Next we have Rajesh Pulian Kalat. Rajesh Pulian Kalat. I got that right. Okay. Rajeshwari. Again, extra round of applause because she's again been working behind the scenes. Raji is now working with Meta. She was earlier with Google when she first received her silver and then a bronze and then a silver. And now today she's receiving the KARMAVEER Chakra Gold. Thank you for all your efforts and support, Raji. Next we have Raki Tripathi. Raki Tripathi. Rashmi Saha. Ratna Singh. Ravindra Dabiru. Ravindra Dabiru. Receiving is KARMAVEER Chakra Gold. All our fellows who are receiving gold today have received the bronze and the silver earlier, and that's the hierarchy of awards that we've created. Thank you, Ravindra. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Sonam. Thank you so much for giving away the awards. May I request Savio, Christina to please come up on stage. Savio Mascarins and Christina to please come up on stage. Savio and Christina are going to be initiated into the fellowship tomorrow and would be receiving the bronze. But I felt that it was very important to have people from the LGBTQI community on stage. They're giving away a few awards. Reena Raju, Rumana Singh Sehgal. Rumana Singh Sehgal. Sadia Kochar.
The person's name who's from the
Sadia Kochar receiving a Karmaveer Chakra Gold. She has received her silver and bronze earlier. Sadia Kochar. Thank you, Sadia. Next we have Sandeep Soparkar, not in the house. Sanjeev Kumar. Sanjeev Kumar. Sarvesh TK. Sarvesh TK receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Satvik Mishra. Satvik Mishra. Sinjani Sengupta. Sinjani Sengupta receiving a Karmaveer Chakra Gold. You heard about all the good work that she's doing yesterday. I can't open everything now. Thank you, Sinjani. Thank you, Savio. Thank you, Christina. Thank you. May I please invite Suhani Muntasir on stage, please? And Father Thomas, may we invite you up on stage, please? So what you're going to see on stage now is not Beauty and the Beast, it's Beauty and the Priest. Smita Sharma. Smita Sharma. No, you have to give away the award. No, Swani. Both of you will be giving away the award. Okay, you will get your awards later. Beauty and the Priest will get the award later. Right now, you're giving away the awards. Okay, so we have Sonam Kalra. Please come up to receive your award, Sonam. Sonam will also be performing and speaking tomorrow. She does a lot of work in the Sufi music space and promoting music and culture. Sonam Kalra. Thank you, Sonam. Next, we have Sutapa Sanyal.
She was the first woman to of UP. She can come last year.
Sutapa Sanyal. Oh, leave it. Thank you, Sutapa ji. Thank you. Next we have Taranath G. Taranath G, like Kenny G. Receiving his Rex Karmaveer Global Fellowship Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Taranath has been a fellow for a few years now. Taranath G. Tulsi Babu. Tulsi Babu. Dr. Tulsi Babu. Dr. Tulsi Babu receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold. He's received the silver and the bronze earlier. Dr. Tulsi Babu. Vidyadhar Prabhu Desai, not in the house. Vishi Teki. Vishi Teki has been a fellow, has been an old friend, colleague at ActionAid, and has been a fellow for a few years now. Forward. Give it off time. Vishi Teki. Thank you, Vishi. Next we have Yogita. Yogita, who's been a fellow for a few years now, receiving a Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Thank you, Yogita. You're welcome. Next, we have Anuba Pundir. You saw her perform earlier. Anuba Pundir, please come up on stage. Dr. Anuba Pundir. Dr. Anuba Pundir is receiving her Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Thank you, Dr. Anuba Pundir. And the best for the last, Professor Dr. Avkash Jadhav, who's going to be receiving his Jyoti today. Dr. Professor Avkash Jadhav, please come up on stage. Receiving his Jyoti today. KARMAVEER Jyoti. He has received his gold, bronze and silver earlier as a professor at St. Xavier's College in Bombay. So with that, thank you, Suhani, thank you, Father Thomas, right? So with that, we come to the end of today's ceremony. May I request everyone who has received their award today, the Maharatnas, the Jyotis, and the golds, to please come up on stage. Maharatna, Jyoti and Gold KARMAVEER Chakra award recipients to please come up on stage.
9 minutes talk.
Tomorrow, no, not possible.
But definitely
Yeah.
tomorrow.
We'll open mic.
Morning.
You invited me and I was not called on, so I don't know what's the mixer, but I'm leaving now.
No, one minute. Yeah. Just.
Because I mean, I have so many people here from Sriram and everyone's asking me and it's very embarrassing.
Just.
I think the same thing happened with Sumit.
Yeah. So that's why I just told them to wait. We're giving the award.
Okay,
Yours is
just
the Jyoti, no?
No, I have no, I was told that I was asked to come today.
Yeah, the same thing was told to us that it's today.
Today. Yeah. So if there is none, then, because I left everything and
Just.
only suppose. So you want us to wait?
Yeah. We'll give it right now. It's
But
not.
then the photograph would have happened, everything would have happened.
No, we'll do it.
Very
We'll
weird.
do it. No.
The group photo will be left. Yeah.
So please go up. We'll give
No,
away the
it's
award.
okay. I think I'll leave. Let it
No,
be. It's
Uttara
okay.
ji,
Mix-ups
just-
happen.
Just wait for some time.
No, I am not going up like that.
Yeah, it's embarrassing like that.
Yeah, it is very
It's
embarrassing.
embarrassing like that.
We checked. There is some condition. I'm sorry for that. Let's finish it.
Maybe you can. I'm Nisha
Maybe
Jain.
you should make an announcement then.
Yeah, just.
Please wait up on stage. We've missed out a few awards which we'll be giving up on stage in front of all of you. So please move behind a little. Please move behind. 1 minute. We'll just wait for the group photo. We have to give away a few more awards. I would request all of you to please go up. Yes, please go up. Please go up. And go behind, please. Please go behind. Please go behind. Please accommodate with us. We've missed out a few awards. Please bear with us. It's all work being done by volunteers. So please, yeah.
You can mail the citation to us later.
Citation language में मैं yeah. Which category is who? Okay, all right. So we have a few more golds to give away. We missed out the names. May I please request for the names? Give me the names. Yeah, please give me the names. May we please invite Okay, please go behind. Please go behind. We need some space in the front. Yes, we'll do the group photo later. Please bear with us. Please go a little behind. Please go a little behind. There's enough and more space on the stage. May I please invite Itu to please come up on stage, please. Please go up on stage. Gold, right? Educator and teacher, Principal Uttara Singh, please come up on stage. Uttara Singh has been our Education Change Champions Award recipient in the past and is today receiving the KARMAVEER Chakra Gold. She is with the Shriram group of schools, is our Education Change Champions Award recipient and receiving the KARMAVEER Chakra Gold today. Uttaraji, you got the award in front of everybody standing behind you. Very nice, excellent. May we also request Nisha Jain to please come up on stage. That's fine. Gold for, so yours is the silver medal. So silver medal is always for tomorrow.
I don't know.
So yeah,
Yeah.
okay, we'll talk.
A big request for everyone that, this time, whole lot of you have been requesting me that can I come on 26th, can I come on 27th, can I get it first, can I get it in the morning, can I get it at 3 o'clock? That's so insensitive to all those people who've been here for 3 days, and it's a mandate.
There is a protocol we follow, we go alphabetically, so please bear with that. Don't try to upset the order.
And then, I come across as a villain, Jerry comes across as a villain. We are not sensitive. But then it's so unfair to everyone who's been here for 3 days, and it's a mandate. And you want to speak, you want to take your award, you want to just come for a few hours. That's not done. Sorry, that's not the KARMAVEER ethos and philosophy at all. At no point, at no place. We don't have that place. So please don't embarrass us and then make us feel like...
Okay, thank you. The idea of attending the 3 days is that we learn from each other rather than thinking that, we are doing more than others. Because what you see in this forum is that one is doing more than the other. So that's the learning experience, as we call it. May I invite... Shakil's name you must take. Shakil. May I invite Mr. Sumit Sehgal to please come up on stage. Sumit Sehgal. Sumit Sehgal has been our bronze and silver. Please go right in the center. Please stay in the center. Mr. Sumit Sehgal receiving his KARMAVEER Chakra Gold. He has received his silver and bronze earlier. Today was strictly for the Jyoti, the Maharatna and the gold, please. Thank you, Mr. Sumit Sehgal. And Mr. Shakil Ahmed. Shakil, along with his partner, you saw his partner earlier, Naveen. Shakil and Naveen have been doing some brilliant work in the space of empowering educators, how to teach better, how to develop a better teacher mindset. Mr. Shakil Ahmed receiving his gold today. He has received the silver and the bronze earlier. So please stand on stage now. So I think, Naveen, you have to be up on stage. Now we'll do the group photo. Right? So now everyone has received their award. You've not missed out on anyone. All right. Thank you. I think it's blanked out. It's given that blue light. Why has he got the last slide out? Tell him. Excuse me, may we have the slide up again, please, the slideshow? Maybe have the slideshow up there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I would request all the gold fellows that you have to attend all the 3 days and the Jyotis. So please do be there tomorrow. Mr. N.B. Shetty receiving his Karmaveer Chakra Gold. Photo.
Is there any program right now? Today program finished already. Today is there any program?
Now? No.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
May I get a chance?
If.
Dear fellows, we have to vacate the premise by about 6 o'clock. I would request you to start walking out, please. The support staff was very late yesterday, so we have to look after that aspect as well.
No, I said we will do a Zoom conversation. That's what I said.
कल नाम लिखवाया था ना, तो आज कुछ कांटेक्ट करने वाले थे ना?
Yes.
Pleasure meeting you again. Pleasure.
Nice meeting you, sir. So may I please have my pen drive?
Jerry, I already given it to someone. Yeah.
So good to see you, man.
Yeah, this one?
No, it's a black one. Yeah, thank you so much.
Ages, man. Sing in person after ages. I'm going to hit the road. Head back to Jerry. Thank you. And Jerry, and home photo with you.
Oh, sure.